doesn't matter. I start screaming. I have to like go. Like, what's up, my peoples? What's up? Y'all, I was getting ready this morning. And I saw this. I'm like, hold up, I gotta make a video about this. I gotta make a quick video. Hold on. Do y'all know Uncle Shay is getting sued? Hold on. This is insanity. This is really crazy. What is going on? You guys, get in here, y'all. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is board. What is it called again? I was trying to go on Instagram, actually. No. Let me share this tab first. Let me tell you what happened. This dude is crazy. Oh, here it is. Oh my gosh, y'all just came in so hard. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, you missed me quick. You're getting used to like hear my voice daily. You guys, yesterday I couldn't even talk about this because I had to focus on Carmelo. I got time for this foolishness, okay? But today I have a little bit of time for this foolishness, okay? So yesterday I was on Instagram, right? And then, oh, thank you, Jamie. Okay. Hi, bro. Hi, everybody. Hi for me. Okay. So I see this one. Statement by Lenny J. Davis, counsel to Shannon Sharpe. I want to put a dog collar around my neck. I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me. Oh my gosh, I should have blurred these things out. Oh my Lord. I should have blurred. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't see this. It's on Instagram. Why would he do this? Gabriel Zuninga in a text message to Shannon Sharpe, October 7th, 2023. Okay. I know you missed this big juicy behind $25,000 for each week. What? Each cheek? What? Yo, I can't. EK's like, what in the world is going on? EK, do you see how these black athletes, they have money, but they put their money into foolishness? Did Uncle Shannon even give $25,000 to Carmelo's campaign? Let me tell you something. Let me put Carmelo stuff up. Hold on. Give, send, go. Help Carmelo. Right? Do you think he has even given money to Carmelo? Right? No, but he has time to be out here paying for sex. They're so detestable. These people are so disgusting. They're just so disgusting. I told you about this yesterday. I'm like, the way the America, especially white America, loves their black men is like big, black, and dumb. Big, black, and dumb, sexually immoral, on drugs. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, it's just so, no, even like, it's so ridiculous. Like, you think he donated to Carmelo's campaign? You guys, if you haven't given to Carmelo, please do. Okay, please do. Please go on the website. It's what's it called? Give, send, go. Help Carmelo, okay? Please, if you haven't donated, please, okay? They waste money. Even Zion Williamson, whatever his name is, in New Orleans, the Pelicans, wasting money. Yeah, being a degenerate big age. They're so disgusting. They're so disgusting. I'm telling you, these are the kinds of blacks that whites love. So that way it perpetuates like this narrative, like these disgusting racist stereotypes about black people, right? They always make the biggest idiot rich. They find the biggest, blackest, dumbest black person they can find, and they make these people rich. It's so disgusting because they know he's going to lose this money anyways. You see, I realized something. I'm like, you see, this is why also these white people do not mind paying these dumb black people all this money because they're going to lose the money. So it doesn't matter. They can sign like $100 million deal, a $200 million deal. The white people know they're going to get their money back. That money will come back to the white community some fashion. Either you're going to get arrested, then you have to pay for a white attorney, They're going to have a white money manager. They're going to have white or Latina, white passing girlfriends, right? They're going to live in a white neighborhood. So it doesn't matter. The money always goes back to white people, right? And by the time he's old, the money might be gone. I even saw a video about with Stephen A. Somebody was making a documentary about Floyd Mayweather going broke. I'm like, duh. I would not be surprised if he was going broke. He's illiterate. He cannot read. Floyd Mayweather cannot read. He cannot read. He is not intelligent, right? That's how you know America is an apartheid state. America is racist. Like you have to be black, big, dumb, stupid, athletic. Hey, Ruva, nothing works in your head and you will make money. You do not have to be intelligent. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't have to be intelligent. Like the dumber you are, the more you're going to make it. They love giving money to idiotic blacks. Like if you're black and you're dumb, you're stupid, you're a degenerate, you're athletic and you're stupid, you have some kind of sex addiction, you sleep with everything that moves. Oh, they'll make you rich. They will make you rich. They love themselves. They love themselves a Django. They love themselves a big black idiot. That's what they love because that's not threatening because he's going to lose everything. He's going to lose everything. And let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something, right? This is so disgusting. Okay, this lawsuit, let's read this. It's so disgusting. You know, this lawsuit filed by Gabrielle Zuniga and orchestrated by her attorney Tony Busby is a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. I'm going to tell you all this, okay? Yeah. I'm going to tell you all this. This lady, do I believe that part of her is lying? Yeah, of course. But at the same time, Uncle Shannon went looking for problems. He went looking for problems. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a Black American men thing, like Black American men with money thing. I don't know. But it's like how many of them have to fall in the same pit before they realize, okay, I might not want to do it. Right? It's Diddy. It's Diddy. It's Russell. It's R. Kelly. It's Shannon Sharpe. It's Jay-Z. You name it. Right? These people have a problem. They truly have a problem. And I was going to say this, even Charlemagne also, he got all kinds of foolishness. All of them have foolishness. And I feel as though this is why they're also chosen. Because with the whites are not going to let you be rich unless you can be controlled. Right? So I don't even think like it's just a matter of just being an idiot and therefore you're easier to control. I just feel like if you have some kind of perversion, if you have some kind of addiction, right? You're even more controllable. Oh, thank you, Queen. Love you, boo. Right? You're even more controllable because they have stuff on you. You understand? And now you see why when it comes to black, especially I guess like black media, like whether it's Shannon Sharpe, Charlemagne, Cam Newton, The Pivot, Brandon Marshall, I don't care who they are. They have something on everybody. They have something on all these people. So that's why when something happens to the black community, they can't really talk about it. They have to wait for someone to tell them what to talk about. You understand? They have these like crazy platforms, millions of followers, they get millions of views, but the conversations are not even substantial. Okay? The conversations are not even substantial, right? What's it called again? Club Shay Shay. Okay. Right? The conversations are not even substantial. Right? It's a bunch of foolishness. It really is a bunch of foolishness. Like they don't address if you really think about it, they do not address any real issues. Like there's nothing on there that is life-changing, right? You're not going to watch Club Shay Shay. Hey, Emily, you're not going to watch Club Shay Shay and be like, oh my gosh, I need to change my life. I need to go change my diet. I need to save money. I need to become an investor. I need to be careful. I need to join a nonprofit. There is no conversation on Club Shay Shay that is truly like seeking to empower black people. Absolutely not. It is a waste of your time. It's just gossip, foolishness, alcohol, people talking about other people. Like it's a bunch of stupidity. Right? And this is why, because I heard he was going to sign, like he was meant to sign like $100 million deal, whatever. And I guess people were crying, like, oh my gosh, because a lot of black people in this country have been sold this notion of everything comes down to money, right? Success is making money. Success is making more money, more and more money. But I'm like, y'all so damn stupid. If a white man offers you $100 million for your show, what exactly does he want? right? But you just look at the number. Oh, I'm about to get 100 million. Yes. And you're about to give him access to your people. You're about to give him access to the framework, the mindset, the conditioning of your people. These people are sick. They are truly, truly sick. You should never rejoice when a white Jewish corporation runs behind a black person and says, oh, yeah, we want to buy your show. This, even the thing with, what's it called? The pop the balloon stuff, right? I told you, this stuff was not going to go well, right? Now it's turning into some foolishness. Like I was watching Impressive. It is turning into some foolishness. And I told you this, the fact that they said that Arlette was still going to be the executive producer, I told you, no, she's not. It's just a way of giving her a bullshit title so that way black people do not protest the show. But the thing is that it's so crazy is that if it goes crazy and black people don't like it, they will blame her because she's the executive producer. Although we know she had no damn executive producer. Okay? It's an honorary title they gave her. Just like when, like when a black woman sells like her black hair care company and they're like, oh, she'll be staying on as CEO or whatever. She ain't gonna do shit. Okay? It's just an honorary title so that black people don't go all the way crazy. That is it. Like, why do people not learn this? I'm like, that's why it's toxic. That's why it's so toxic. Because damn well Arlette is she's not gonna executive produce the show for freaking what's it called? What's the goofy show? Pop the Balloon for Netflix. She is not going to. It's just a title. But if something goes bad, because it seems as though some black girl got picked on, or the way people interpreted it, it seems like the black girl got picked on, right? So now it's going to turn into, oh, she's African, she sold her show, and now they're degrading black American. Then it's going to turn into a whole diaspora war. Like this stuff, I can always see it. I can always see it. When Portia married Simon, I said, this is not going to end well. It's not going to end well because when Portia gets tired of him, when he gets tired of her, it's going to turn into Africans versus African Americans. And did I lie or did I lie? It never fails. It truly, truly never fails. I can see diaspora wars from 25,000 miles away, right? That's why you always have to think big. Like you got to think way ahead. Don't just think about how much money you're about to make. It's better to do something on YouTube, do it small and do it right and do it like what you can control because nobody gets offended, right? Arlette is Congolese. The show is here. You have all kinds of people, Black American people, Jamaican people, West Indian people, African people. Everybody goes on the show. You have never had an issue with diaspora issues like will it pop the balloon because you control the show. When you go to Netflix, right? I also think they have insecurities, but I'll talk about it. Layla, miss you. When you go to Netflix, you're not going to control the show. And there's certain things that African Americans are really sensitive to. It is a real thing. You understand? It's a real thing. They are truly sensitive to certain things. So the white folks, they don't really even know black people. They're going to take the show that usually is very peaceful, has never triggered any diaspora wars. They're going to play these stupid games, make these stupid jokes. White people have these stupid jokes that are not funny. And next thing you know, everybody gets offended. And there's going to be, oh, you're tether this, you're this, you hate black Americans. This is insanity. This is insanity. Why not focus on doing Pop the Balloon on YouTube for 5 years, making it as good as possible, like improving the set, like improving the guests, telling them to dress better, right? Work on that for 5 years. You understand? But the love of money, it's just something to me. People are so quick to sell their shows, sell their platform, sell their whatever to a bunch of, especially, I'm not trying to be funny, but usually they're Ashkenazi Jews, but they're all white, they're all Europeans, right? And then the stuff that goes left. Because what these people want is to have access to your audience. They want access to your community. They want to be able to craft these messages that are going to mold the mind of black people. So everything can't just be about money, right? Like to me, my Uncle Shay Shay signing that deal, and I'm sure they're going to be Jewish, signing that deal with these people, it means that they will have even more control of the conversation. They will have even more control of who gets to come on that couch. They will have more control of which stories get to be talked about. You understand? You don't think it's bizarre that all these football players, whether it's Shannon Sharpe, hold on, wait a minute, right? Hold on, I got time for these people. I really, really do. I need to close them on my tabs. I got too many tabs open. Right? You don't think it's bizarre that this whole Carmelo situation involves a young black American man who's a football player, right? And I think it's like whether it's Shannon Sharpe, right? Let me see the pictures, right? Shannon Sharpe, he's not talking about it. right? He's not talking about it. If it's Cam Newton, okay? Cam also is not talking about it, right? He's not talking about it. Brandon Marshall, he's also not talking about this. Hold up, wait a minute, right? He's not talking about this, right? Quiet. Okay. What's Fred from the Pivot? I don't know his last name, Chad. Okay. What's his last name? Okay. So Fred, is he talking about it? No. Ryan Clark, the man who had to come outside and protect Black women from a joke, right? Is he talking about it? No. No. Because they're all controlled. And that's just even like with a salary. Look how controlled they are. Now imagine you sign some kind of crazy deal with these people, right? You will never in your life be allowed. Hey, Mark, you will never again in your life be allowed to speak up on anything that defends Black people. Instead, you're going to have these degenerates like Charleston White on your show. You're going to have sex workers or these crazy people like Brittany Renner on your show and things like that. Because guess what? Because y'all gotta understand this. America is racist. America is extremely racist. They will never stop being racist. If you can see how America, like white America especially, is working overtime to destroy China. If you can see how they're working overtime to sabotage China because they're doing better for themselves, what do you think they're doing to you? Right? When you see how they treat other ethnic groups, you think they don't have something in store for you? Right? Because the plan is they always have to be rich. They always have to be on top. So in that case, they have to wage war on every community. Every community is at war with white people. I don't know why people don't want to understand that. Because they laugh at your face or like they pretend to be your friend. You're crazy. Right? When it comes down to warfare, when it comes down to spiritual warfare, physical warfare, political warfare, there are many ways to skin a cat. Right? There's a type of warfare where you will like vociferously let somebody know I don't like you. There's a kind of warfare also where you become friends with the person just to control the person, right? There's a kind of warfare where you turn someone into an addict. There's many ways of waging war on people, right? There are many ways. You understand me? But it comes down to they don't want anybody to be successful. They need a sick Black community. They need a perverted Black community. They need a highly promiscuous Black community. Like these people have a plan. They truly have a plan. And they do it so well that I think a lot of people are not even aware. Because I think Black people of today are expecting white people to behave like they did in the 1800s. No, evil evolves. Evil will evolve, right? Because the whole point of doing this is for you not to even realize that you are under attack. That's why you gotta be really smart. That's why you can't let money impress you. But okay, if you're giving me this money, it's not because you want me to be rich. You want something else. And what is that something else, right? It's not just access to your people, but it's the ability to influence the conversation of your people. Do you get me? You get me? Right? And so to me, I feel like everybody has to be extremely protective. So this $100 million deal and this lawsuit, let me tell you something. If it gets blown out the water and he's no longer able to get that deal, actually, as they say in Arabic, alhamdulillah, okay? I'm actually happy for that. Because he cannot sign Club Shisha over to these Ashkenazi Jews. He cannot do this. It is enough. It is enough. Like, look at what the control of these people of Black entertainment, Black conversation, Black art, Black everything. Look at what it has done to Black people. Look at what it has done to Black women, to Black men, to Black children. Look at what they've done to people. They have no issue bastardizing the Black image in America, okay? They do not have any issue with that. People have to understand, money is cheap, y'all. Money is so cheap. And white people always want you to feel like, oh, what you need to strive for is be a billionaire. Then why is Kanye so miserable? Why is Elon Musk so miserable? Right? If one pursuit in life is to be a billionaire, why are all these billionaire people so miserable? Why does Elon need to take ketamine? I'm like, ketamine, it is a horse tranquilizer. Hey, Nafisa, it is a horse tranquilizer. Why is Kanye so miserable? Why do all these so-called billionaires always look so miserable every time I see them? Have you ever seen a billionaire that looked happy? Maybe sometimes like Jeff Bezos, but everybody else, they look stressed the F out. They look stressed the F out, right? Think about this. It's like it's a scam. If white people are saying to you, focus on money, try to make as much money as possible, amass money, But there's some part of you got to be like, okay, I'm going to spend my life amassing money, but when I die, I can't take it with me. So isn't there a scam somewhere? Isn't there a scam somewhere? Right? Who's going to lay down on their hospital bed or their home bed the day that God says it's your time to go and be like, man, I wish I would have made an extra $20,000. I wish I would have made $100 million. No, nobody cares about that. They will have you chasing and put on a pedestal things that are completely irrelevant. Things that are completely irrelevant. And that's why the Muslim brother yesterday said, you have to divorce this dunya. You have to divorce yourself from this world because nothing good comes out of this world, right? And it's like Uncle Shay Shay, ever since he left TV, ever since he left ESPN, whatever, to start his own show, if we're being honest, nothing but bad things have happened to him. From people making fun of him, making fun of how he looks, his alleged Michelle situation, like what truly good has happened to this man? His image keeps taking hits after hits after hit after hit. His image is getting all kinds of like scarred and stuff like that. I'm like, nothing good has happened to you since you left ESPN. You understand? And it could be, you know, this BuzzFeed person. What's his name again? Y'all, I'm a BuzzFeed person, right? What these black people don't understand, what these black males do not understand, he's not acting alone. He's not acting alone. This man is an attorney. It's like people like, do you really think that he hasn't considered the other side is, okay, I sue these people, but what if it fails and they sue me back, right? I sue these people. What if it fails and it sues me back? So he has to have some kind of coverage. He has to have some kind of safety net that enables him to make these big gambles like that. Because it's a big deal to attack a big celebrity with lots of money. Because what if you're not successful, right? What if you're not successful and they come right back and try to sue you, right? So he's not acting alone. He is not acting alone, right? You always have to ask God to show you what you don't see, right? Because this man is not stupid. He is not stupid. He is not acting alone. You understand? And I'm going to tell you this too. If you want to start thinking carefully, right? If you want to start thinking carefully, oh my gosh, right? Hold on, right? Look at this boy, right? Even Jonathan Majors, right? What do we notice about all these black men? The vast majority of them have some connection to Disney, right? The vast majority of these black men have some connection to Disney. If I'm not mistaken, doesn't ESPN also own Disney? No? Hold on. Hold on, ESPN, right? Yo, there you go. There you go. Okay. I knew I wasn't crazy, right? There's a connection. They all have some connection to Disney. And it could really be, because I said, even like me, Marlene, I said this, right? The Jonathan Major thing, honestly, you guys, if I keep it real, what I felt in my heart is that Jonathan was asked to sleep with a man. Okay, this is how I feel. Jonathan was asked to sleep with a man. Of course, he can't talk about it. And that's why, once again, you have to divorce this dunya. You truly have to divorce this dunya. And you have to call out evil. If you asking me, Marlene, if you asking me, Jonathan was asked to sleep with a man. And not even just sleep with the man. It's like the behind, the blowjob. He was asked to do all of this. Jonathan said no. That girl he dated, the white girl he dated, right? You know what I'm saying? Because and this is why in life it is really, really important to have what is her name? What's that girl's name? That white girl, whatever she is, right? Jabari. That is her name. Okay. Right? The white girl he dated, right? If you also realize she's an actress, it's not random, right? It is not random. It is truly, truly not random, right? And I'm sure if you go and you look, you will see that this white girl has some kind of connection with Disney also. Because the way I receive it in my spirit is that she was put on Jonathan. Hey, Gina, she was put on Jonathan kind of like a tracker. You understand? You see, what you have to understand about white people. I think the problem is black people live amongst white people and they never really sat down and studied white people. Psychological warfare is a real tool of white people. You understand? And what they do is they study people. The girl is an actress. Do you think it is so impossible for her to have studied Jonathan and to start mirroring the kind of behavior he was looking out of a girlfriend? Most likely, that's what happened, right? It is not improbable that she was hired by somebody in that Disney circle to date this boy. You understand? Because this is what they do. They require you to have sex with them. Okay? They require you to have sex with them. I am telling you this. The way that I feel it in my spirit, I will keep saying it. The way that I feel in my spirit, Jonathan was asked to sleep with a man. Okay? Jonathan was asked to sleep with the man, y'all. And it wasn't just having sex. I mean, it's the whole thing. And it could have been that he was even asked to sleep with multiple men. He said no. He said no. Because you have to, let me tell you something. When white people attack you or they put their entire media, because look at how he was charged. We're looking at his convictions. His convictions are utterly ridiculous. Okay? It doesn't matter if he likes men. He has the right to like men. That is not the issue. He can like men, but you cannot require someone who is not attracted to you to sleep with you and to suck you off just because he happens to be a homosexual. You're sick as hell. You are truly sick, right? And it's people like you that actually get called homophobic. Just because someone is gay doesn't mean that they want to suck everybody's private parts. Just because a man is a homosexual doesn't mean that he wants to sleep with every man he sees. You as a woman, do you want to have sex with every man you see? If you do, you need help. You're sick. You're sick. You're a nymphomaniac, right? Being gay, for as much as I think the Bible disagrees with it, but I understand the same way if you're heterosexual, you have preference. Gay people have preferences. Lesbians have preferences. Just because someone is gay doesn't mean that they want to sleep with everything, right? Oh, you people are so stupid. You're just so damn stupid. You are so stupid. You are really dumb. And I'm telling you this, right? Junebug, whatever your name is. I don't do stupid people. Because dumb black people like you, especially if you're a black woman, dumb black people like you is why the cycle keeps going. Because white people know how to play this game. Put a black man with a white woman, have the white woman attack him, then tell the black community, oh, he dated a white girl. And then the black girls go crazy. You people are so predictable. You're so mediocre. You're not intelligent. Right? You go to these goofy ass, horrible ass school district and you were never challenged. Then you go to college, you major in psychology, basket weaving, African-American studies. And it's like in your whole life, nobody ever challenged you to see the bigger picture. You're so predictable. You are so predictable. Go order a wig or lace front before they have the tariffs. You're so damn stupid. It is so like you're so stupid. You are so damn stupid. I am sick and tired of black people who always fall for the hokey doke. Oh my gosh. Yes, you are an idiot. Go. You're banned. You're an idiot. I'm not doing this. You're so dumb. Go somewhere. I'm dealing with idiots. I hate idiots. I'm not doing idiots. If you're the type to believe everything your eyes see, this is not the channel for you. I will ban you from my channel. I don't like idiots. Damn. Like, how stupid can you even be to think that, oh, if somebody is gay, automatically they can have sex with every man they see? You're sick as hell. Like Americans, I'm not trying to be mean, but there are too many dumb people in America. There's just too many dumb people. Just because someone happens to be gay. It could be that Jonathan is gay. Okay, why are you shocked? This is America. A lot of people are homosexuals. Wumpty wump wump. It could be that he's also bisexual. Wumpty wump wump. Let's not act indignified. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's gay. No, if he's gay, that's his choice. If he's bisexual, that's also his choice. That is not what I'm talking about. I specifically said, if you ask me, he was asked to. We're not talking about his sexuality. We are talking about what he was asked to do. It's not that hard. Keep up. My God, it really is not that hard. Okay? Even a person that's heterosexual, whether a man is heterosexual or a woman is heterosexual, it doesn't mean that people have to make them sleep with other people just because they sleep with other people of the different sex. That is crazy. That is crazy. You don't get to use your position as a senior, as a manager, as an executive person or a talent recruiter to say, well, if you want this role, you have to do this, 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 and that. That is crazy. People have to audition, yes. But you asking somebody to use their body to go have sex with someone to get something is sick as hell. That's diabolical. Why is that so damn hard? My God. Let me tell you, just because I'm black and I'm a woman, I am not a misandrist. I don't walk around just hating every single black man. Okay. I don't even hate a black man because he dates a white woman. I do not care. I do not care. Just like you're probably a black woman, you've had a multitude of abortions, right? Okay. So people have to stop always acting as though, oh, I'm on a higher moral ground than anybody. Everybody down here is a bunch of sinners. You have your sin, he has his sin, right? Imagine being mad at somebody dating a white woman when you never even would have met this man in your life. You sound ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. Oh, every time a black man dates a white woman, I have an issue with that. Who cares? You have abortions. Who cares? Move on. People have the right to date who they want to date. You're not going to control people, right? Just like you would want somebody to worry about your body count. Don't worry about what he does. That's his life. He has the right to his life. He has the right to his choices. This is America, right? Never even watch or supported any of his movies, but always want to sit here and indict people because they made a choice that you didn't like. Who cares? Look at your life. It's an alchemy of choices that nobody likes. And yet, God allows you to wake up every morning. Mind your business. So you guys, let me recenter my conversation, okay? So here's what I'm saying. To me, Marlene, I do feel as though Jonathan was asked to have sexual relationship with not just one man, but multiple men, and he refused. And because of that, I do believe that that girl, Grace Shabari, was assigned to him to study him. And because she's an actress, to mirror his behavior and to mirror what he wanted. Because one thing we'll have to say, whether you look at Jonathan Major, you look at Shannon Sharpe, you look at Kanye, you look at Jay-Z, you look at these people, right? These are Black American men who have strong African features. I repeat, these are Black American men who have strong African features. Here's Jonathan, right? Here's Shannon Sharpe. Hold on. Right? Here's also Shannon Sharpe, right? Listen, okay, here's Shannon Sharpe. Okay, who else do you have? Here is Jay-Z. Hold on. Here is Jay-Z. Here he is also. Sure, look at the nose. Really strong African features, y'all. I said what I said. Here's Kanye. Okay. You also have Kanye. There you go. Right? Like you're looking at a lot of people. You are looking at lots of people. These are Black American men, people from your born here lineage over here. But phenotypically, they have these strong African features. They have these strong West African features. They have these strong Bantu features. And I do believe that many of these men do struggle with self-love, self-acceptance, and things of the sort. They really do. The same way that you see a bunch of dark-skinned Black women cry on the internet every single day about how they don't find themselves attractive, about how this, and that, right? And the thing is also, even if you don't find yourself attractive as a dark-skinned Black woman, there are things that you can do. You can wear a weave. You can wear wigs. You can contour your nose. You can buy lighter foundation. You can wear lipstick. You can wear lashes. When it comes to men, there's nothing they can do, okay? There's nothing you can do. You can't go contour your nose. You can't do all these things to yourself. Like this is how you have to be because that's what you look like. That's what you look like, right? Like if you're a dark-skinned man, that's what you look like. You don't have a choice. You're not about to go contour your nose or, do things to your nostrils and things like that. So I feel like for me, when you're a dark-skinned man, you have to learn to even love yourself even more because you can't hide. You can't hide behind makeup. You cannot hide behind lashes. You know what I mean? You can't hide behind this, and that. And I was telling Jimmy that, because my husband, he's light skinned. So, but I was like, listen, for me, Marlene, I can really see how if you're an African American and you live here, you were born here, and then you're born with these like truly West African Bantu features, and you have to grow up in a country like America, what man culture is white, then it's after the white people is the biracial people, and it's always like dark-skinned people at the bottom, right? I can see how that can mess somebody's mind up. I can see how that can mess up somebody's self-esteem. Tyrese is another one. Tyrese also has self-esteem issues. I can see how that can mess you up because you are living in a place where it's like you stick out like a sore thumb because you don't look white and you're not also biracial, right? If you guys remember, like even like in the early 90s, like with the I'll Be Sure and whatever, it was a bunch of light-skinned boys with like the curly hair. Hold on. Okay, that's how you spell his name? Okay, no. Let me see his face, right? Right? It was a bunch of people like that used to be like super famous in the 90s, super light skin, curly hair, wumpty wump. Even in Coming to America, right? Even in Coming to America, you see little things like that. Hold on. Hold on. Was it Lisa's boyfriend? Right? You see, remember that too, right? Remember? Like in Coming to America, even Lisa's boyfriend, he was light skinned with the curly hair, this, and that, right? And then you had Eddie Murphy and you had Arsenio Hall, right? And if you remember too, Arsenio Hall, he wasn't casted at, oh yeah, that's a sexy, attractive, dark-skinned man. No, he was some goofy ass comic relief in the back. Even Eddie Murphy, right? But even like a movie as simple as like Coming to America, the dark-skinned men have to work at the restaurant. They got to work at the McDonald's burger, whatever it's called. They have to sweep the floors, mop the floors. They got to, you know, that one scene where Eddie Murphy has to beat up Samuel Jackson. Huh? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. No, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Coming to America. Hold on. Right? Do you remember the scene? Right? Right? It was like dark-skinned black man cleans the floor. Dark-skinned black man fights the aggressor or the crazy thief. Even the crazy thief is dark-skinned. Here you got Samuel L. Jackson, right? There's also that one scene like at the bar, like in the, do y'all remember the scene? I hope y'all, hold on. Some of y'all know if you watched it, but hopefully you watched Coming to America. Hold on. Let me see if they have the thingy. Yeah. Do you remember this scene right there? Right? Hold on if you can see it. Okay. Do y'all remember this scene also? Right? They had Arsenio Hall dressing as a woman, but it was giving trans woman, right? But if you remember the show, if you remember the movie, right? If you remember the movie, the light-skinned black boy with the curly hair, he's like the Prince Charming, right? He's like goals, right? And then you have Eddie Murphy, dark skin, right? You also have Arsenio Hall, dark skin, right? These people have to work at the restaurant. They got to make the fries. They got to mop the floors. They got to beat up the man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of foolishness for Lisa to eventually even see him as a prize. Because remember, he also had to work at their house. He had to work at the house. Remember the scene where he also has to step in there and they're on the swing and stuff like that. You step like, you know, the thing is, the problem with America, especially Black America, the problem with Black America also is that Black American women think they're the only ones who have pain. You know, because that's how America goes. I guess it has to do like the bigger thing of like feminism, where women feel as though they're the only ones who suffer. They're the only ones who have insecurities. They're the only ones who have to work on loving themselves. Oh, it's so easy for men to love themselves. Like men just wake up in the morning and they just have self-love. They have confidence. They have this, right? Get out of here with that. Everybody's a human being. Everybody is a human being. The same way you have insecurities, men also have insecurities. The same way you have fears, men also have fears. The same way you might struggle with X, Y, and Z, they might struggle with X, Y, and Z. The same way you might say, growing up as a dark-skinned woman, I didn't see this, and that. They also will say, as dark-skinned Black boys, we also didn't see dark-skinned Black boys being the love interest, like besides, outside of Denzel Washington, who did he have? Even Wesley Snipes, yeah, he's dark-skinned, he had some good roles, but it was never like, you know, oh my gosh, like he's just so sexy, he's just so attractive. Because usually also when they talk about you being dark-skinned and sexy, it's like you are way older, you have way more money, and you got a bunch of muscles, right? But when you're a teenager, how many girls used to walk up to dark-skinned Black boys and say, oh my gosh, you're so handsome, you're so cute, be my boyfriend, take me to prom? No. For a lot of people, light skin was always the goal. Black girls and Black boys, right? I want to date a light skin girl or a white girl. I want to date a light skin boy or date a white boy, right? Because having somebody of a brighter complexion meant that you were worthy. That is a real thing. Let's stop acting like we didn't all receive the same conditioning. You know what I'm saying? Let's not do this. Right? Like today, I'm married. You can see my children. I'm the darkest one in my household. Like even my dog is a blonde. You understand? But I thank God that I'm a healed person, because getting with James or even being married to James, I could have been like, oh my gosh, like, can you believe that somebody so light wanted someone like me? You know what I mean? Can you believe that somebody is as dark as me? You know, I don't talk like that about myself. Right? So it's not like, oh, when you meet a light-skinned person and you marry a light-skinned person and you have all these light-skinned kids, that you're like, oh, like, look, I was able to erase my complexion. I was able to make sure that nobody had my complexion. No, get out of here with that. But I'm also not going to be oblivious to the fact that growing up, that is the messaging that you get. And as I've gotten older, you know, I've also started to have more empathy for black men, not even just Black American men, but for dark-skinned Black men. And because I am West African, you see, I have a big nose. But me, I'm okay with that because I know where I'm from. It doesn't bother me. But I can also, because they say in this life, you got to have empathy. You got to have empathy. You understand? Me, when I look at Uncle Shay Shay, for example, right? Where is he? Where is he at? Let me see his face. Okay, hold on. Right? To me, when I look at Uncle Shay Shay, for example, right? I know if we were in the Ivory Coast, for example, right? If we were in the Ivory Coast, even in Ghana, because he always looks Ashanti to me. He really, really does. But if we were in the Ivory Coast, if we were in Ghana, if we were in Nigeria, anywhere in West Africa, he will be called handsome. You know, because over there, everybody looks like that. A big nose is not a big deal. You understand? In America, like on Europeanized societies, like Western societies, right? Having a wider nose is criminalized, is diminished. And plus, you know, if you live in America too, anything related to Africa, whatever, is always seen as a pejorative, right? When I immigrated here, I had to deal with that kind of ignorance. You get older, you don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I can see how if you're born here and you have lineage here and you look like an African, that could be a problem for you. You understand? Because people are usually not nice, nor respectful, nor deferential when it comes to anything that has to do with Africa, right? Because whether it's white people, whether it's a gamut, it's a host of African Americans, they believe the worst about Africa because they're close to racist white people. So when you live next to racist people, you will also have a racist purview on everything they don't like. So it's understandable. That's why I don't get offended by a lot of things, because I understand that people are just ignorant. You understand? Me, I love myself. I love my big nose. I will never touch my nose. My nose, it matches my lips. It matches my forehead. If I change my nose, my lips will be too big for my nose. Like it doesn't make any sense. So I have learned to just love myself. Even when I get mad, my nostrils, like they actually flare. It's a cute thing, right? You have to learn to love yourself. But you see, when you come from Africa, when you're surrounded by a bunch of other Africans, your self-esteem will be higher. When you're like Uncle Shay Shay and you're from here, because he's from Georgia, right? And you're as dark as he is, you have this wide nose, these big lips, these big old muscles. And it's like you look straight. I'm like, this dude looks straight up Ghanaian. He looks straight up Ghanaian. But I'm like, it's hard because here it's white people and then it's biracials. Dark skins are all the way at the bottom. So growing up, when he grew up, especially growing up super poor in Georgia, having to pick up water. Hey, Sonia, your grandmother had to wash clothes and stuff like that. How is he not going to be mentally fucked up? How is he not going to be mentally fucked up? Like, I'm not happy right now with Uncle Shay Shay, but I also have to see how this country really fucks you up, especially when you're a Black American and you have African features. They will fuck you up. Even in your own Black American community, they will make jokes about you. You know, did the same thing with Clarence Thomas. Because I told you too, I said this man, I say Clarence Thomas, yeah. You know, what's his name? Supreme Court Justice, right? I told you. I said he looks like a Yoruba man. I said this man looks Yoruba. Okay, how many times have I told you this man looks like he's Yoruba, right? You know, but then when we read the stuff about the Igbo people who drowned themselves because they didn't want to do slavery, we come to realize that the Gullah Geechee people are I guess African Americans of Igbo descent, like Gullah Geechee people are of Igbo descent. But I'm like, this dude, every time I see him, I said, Uncle Clarence, he looks like Oga, like a proper Yoruba Oga. Like, I'm like, if you dressed him up like Obasanjo, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole, like, oh my gosh, what's that thing called with the holes in there? What's the thing called? Oh, I can't even think of the thing. But if you dressed him up traditionally, you would never think that this man was African American. You never would. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never would. You never would. If you saw this man walking past you and he didn't say anything to you, you're like, this man has to be West African. You understand? Right? Some African Americans get to look like they lived here and they got to be mixed with other things. But you have some African. If they never opened their mouths, you couldn't tell. You know, when I live in New Orleans, for example, there are so many I guess they're Creole, but there are so many like African Americans / Creoles that I would see just walking down New Orleans. And I'm like, these people look Ivorian. Like, this is crazy because genetics is real. You know, you have like what people think of as like your typical Creole, which is super light skinned, like Jimmy and stuff like that. Like even his dad and stuff, even his grandma, you know, they give like traditional Creole, like super, super, super light. But not every Creole is light. Because Creole is not about complexion. It is a cultural identity, right? It is a cultural identity. And we understand when it comes to genetics, some traits can be recessive and some traits can be dominant, right? So we can't just go off of saying, oh, a Creole has to be light-skinned to be a Creole. No, complexion does not make somebody a Creole, right? Complexion alone does not make you a Louisiana Creole. Because to be a Creole is the entire culture. It's the language, it's the food, it's the lineage, it's the this, it's the that. All of that makes you a Louisiana Creole. And there are plenty of Louisiana Creoles who are dark-skinned. right? But for some, yet again, this erasure, it is not possible. Like even with the whole Beyonce stuff, I made a video about Beyonce and her hair, and I said, to me, this video right here, that is not Beyonce's hair. You saw these crazy light-skinned girls in the comment, oh, she's Creole, because once again, because a lot of these people are colorists, they are really colorists. They think Creole automatically means that you're light skinned or whatever. And they also think as though if you're Creole, like light skinned Creole, automatically it implies that you have long hair. Not really. Not really. You can be light skinned, right? And you can have coarser hair. Just like I have seen dark skinned women that have a looser hair pattern. The hair is extremely loose. If you saw her from the back, you would think she was mixed. Then she turns around like, she's dark skinned like me, and she'll have a 3C, 3A hair pattern. Oh, what the heck? Then you will see a girl that's just as that's lighter than me, and she will have 4C hair. You understand? Right? So it's like you can never look at things like that and think, well, I got it all figured out. Genetics are crazy. DNA is really, really crazy. It is a real thing. You understand? But it's like for me, Marlene, I truly understand. I really, because in everything, all that I do, so help me God, I try to always see both sides. And I really do try to have empathy for people because I understand America's racist. America is racist. It's not just a matter of like, oh, we're going to hate you because you're Black. But even within the Black community, we're going to make sure that y'all hate each other too, whether it's per complexion, per gender, per income, per education level. This is what they do. See, in Africa, for example, the way white people always get us is through like ethnic wars, right? You understand? Exactly. The way they get us is always through ethnic, like, oh, this ethnicity is fighting this ethnicity, wumpty wump wump. And these goofy ass people, they always fall for that. And that's what the whites want to see. It's not enough for them to be racist. They have to make sure that even within the Black community, people hate themselves. So they'll find a way to say, okay, light skin is better than dark skin. Rich is better than poor. College educated is better than like a trade school. The Black woman is oppressed by the Black man. They cannot allow you to have peace because every day you need to be distracted by some goofy ass community warfare type of business, right? Because if there's nothing to distract y'all, then you will have energy to get to ask for what you're owed from these people. They don't want you to ask them for what they owe you. So they have to intentionally create turmoil, strife, throw in all these monkey wrenches every single day to make sure that you never have peace and you're always fighting. Everybody is always fighting. It never, never, never stops. You understand? And that's why Marlene, I stay away from people who always fall for the hokey doke. You got to stop when you're dealing with white people, when you are dealing with racist white people, you have to stop being so emotional. You really have to stop being so emotional because that's what they're banking on. That's what they're banking on, right? Even we're releasing this whole Uncle Shay stuff and using this girl. You don't think that Stormy Bugsy, what's his name? What's his man's name? The lawyer guy, Bugsy, Tony Bugsy, what's his name? Right? You don't even think that these white people too, they understand that when it comes to Black people, if you want to destroy a Black man, just say that he slept with a white woman or just say that he slept with a Latina. And they're like, oh, I don't care what you do then. Do whatever you want. Murder him. Throw him into the prison. They know this. They know this. Every time they want to destroy a Black man and they want to make sure he has no support from the Black community, they will tell the people, oh, he slept with a white Latina. He slept with a white woman. He slept with a white. And it always works because they study people. They study people. It's called anthropology. They have an entire field dedicated to studying of people and their behaviors and their interactions and their mindsets, et cetera, et cetera. It is called anthropology. Okay? It is called anthropology. And so when you study your people, you know what triggers them. You know what sets them off. But the problem is, because America is not like Gaza, people don't realize that they are truly living in an open concentration camp. You're not free. You're under observation. Okay? Every Black person is under observation. You don't even think like places like the Shade Room also. The Shade Room comment allows these white people to even study even like furthermore the psychology of Black people. It is called anthropology, right? You are nothing more than a specimen being studied by these white people. And they will never cease to study you, to confuse you, to cause you to fight each other because the goal is you can never take their place. You can never take their place. You cannot. Now, who they haven't studied yet are the Indians and the Asians because they're way more united And not just that, the vast majority of Indians, not just Indians, but the vast majority of Asian people and South Asian people, they practice like Buddhism, they practice Taoism, right? Which really tells the person you have to focus on your emotions, right? They put a big onus on meditation, concentration, bigger reflection. The vast majority of Black people are Christians. And you can see it in the church. It's a very emotion-filled religion. They run around the church. They're always crying. They believe in miracles. They cry and scream for miracles. They yes, Lord. Yes, Jesus, right? It's an emotional people. Asian people are a stoic people because they don't really do Christianity. They usually do Buddhism or Taoism, right? Or Confucianism. And you see, these are religions that encourages the person to actually be a thinker, not someone who reacts, right? The way Black people, because Black people have a very particular signature as to how they practice Christianity, which renders them highly superstitious, yes, excessively dependent on miracles and not actually going out there and doing something for themselves, right? They always believe whatever they're told. Matthew 24:24. They look for signs and wonders, okay? It is a highly emotional people. If you didn't even know any better, you would think that the vast majority of Black Christians are truly having a psychotic episode. They are so emotionally unregulated. And it's also the reason why the Black American church or the Black church overall is not so attractive to most Black men, because most men prefer reason. Black women prefer to be emotional. So therefore, they can never come together in a place of worship that prioritizes emotion, tears, believing in miracles, running around the church, doing all kinds of foolishness and the pirouettes. We're not doing this. You're crazy. You are truly, truly crazy, right? Asian religions, South Asian religions really focus on self-control and wants power to control your mind in order to attain nirvana. You are responsible, Maverick, hold on. You are responsible for your salvation. Nobody's coming to save you. Black Christians believe in a savior. And because of that, they will never grow up. They will never mature spiritually. They will never mature in the real life. They're not going to mature because it's a people who believe that there's a savior that is coming. Asians don't believe that there's a savior that is coming. Okay? Indians do not believe that a savior is coming. So because of that, Maverick, because of that, you can understand that it's a people that, oh my Lord. Sorry, you guys. Forgive me. Give me a second. Abby, you okay? You okay? No. You got Maverick. His nose is so stuffed. Oh my goodness. He can't even breathe. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry. Calm down. Shh. No. It's tough, isn't it? I know. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me let you know. Hold on. But you can't breathe if I don't do this. Hold on. He doesn't like the saline drops, but he can't. He has bad allergies. Anybody has allergies right now? Okay, man. I got you. I know. You guys are fine. I'm sorry. Sorry. You feel better now? You okay? Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. He has allergies. Hey, More. He has bad allergies. And I wonder if he's not teething also, because you got to give him the saline stuff. He doesn't like it. Oh gosh, he hates it. Hold on. Let me play this video for you. Hold on. So that way I can take care of him a little bit. It's right here. Let me play this. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me play
it. And another person who needs help is Shannon Sharpe. Shannon is actually being sued for $50 million by one of his ex-girlfriends. Now, the girlfriend in question is named Gabriella, and she accused Shannon of putting his hands on her. She accused him of being controlling and manipulative. She claims that he essayed her and battered her and also caused her to have emotional distress. She said that he forced himself on her multiple times, including anally, and she accused him of recording her without her consent or knowledge. And she brought up that whole incident that Shannon had with Michelle. Y'all remember that whole incident? Shannon accidentally went on IG Live and he was recording himself getting freaky with this woman named Michelle.
That's my Michelle.
That whole stunt Shannon pulled with Michelle was very, very messy. I don't believe it was an accident. I think Shannon planned it himself to bring publicity to this male enhancing product that he was promoting. He probably thought it was going to be a good PR tactic, but it was absolutely messy. It made him look sloppy and unprofessional. And not to mention, it pissed off Gabriella because she was mad that he cheated on her with Michelle. Also, Gabriella used this incident to actually accuse him of recording her without her consent. And she also brought up other allegations against him as well. As I was looking at the details of this lawsuit, I kind of thought to myself, I don't know if I believe everything. I do kind of get the feeling that this is a cash grab. And once I saw that Tony Busby was representing her, I was like, yeah, this don't look good. Because you know Tony is good for extorting celebrities and trying to get them to settle with their accusers, even if they didn't do anything wrong. And he tried to do this to Jay-Z, but Jay-Z...
You know what? And you know what? Like, sorry, you guys. Sorry, I have to take a break. And you know what? Even sitting here too, if it's, listen, if it's me, listen, I don't trust anything. I'm telling you, this country's racist. It could also be the case that with Shannon Sharpe, if they came to him with a contract, right? It's $100 million for whatever it is. It could also be that Shannon said, I need this. I need like certain things in the contract have to change, right? He could have asked for modification in the contract. Right now, if they don't want to give you those modifications, they could also trigger this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know how like when you buy stocks, you can buy a long position and you can also buy a short position on the same stock, right? You can pay money that is going to fail, and you can also pay money that's going to succeed. Like Goldman Sachs, they do that a lot. Like they buy long and short position on the same thing. It's really, really crazy. So what I mean by that is, let's say you're working with company A, right? And they come to you and they say, okay, we're offering you $100 million because we want to own your stuff in perpetuity. Now, it could truly be that company A doesn't even really want to pay you $100 million. Maybe they want to pay you like $50 million, right? But they give a big number to get you to come and have the conversation. You say, okay, it's a good number, but I want this, and that, right? The reality is, not only do they not want to pay you this money, they don't even want to honor all these this, and that. Does that make sense? So what they do is they take a short position, which is which lawyer do we know that we can activate to apply financial pressure? Because the fact that she's suing for $50 million, that like his offer on the table is currently $100 million. Listen to me, right? She's suing for $50 million. Then you can say, if you're Shannon Sharpe, I don't know what his financial stuff looks like, if he's liquid like that, you know, or if he can even win the lawsuit, because that's always something you have to consider. Is this worth fighting, or do I pay some money and I'm done with this? You got to really think about that. These are real things. Now, what that does for Shannon Sharpe is that it adds pressure. He might act like he's okay with it, but any lawsuit, especially one that involves sexual allegations, no matter even if you're innocent, it always sticks to you. It's bad for the brain. It's bad for business. So what that does is it now puts you under duress. So now you're negotiating at the table, but you're under duress, right? And you could say, you know what? I'll sign this deal if we can do this, and that. They're like, oh, you know what? Because now you have a lawsuit. That $100 million offer we had yesterday is no longer valid because we're not truly sure if the brand is really going to stay. We're not going to sure if you can even if you'll make it out this lawsuit. It was always the plan. Like, people have to learn this. I'm telling you this. The white guy told you. He said Americans don't respect their oath. Okay, the Muslim brother told y'all. Right? They are not capable of honoring contracts. This is the game they play. If you study the history of Sam Cooke, this is what got Sam Cooke killed. Okay? But the problem is too many Black people don't know their history. So when stuff happens, they're like, oh, no, this has happened before. There is nothing new under the sun. Right? Sam Cooke had a Jewish Ashkenazi Jewish manager. Okay, his name was Klein. Let me show you his face. Give me a second. Okay, Sam Cooke and Klein. That's his name, right? Okay. Okay. So this dude right here was his manager. You understand? He came to Sam Cooke because he wanted his masters. Sam Cooke said, I'm not giving you my masters. He thought the man was playing. He asked him again. Hey, Jenny. Once he got tired, guess what they did? They set him up. He got killed. He got killed because allegedly he was trying to have sex with a prostitute. I'm like, you get to a point, you recognize who's behind this because they use the same trick all the time. But the problem is, when I was in college, right, I had a professor, he was black, Professor Dennis Fredlich. And he was on the podium and he said, when I was growing up, they said, if you don't want the blacks, I guess you don't want to use the N-word, if you don't want the blacks to find out, put it in a book because they'll never read it, right? And this is why time and time again, black people fall for the same foolishness, right? They fall for the same foolishness, whether it's the person under attack or it's the black community responding to it, it's always the same outcome. Right? The failure always looks the same, and the community mindset around it is always the same because people don't read. Like it's a real thing. So Sam Cooke said he's not going to sell the masters. So what does the man does? He set him up. But Sam Cooke didn't know. Because the thing about these white folks, once you tell them no, you got to be woke. Do not say no to white people and think that you can just live your life casually. They don't forgive. They do not forgive. You see this whole situation with Carmelo and Austin, right? How dare Carmelo stand up for himself? You understand me, right? They take so much offense to a black person saying, I want this, or I'm worth this. They take offense to that. So once you have said no to these people, you need to be extremely careful. Because like the devil, they're gonna be roaming around you. They're gonna get your ass. You need to be very careful. You see, so Sam Cooke, there's an Asian prostitute, and then the black woman who shot him, she was the concierge, right? And I'm sure all that too was planned. It was very, very bizarre because allegedly Sam Cooke slept with the lady and he didn't want to pay her the $100. So the black woman comes there and she just starts shooting and she shot him. When they got his body, let me see if you can see his body. When they got his body, right? He was like naked. You see, that's the hotel room right there, right? And his body was hanging out from the room. Like his body was just hanging out, because she just came in there. Here she is. There's the black woman who did that. Okay, let me see where she is. Okay, see, here's the Asian. You see, that's it. It never fails. Because, like I said, it never fails. Let me see, where is it? Boom. Okay, here's the so-called Asian prostitute. Asian sex worker, something crazy like that, right? Because it's all a setup. It is all a setup. It could have been that this girl went into his room. They never even had sex, but it doesn't matter. Because over here, people believe the worst things. People will believe you're black and you're a black man. Oh, yeah, you did that stuff, right? You did it. Okay? So this is the lady, Elisa Boyer. Okay? The woman, let me see if you can, hold on. The woman Cooke picked up during an evening of drinking at an Italian restaurant, took to the seedy motel miles away. She claimed he tried to grape her. There you go. And she fled with his clothes. Girl, what? Cooke's family always disputed her account and portrayed her as a hustler and the Jack rolling scheme. Okay. Now here's the black woman. Okay. Mrs. Bertha Lee Franklin looks okay. So she went and grabbed this gun. She runs in there and she just killed him. But I also think she was paid to do that. Okay. Okay. The family believed, there you go. It never fails, y'all. It never fails. The family believed that Boyer lured Cooke to the motel in a classic John role in which his clothing was taken with his wallet in order to prevent the victim from pursuing. Perpetrators of this kind of operation usually work in collusion with room renters and often have pimps and thumpers on hand in case the victim gets unruly. All of this sounds like a possible scenario. No connection, of course, between three women involved was ever established and no evidence of enforcers even brought forward. There you go. Okay? Makes sense? This is how he died because he didn't want to sell his masters. You understand? If you remember also, Chris Brown, the day Chris Brown announced that he had finally had his masters, the same day he was arrested in Paris. And he was being accused of raping somebody, right? You understand? There's something about ownership. in this country for Black people that brings harm to people, right? Steve Harvey, I don't know if you guys remember this, Steve Harvey also wanted ownership for his TV shows. He was talking to once again, is an Ashkenazi Jew at NBC Universal, right? And the man said, nope. And that said he canceled all of Steve Harvey's shows. It never fails, y'all. Pay attention. You ask for your masters, you're going to die. You don't want to give them ownership, they will do something to you. It is not a joke. And this is why, here's what I will say, is that especially if you don't want to get, even Michael too, right? But Michael, the issue was not just his masters. It was the fact that he also had the masters of the Beatles, right? With Michael Jackson, it's not just his masters. It's that he also purchased the masters of the Beatles, right? And if you remember, hold on. You see this, right? And that's in 1995. What an incredible power move. And if you remember that goofy ass man who did the Michael Jackson interview, right? He looks like he was Indian or something like that. He was like, oh, Michael's broke. And so many people went along believing him. But how can he be broke if he owns the masters of the Beatles? And John McCartney was really mad because he thought Michael was going to sell it back to him. Michael said, no, it's business, right? So he had he had the masters of the Beatles. So I'm sure the Michael Jackson estate still has that. Then there was also his masters. And one that was really contested is that Quincy Jones wanted the masters to Thriller. He didn't have the masters to Thriller, right? So you see Quincy Jones weaponizing Oprah Winfrey to always attack Michael Jackson. But we also know who gave Oprah her big break. It was Quincy Jones with The Color Purple, right? I swear, I feel like people don't like to connect the dots. There's always a bigger reason as to why they're attacking you. Me, Marlene, what I feel like when it comes to Uncle Shay Shay and this lawsuit, what I truly feel like I am looking at, I feel like they want to have a man at a negotiation table that is going to sell his show for dirt cheap. That's what's coming to my spirit. They want to have a man sitting down negotiating his contract on how he's going to sell Club Shay Shay for dirt cheap. You understand? And it's the same old Black American men having sex over here, over there, one, getting sued so that you have the pressure. It's like you can take it to court, see how you do. But with the media, the way they know how to weaponize it, Carmelo is 17. He's not even rich. Look at what they're doing to Carmelo. Now you, who is even bigger, let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. And that's why many times people actually settle because they use the media to truly apply pressure. They use the media to truly apply pressure. So the ultimate goal is you want to bring somebody to the table that is truly under duress and that is short on cash. That's what you want. And then whatever you offer him, whatever kind of horrible deal you offer him, he will sign it. Once he signs the contract under duress, this demon, he disappears. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a warfare from two angles, but it's coming from the same house. Hopefully y'all get my point. It could also be that the way he left ESPN and the fact that he's making more money without ESPN and they don't have the ability to control how much money he makes and they're not able to make money off of him. It could be that the people at ESPN and Disney, because Bob Iger is extremely petty. It could also be that they also want this because they don't like how well he's doing without them. It could be either or. Because even the guy he was with, Kip, whatever his name is, I don't know how that white man is doing with that TV show on ESPN, right? Because it's about money. White people are extremely greedy, right? If you used to work for them and they could cap how much money you make, you leave these people, you go on YouTube, and now you are getting more views than they're getting, right? You're putting all their shows to shame. It's your views, your watch time, your retention, right? Your ability to connect with people, all of that, it triggers people. And we know what white people do when they're triggered. Like it's a real thing. It really, really is a real thing. They get triggered, right? We even saw white to white, Facebook and Snapchat, right? When the white boy refused to sell to Mark Zuckerberg, we woke up the next day. Mark stole everything from Snapchat. He stole everything from Snapchat, right? This is how they look at business. This is how they do it. Now, my thing is where I would say what I would have said, what the advice I would give to someone like Uncle Shay Shay is that when you get to a certain age, it's truly better for you to just be married. You understand? Like even Jay-Z, right? If he was not married to Beyonce, he would not be faring well right now. Because people have to stop acting like, oh my gosh, Jay-Z had sex with a 15-year-old. It's like, it's so impossible. Be quiet, okay? You know dang well that Foxy Brown was 14. The saving grace for Jay-Z, which is why they've been pushing Blue Ivy out there a bit more, is that he's married to Beyonce and he has children. So he's been able to rebrand himself as this father figure, husband to Beyonce, daddy of Blue Ivy, okay? But we grew up with Jay-Z. We used to watch BET After Dark, okay? We grew up listening to freaking Foxy like she was 21, 25. The whole time she was 14 years old, talking about Endo Ninja like the one I got and all this foolishness. So it's not impossible. It is not improbable. Absolutely not. But the fact that he's married and people love who he's married to, and they're pushing their daughters out there like that, it makes people have more sympathy for him. Like, oh my God, we don't want to see this black family get ruined. Okay, but please, even Beyonce, when he met her, allegedly she was 17. So let's not do this, huh? Yes, that's what he's doing. But because the problem also, whether it's Uncle Shannon, whether it's Diddy, whether it's like Kanye or who else, R. Kelly, these are unmarried men. They're not married. So there's nothing for them to hide behind, right? Jay-Z, he hides behind Beyonce and Beyonce's image. He hides behind Blue Ivy. You understand? But we've been outside, okay? We have been outside. Foxy was like 14 years old when she signed to him, and she was out here singing this foolishness. I think Blue is like 12. So like in 2 years, she'll be Foxy's age when her father signed her, right? We have heard videos of Jay-Z saying that if Rihanna does not sign the contract, she can either leave through a window or she can leave through God knows what. I'm like, a window? You're going to throw her ass through a window? Like, what is this? Okay? He's a sketchy person. Okay? He's a sketchy person. But the fact that he is married to the right person, it provides a covering for him. You understand? It provides a covering for him. And like the Muslim brother said yesterday, when you're able to get away from evil, it's not because oh, look at him, like, oh, he was able to beat the case, right? It's because you belong to this dunya. You belong to this dunya. But Marlene, I was a child, and I remember Foxy Brown. So people can go wherever they want to go with this foolishness. Foxy was 14 years old, singing all this nasty stuff, this foolish stuff. It was so disgusting. Me, when I found out she was 14 and that, like, you were 14? Where the hell was your mother? Right? But Diddy's not married. Shannon is not married. Kanye is not married. This, and that. So when you don't have this like family unit to hide behind, right? It's easier for people to attack you, and it's easier for it to stick on you, right? So that's what that is. But I'm like, let's not do this. But Uncle Shay Shay, whoever wants your show, they obviously want it bad enough that they are willing to ruin your life. Same thing with Diddy. Who knows what they asked of Diddy, and Diddy said no. And well, there you go. Right? Because all this like homeland security thing at his house, it was to get those tapes. They went there to get those tapes, which lets you know that even somebody in Joe Biden's government is helping out. Because there's no way Homeland Security can come to his house if somebody in Biden's administration was not involved in that too. You understand me, right? Because why Homeland Security? Why not even just like the feds or like the FBI? No, they brought Homeland Security. This is crazy, right? So then you got to start thinking, who in Joe Biden's administration could have been involved in this whole Diddy thing, right? Because it's like for Diddy, it's not even, oh, because of Cassie. No. They don't care about Cassie. But they used Cassie because they had a bigger plan for him. You understand? But first, what they have to do is, because these people, like, let me tell you something, okay? Kanye's not really married. Nobody takes that girl Bianca seriously. Are they even married for real? The thing about these people, when they wage war on you, there's like, they go step by step. Like, first is your public image. Then it's like getting your community to turn their backs on you. Then it's this, then it's this, then it's this. They have levels. Like, there's like a procedure, okay, on how they're going to attack you. You understand? But Cassie was the perfect victim. Because I told you, I said Cassie is very pretty, right? Cassie is very pretty per, I guess, like American standards, okay? Because some people might not find her pretty. I don't know, right? But, sorry, right? Cassie is very pretty, right? So how many people are truly going to believe that she wanted to do those freaky things, right? There's no way she could be freaky. There's no way she could like drugs. There's no way, there's no way, there's no way. Because people believe that only men can be perverted, right? But when you read the lawsuit carefully, she was the one picking out the man. Now she can say, oh, Diddy made me do it. Did he put a gun to your head? When you sat on those computers looking and scouring for big black plantains, did he put a gun to your head? Right? Right? When she was taking ketamine, was there a gun to her head? Right? Like me, when I read that lawsuit, there were a lot of parts that were extremely suspicious. But she's very pretty and she looks innocent. Right? So if she recounts those things, people will say, oh no, he had to make her do this. He had to. There's no way. There's no way she would have done any of these things. There's no way. As if they know her personally. As if they know her personally. Okay. As if they know how she likes sex, the kind of way. There are people out there. Yeah. Oh, you see? There are people out there. If you knew anything about their sexual life, you would be stunned. Like, no, there's no way. You can't tell how somebody is behind closed doors. But it's believable because she's very pretty and she looks innocent. Right? So if she recounts all these crazy things, like, oh my gosh, there's no way. There's no way. He made her. He made her. Because people think they always know. It's American people, y'all. You know, they grew up here. All they do is watch movies all day. So they think they can recognize evil and good. You know, because evil is always dark and good is always light. I mean, look at all these Disney movies, right? Especially Maleficent, right? Maleficent, Black, Ursula, Black, you name it. Even Sleeping Beauty, even on Snow White, the witch, when she came, she was wearing black. And it could be subconsciously that they're trying to imply something. What do I know? Okay, you see? Maleficent, what is she wearing? Black. Okay, cool. Right? Snow White, the witch. I can't type to save my life. Okay, what is she wearing? Black. Okay, cool. Right? Ursula. Okay. You see, a black octopus, right? But I'm like, you can go through all these Disney movies. There's always black, some color black, some outfit black, something black associated with a villain, right? And good is always white. And people don't even realize that. But little subliminal messages like this, right? So then when it comes to real life, this is how you're going to look at life through the stuff you've seen in the movies or on Disney, right? This is how it goes. But when you look at Cassie, the way she looks, she seems very innocent. She seems very quiet. She seems like she's a sweetheart. You know, there is no way that she would willingly agree to any of this. There is no way. Hey, Lacey, right? There is no way that Cassie would want to have sex with that many men. There is no way that Cassie could be turned on by these big eggplants, right? Everything is Diddy. Of course, because it's believable, right? In a racist society, it is extremely believable because anytime a black person gets next to a white-skinned person, they bring corruption. Maverick, right? Yeah, white good, black bad. White magic is good, black magic is bad. Yes, that's the theme with these racists, right? Black people bring a plague. Black people bring an infestation. Black people bring contagion. Black people bring corruption, right? Because by themselves, these white-skinned people will never do such a thing. It's the blacks, right? It's the blacks. They bring this perverse infestation. They bring their perverse morality. It's the blacks who corrupt people. So there's no way Cassie could have wanted any of this, right? Of course. And they're going to believe it, right? And that's why, I'm going to say this. If you're a black man, especially if you're dark skinned and you are rich or you aspire to be rich, you need to get married. You know what I'm saying? Because it really is a protection for you. It really is. Get married, have some children. And if people also like your wife, it will be even more of a protection for you. If people like your children, it will be even more of a protection for you. And maybe that's why they never tried Denzel Washington. right? Because I don't believe that Denzel Washington is squeaky clean. I don't believe that, right? I do not believe that Denzel Washington is squeaky clean. He is a person. What person do you know has never made any mistake? And all the years he's been in Hollywood, it is not possible. There's money there, there's fame there, there's ego. People give him so much praise. And if you remember, I don't know if you guys ever seen the old Denzel. I didn't even know he had a gap. Did you know he had a gap? I didn't know he had a gap, right? You see? So I think people don't realize, like, I think sometimes people feel as though because you've made money now, because you're making money now, because you're sexy now, you're a sex icon now, you got a beautiful body now, that it means that all your trauma from your younger years, you're healed. No. A lot of people haven't healed from their past. They just look like they're okay. You know, a lot of people, men and women, still carry, they still, hey Mary, they still carry scars from their youth. You know what I mean? Like, you might say to yourself, like me, Marlene, in my eyes, Denzel Washington will always be like a sex icon. I mean, that's Denzel, right? But you'll never know what it feels like for him to have the gap. And you see, even that too, because he was made fun for his gap, right? But it's like if you're West African, especially if you're Ghanaian, Janet is Ghanaian. Like for Ashanti people, like Ivory Coast and Ghana, people who have a gap, it is seen as a sign of beauty. And that's usually how you even recognize a West African, especially Ghanaian or Ivorian. They have a gap. Like in Ashanti culture, it is beautiful. They like people that have a gap, and they like people that have like the neck. Like some people have like a really cut up neck, right? For them, it's a sign of beauty. But that's when you're among your own people. When you are stolen and you're brought here to this crazy land, anything about you that does not fit like the Western type of beauty, that is too reminiscent of like a West African beauty, you'll be shamed for. You'll be made fun of for. You understand? Like, remember that one time we watched a video about like Clarence Thomas and the kids were calling him America's, they call him ABC. It was America's blackest child. Like, what the freak is that? You people are weird. You understand? But if you're someone and you grew up in Senegal, right? Hold on. Right? If you grew up in Senegal, the vast majority of people in Senegal are dark skinned. It's not a problem. You know, everybody is dark skinned. It's not a big deal. Everybody is dark skinned. And sometimes they can get really, really dark because, you know, there's a lot of salt. It's dark and it's very salty. So a lot of people are to like see him. People are very, very dark. It is not a problem. It's really not a problem, right? But when you come to America, where white is considered the epitome of beauty, then it's like biracials. Imagine having such dark skin over here. It's like you stick out. Then you might even say to yourself, like, damn, like, how come nobody like assaulted my grandmother? Like, how come nobody assaulted my great-great-grandmother? Right? Isn't that crazy? You understand? Because they will make you feel like there's something wrong with you because you don't have what we're looking for when it comes to what we consider to be beautiful. You understand? As if white people are even beautiful themselves. The vast majority of white people, even white celebrities, they're not beautiful people. They're not beautiful. I'm not trying to be funny, but the most beautiful people in the world are not white people. They're not white people, and they're definitely not white women. They're not the most beautiful people in the world, right? But when you are living in a racist country, an apartheid state, right, they will even brainwash you into making you believe that white people are beautiful. They're not beautiful. Even what they want, like the straight nose, the blonde hair, the blue eyes. Many of these whites don't even have it. Many whites have to go get rhinoplasty, right? What's her name? What's the girl who was married to Brad Pitt? Jennifer Aniston. Okay, hold on. Right? Before and after. Okay. Can I make this bigger? Right? You see? She got her nose done. Look at her nose. Because she had that real Jewish nose, huh? She got the European Jewish nose. She got it done. Okay? They get things done. They bleached her hair. You see? They bleached her hair. Look how, you see? She's actually a brunette. She's not even a blonde herself. Oh, you see? She's an actual brunette. You see? So that's why even they themselves, even white people themselves, they look at her nose. You see? Look at her nose. You see this? You see? Look at her nose. Like even they themselves don't even meet the standards of beauty they set for other people. Do not believe these people, y'all. Everything they sell you is a damn scam. The vast majority of white women in Hollywood have had Botox, rhinoplasty, the eyelid surgery, wumpty wump wump, pumping up and up and up and up. You name it. They've had everything done to themselves. And also, these are the same white people who will tell you that dark skin is not pretty, but they're always out in the sun tanning. They're always at the booth, at some tanning booth, burning themselves like crispy chicken. Okay? This is what they do. So that's why you have to truly learn to like not just decolonize your mind, but to understand that, hey, this is who I am. You know what I'm saying? You have to accept your cultural DNA and you have to learn to be okay with it. Because even they themselves do not even fit the beauty requirements that they want you to believe is what makes a white person beautiful, right? I even showed y'all Megyn Kelly. I said, look at Megyn Kelly's nose, right? You can tell that she's had her nose done. You see? Megyn Kelly has had her nose done. You can see it. You can see it. Look, you see? You can see it. The nose changed. You can see it. You see? You see? And like, look, and this is actually worse because now it's crooked. Now it's actually crooked. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Give me a second. Stop sharing. Hold on. Do not fall for the hokey doke. Do not fall for this foolishness. Okay? Yes, Maverick. Okay? Look at her nose. This is not her original nose. And she's a gingerhead. She's not even a blonde herself. So it's like it's a bunch of people who are unattractive, who gaslight themselves and gaslight other people into hating themselves. How often do you walk outside and you really see a really naturally attractive white woman? Like, damn, this lady's beautiful. How often? Right? How often do you walk outside and you say, damn, like this white boy he's handsome? How often? And for the most part, if you find somebody of white skin that's beautiful, they're usually mixed. They're not even white, right? You understand? They're usually mixed. How often do you go outside and you just see this gorgeous, like naturally beautiful, exquisite white woman? Like, damn, that's a beautiful woman right there. How often? Okay, sure. How often do you go outside and you'll see a white man and be like, damn, that's a beautiful, handsome white man. Like, he's really, really handsome. How often? Right? We are so quick to believe the lies of these people that we don't even take a second and think like, okay, but they themselves are not beautiful, right? They're also average. Okay, they're also very, very average. So they put these beauty standards that they themselves don't even meet. They have to go get surgery. They have to bleach their hair. Even Megyn Kelly, she wears extension. They have to wear extensions. They have to do Botox. They have to do like dermaplaning. They have to go do a brow lift, do this. They're always doing something to themselves because they themselves are not naturally beautiful. You understand? But like anybody who doesn't love themselves, they also have to make you hate yourself. You gotta be like, no, I love myself. I'm not white. I can never look like you. You know what I'm saying? Why would me? I'm West African. Why would I want to have a straight nose? Like that makes no sense. That really makes no sense. Like for what reason? Right? And I've said this before. I will never do my nose. Like when I was younger, I used to think about that because you're young and you're dumb. But I'm glad I never touched my nose. I don't want to touch my nose. You know? And today you have so many. Let me show you somebody. Let me show you someone. Okay? You have this young girl. You have this black girl. Like it's so sad what she looks like now. Okay, hold on. If I can find the pictures, right? Her name is Kika. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her. She goes by Kika Goodhair, right? Kika, she's Nigerian, right? This is how she used to look. This is how she used to look. I'm like, there was nothing wrong with this young lady. There was nothing wrong with this young lady, right? This is how she used to look. You know what I mean? But this is what they do to you. And also, she's always in England. So when you are always in a predominantly white society, you're going to have mental issues. Yes, Mammy, hold on. You're going to have mental issues, right? There was nothing wrong with Kika. You're Nigerian. What nose do you think you should have? What nose? Oh no, I'm West African, I'm Nigerian, but I'm gonna go put the nose of a white woman on my face. Are you okay? Even white people don't even have these nose. A lot of white people have a bump in their nose. Why are you doing this to yourself? There was nothing wrong. Even Chioma. Chioma also went and messed up her face, right? Because they live in these goofy ass Western societies, and they want. So hold on, Maverick, and they don't know how to love themselves, right? You see, Kika, it's like I'm like, Kika, what have you done to yourself? What have you done to yourself? What have you done to yourself? Right? Here they are. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you. Because I remember them. Because, you know, anybody that used to follow this, like they used to send stuff to Beauty by JJ, remember? Because Beauty by JJ was the first one to review their stuff. Look at Kika. Like, what is wrong? Right? This is Kika and Chioma. Again, what is wrong? Like, seriously, what is wrong? You know what I'm saying? What is wrong? I like it. This is just crazy. People are West African and they want to look like they have European noses. It will never fit your face. You understand? Like Janet, for example. Janet has a very straight nose. Like sometimes you'll find Ghanaian girls. You'll have Ghanaian girls that have like these straight nose, whatever. But because it was made by God, it just fits. It just fits right. And it goes with her face. Like Janet, her nose goes with her face. My nose goes with my face. You have to learn to love yourself. Like you are crazy. These girls are going to Turkey and they're having a Turkey person give them these like Pinocchio noses. You got that? It's so insane. Have you seen these black noses out of Turkey? Like it's just, I'm like, what are you people doing? What are you people doing to yourselves? Right? You have to learn to love yourself. You really do. Because white people themselves are gaslighting you because they themselves do not even fit those beauty standards. There is nothing wrong with you. Right? Now you go, sorry, hold on. Let me go to Instagram. Let me go to Instagram. Yes, Maddie. Mommy's too loud, huh? I'm sorry. Okay. Let me see if I can find her. What is her page? Okay, that's her, right? Yeah. I'm like, what is this? You see? Now this is her. And I'm like, it looks like it hurts. You see that? It looks like it hurts. I'm like, Kika, what have you done to yourself? Look at this. And I don't even think this girl is 30. But just imagine how she's going to age. Look at her. I'm like, what have you done? Right? You see? And then it's the fake nose. They go to Turkey. They get this Pinocchio nose thingy. And then they get the lip fillers. They get Botox. They get their lips filled. But I'm like, you're already black. Black women naturally have big lips. Why do you need your lips to be filled? I'm like, you see, foolishness. And the funny thing about this, oh no, it's Marlene. You ever heard of the German actress Marlene Dietrich? Right? Marlene Dietrich. Yes, it's Marlene. I think that's where my parents got that from. Marlene Dietrich, so they didn't mean Marlene. You know, and the funny thing is, when they do the whole rhinoplasty thing, they still have to contour. So I'm like, what's the point of doing this? You still have to contour your nose. If this is not enough. This is insanity. This is real insanity. She has to be like, if I'm 40, she got to be in her 30s. But I'm like, how is she going to look at 40 and 50? You see? I'm like, this is insanity. This is really insanity. You have to learn to love yourself. And you have to understand that these Europeans, these beauty standards they set for everybody, they themselves, Mavi, they themselves do not even fit. Mavi's out here just having fun. They themselves do not even fit those beauty standards. You know, because you guys, let me tell you this. I don't care who you are. Oh, I don't care. You're black, white, Latino, I don't care. You're a man or woman, I don't care. You're a girl or a boy, I don't care. You're rich or poor, I don't care. You're educated, uneducated, whatever that's supposed to mean, I do not care. You're gay, you're straight, or whatever, I do not care. Everybody wants to feel beautiful. You understand? Everybody wants to feel beautiful. Everybody wants to feel like when I go places, oh, thank you. Somebody will find me beautiful. Somebody will find me attractive. And you see, I think you guys can see now, for a black man, it can lead to these weird sexual relationships with these white women, these white-skinned Latinas, because this is something they wanted all of their lives, but they couldn't get it naturally. And now that they have money, they're going after that with money, right? You see also with the black women, whether it was like, oh, I was called dark skin or whatever, today it's the skin bleaching. Even wearing the weave, it's never modest. You know, you can have like a short wig, a regular size. No, it has to be 40 inches, 60 inches, right? The surgery. It's not even like, okay, pinch my nose a little bit. It's like, no, all the way. Take everything. Cut up all my nostrils, right? Do something weird to my cheeks. Do this. I hope you guys can see that all of us as Black people, we are suffering. We are truly suffering. And if you don't seek help for the things you didn't have growing up, like the lack of affirmation, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not, Mavi. Do y'all hear Maverick? Mavi, what are you doing? I'm talking to your aunties and uncles. You're making a scene. You're loud. What's happening? What's happening, little man? Give me a little second. I'll be right with you, okay? Maverick is too funny. Okay? You guys, seeking love and Maverick is too funny. Seeking love and validation will hurt you. Now, I will not pretend to not have I have a bias for Uncle Shay. That's for fact. But I also feel as though the way Uncle Shay grew up, I don't think he was affirmed. I don't think they had their mom. And, and sometimes I really wish, and that's not just for him, but anybody who is hurting from their childhood, not being told they're pretty, not being told they're beautiful, not being told you matter, like never being invited to a school dance, right? Or even going to a school dance and hey, Bruna, and nobody wanted to dance with you. Nobody wanted to invite you to prom. People cracking stupid jokes about your complexion, about your nose, your lips, and all of that. You think you've moved on from that, but it probably is still in there. You understand? And the sad thing is that when people come into a lot of money, you would think they would take the money and go get the help they need. Well, thank you, Lacey. You would think they would go get the money and take the money and go get the help they need and truly talk about their trauma. But no, they go shopping, they go drinking, they go smoking, they start having casual sex with random people instead of saying, but what the freak is that about? And where I also, it is me, where I will also stand up for Black men is that they don't have a lot of spaces to talk about how they, like their stuff. Oh, why are you crying? We'll talk about that. Black women can talk about everything. What it was like growing up dark skinned, what it was like growing up like this, what it was like growing up like this. You understand? But the older I have gotten, and maybe it has to do with marriage too, I come to realize that men have feelings. Black men also have feelings. I wasn't always this wise. Like the brother said yesterday, the Muslim brother said yesterday, when you meet a wise person, it's not because they decided to be wise. Is that, he's like, you are looking at a wise, he said, what, a survivor or something like that? It's a real thing. I remember one time, Jimmy and I got into this argument. I don't know, but my mouth was just going like 1,000 miles per minute. And then he looked at me and I could really see he was really sad. And I was like, oh, Marlene, what did you say? I said, Jesus. I don't even know how to explain it, y'all. He just looked at me in a way, and I just knew it was one or two words too many. And that day I felt really bad, because Jimmy's really big. I told you, I'm like, he's 6'7", like the dude's like, he's really big. So sometimes I think when it comes to big people don't think they have feelings. But what does the size of a person have to do with their heart? Everybody has feelings. You see? And I promise you, that was in New Orleans. Ever since then, I have been very, very mindful how I speak to him, because I'm like, you can't be married to someone and then you're always the one that says the meanest things to a person. That's utterly disgusting. You guys, I felt so convicted. Even now, you have moments like you'll get on my nerves. I'm like, oh, Jimmy, you're crazy, child. Diddy, you're crazy. I just walk away because you make a choice, right? You make a choice. I remember too, because he has an older sister. Her name is Felicia. Hey, Fifi. Right. And I know, in the beginning, we met, it was cool. And when stuff went and one time her and I got into a fight. You guys, Marlene, I was just so reckless. Oh, my Lord. Jesus Christ. I swear sometimes I look at the things that have came out of my mouth, you guys, I just want to melt. Like, oh, Jesus, make me disappear. But at that moment, I felt justified because you think, oh, you're hurt. So you have the right to just talk to people any kind of way. Y'all, I was really crazy, y'all. I really was. So then one day, we're at the parents' house and we're taking the kids out swimming because one thing about her, his older sister, Felicia, one thing about her, one thing I will always give her credit for, she loves my children. She really does. For real, for real. Even now, she lives all the way like near Fredericksburg. Like, she'll come see the kids. Like she's crazy, right? I'm like, you are crazy. Like she just loves these kids. And so we're going to the pool, you guys. We're going to her car to take Stefan to swimming lessons. She was sitting in her car. I'm coming in, passenger side, you guys. I opened the car door. When I tell you I saw a heart, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it was a heart. Like, I just saw her heart. It was red and it was bleeding. And the Lord said, Marlene, you did this. I said, who, me? Oh, hell no. You're lying, right? Because, like, looking to, you can call yourself a Christian, yeah, whatever. But you're not really a Christian until you learn to say sorry to people. You guys, when I opened the door, I kid you not, I was standing up like this, right? Don't look at myself. I was standing up. I opened the door. She's sitting there. And she's like, her seatbelt on. You guys, I had this vision and I saw her heart. It was red, like it was bleeding. And the Lord said, you did this. Now we go to the swimming lesson. I'm still struggling with that. I'm like, no. She asked for this. She asked for this, right? We get to the house. The Holy Spirit just wouldn't let me be happy. They just wouldn't let me have peace. I said, oh my gosh. So I had to reach out to her and be like, you know what? That one time, that one thing I said, it was completely out of pocket. And I'm so sorry. And I told him, like, when we got in that car, Jesus showed me your heart. And it was it was just so red and it was bleeding. And then he said, I did that to you. Oh my gosh, what have I done? Right? It was so fucked up, y'all. Like, even right now, I'm thinking about, oh gosh, I want to die. Okay. And then so after that, we went back to New Orleans. And then something happened. And she was starting to trigger me again. And I said to her, I said, Felicia, I already apologized to you once. And when I apologized, I really meant it. You understand me? So if I cuss you out again right now, it's as if my first apology did not mean anything. And it did. And it's not even just about you. It's about God. Because he told me, well, here's what you did. Here's what it caused. So I apologize. I don't want us to go back there again. So please stop. And thank God she listened. We've never had any issue after that. Because, if you apologize to someone and you go back and do it again, your first apology truly did not mean anything. Okay? And I also do not want the Holy Spirit oppressing me. So therefore, I don't want to say, I don't want us to do that. It's just too much. Please. And I told her, I said, please stop. You understand me? Right? It's a real thing, y'all. It really is. It's a reil thing. People have feelings. Big people, small people, medium people. Everybody has feelings. And I repeat, part of living in a civilized society is being mindful of people's feelings. I can't tell you, don't say what you feel. But what you feel does not have to cut somebody to the white meat, especially if that's someone that you're married to, that's your child, like that's your family. There is a way of talking to people. There is a way. There truly is a way. And maybe there's even a better way. But a lot of people are just too lazy or just lack the class to learn how to talk to people. And even when you're convicted that what you said could have really hurt somebody, you still don't want to apologize, right? But I'm like Uncle Shay Shay, the way he grew up, because I don't think he had his mom, I don't think he had his dad. He grew up with his grandmother. And I do believe she really loved him. But even grandma, she was on survival mode. She was on survival mode. I do not believe that they grew up with affection, right? And maybe for her, she thought she was giving them affection. But the way they live out there in the backwoods of Georgia, I don't think these people grew up with affection. Being poor, being dark-skinned, right? A grandma that used to wash clothes. His grandmother used to wash clothes for white people. You understand? I can only imagine the kind of clothes they wore to school. I can only imagine the kind of shoes they wore to school. You see, the thing about this world, especially here in America, because people act like white people, the vast majority of people, it doesn't matter their complexion, it's their psychology. The vast majority of people have the psychology of white Americans. Is that when they're mad at you, they never try to see the entirety of you. You did something wrong, therefore I hate you. They never try to understand, but why are you like this? Because it's quite obvious that Uncle Shay Shay has a problem. He has a problem with sex. He has a problem with getting sex from younger women. He has a problem with getting sex from people who are white or like Latinas, right? So then we got to ask ourselves, how did you become this person? What made you this person? Why are you like this? right? And it could be because now now with the podcast, I'm gonna show us Maverick. Okay, now with the podcast, he's making more money than he ever made in the NFL. So it could be there are things in the NFL he couldn't do because he didn't have the coins, right? So now he takes the money that he has now with the podcast money, and he's chasing after these little girls because these are things he wished he could have done when he was younger. He didn't have the money. He didn't have the money. You understand? Refusing to get married because you don't want to be tied down to a woman. People think it's about the woman. It has nothing to do with the woman. It's about him. He needs a constant flow of validation. He needs a constant flow of people telling him, oh, you're good. Oh, look at this, daddy. Look, even the way the girl was texting him. You understand that he needs to be affirmed. The sad part is not only does he want to be affirmed by multiple women, he wants to be affirmed in the most foul way you could ever imagine. That's what the brother said. Anything that's haram, haram relationship, you jump into it. Haram love, you jump into it. Haram sex, you jump into it. There's something wrong with you. You need help. You need lots of help. Let her finish. I'm gonna play the video of how he grew up. Hold on. I'm done with this one. Let me play this one.
Fought against it. He exposed the lies and the inconsistencies in the accuser's story, and he did sue for defamation and extortion. So with that being said, this whole case that Tony is bringing up against Shannon now does make me skeptical, especially when you consider the timing. I mean, they sued him right around the time he was about to sign a $100 million deal. Come on now, that is not a coincidence. And Gabriella never went to the police about her claims, but she's trying to get 50 million. I mean, listen, this whole thing seems like a cash grab. He probably cut her off and now she's trying to get money. That is a possibility. Now, this is not.
But even that too, though. I'm gonna find the video. Do you remember that white man? You're new here, so you probably don't remember. But I will play the video because you need to know. You need to see that video. Do you remember the white man who talked about auto trashing behavior? Because the thing is, given who he is, right? When he engages sexually like that with these girls, and we know he gives them money for sex, right? It's a dangerous situation because he knows they're not there for love. And the fact that he keeps doing it, there is something sick in him that enjoys risking his entire livelihood. Because it's a risk, right? Because what? Because these girls are coming to you for money. And I'm like, this is reminding me of that man who talked about auto trashing behavior. Hold on. Mavi, what's going on?
To say that Shannon is innocent because you can't really put anything past anybody, but I still need more receipts. Now, I was looking through the text messages between Shannon and Gabriella. From the looks of it, it seems like their relationship was consensual. It was also transactional. She was giving it up and Shannon was giving her money. And I didn't get the vibe that he was forceful or controlling at all, at least from looking at these text messages. Now, we don't really know exactly what's true and what's not true. What I do know is true is Shannon was doing race play, this weird race play with Gabriella. Now, Gabriella is not black, okay? But she kept begging him for black babies. She was like, I want you to put this big black baby in me. I want this baby. I want to have genetically gifted children. She kept asking for his sperm, saying she wanted that baby gravy in her. And I was just sitting there looking like, huh? These are the type of women that Shannon goes for? Like, really? And the fact that she's been even trying so hard to have his baby says enough in itself. Like, she clearly wants to get paid. She wants money. But it's just a turnoff to see that Shannon likes to be fetishized like that. I mean, that really made me look at him differently. And it's not like I had high expectations for him, but I would think that he at least had some standards and some self-esteem. But no, I guess not. And Gabriella was also sending him other freaky text messages like this. I want to put my tongue in your hole and marry you. I want to be abused, daddy. Girl, what? I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me. She also said, tie me up like this and F me. So she wanted to be hog-tied, y'all.
I don't know how to hog-tie people. What would I hog-tie?
She also was asking him to pay her $25,000 for each butt cheek. I'm not even going to get into the rest of the text messages, but Shannon did respond to this lawsuit. And he said this lawsuit filed by Gabriella Zuniga and orchestrated by her attorney, Tony Busby, is a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. It is filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations, and it will not succeed. In her effort to extract a large financial settlement, Ms. Zuniga presented Mr. Sharpe with a secretly recorded video of a consensual sexual encounter. We believe the video has been heavily edited and taken entirely out of context, crafted to falsely portray a consensual act as non-consensual. Ms. Zuniga has refused to provide a copy of the full unedited version of the recording to Mr. Sharpe's legal team. To set the record straight, we are releasing several of Ms. Zuniga's own explicit text messages to Mr. Sharpe that clearly indicate the nature of their relationship was consensual and sexual in nature, and in many cases initiated by her with specific and graphic requests. Contrary to the allegation she makes in her lawsuit, consensual sex continued until January 2nd, 2025, the day after she asked for $25,000 per cheek, as quoted above her text message to Mr. Sharpe. Shannon went on to deny ever R-ing.
Yo, this is. I'm looking for the video. I'm looking. Y'all remember the video we watched, right, about the auto trashing behavior? Yeah, like, I'm.
Gabriella. He also said that Gabriella is trying to set him up so she could get a huge payday, and he will be fighting this case in court to defend his name. Now, I'm going to see how this whole thing unfolds. I still think this lawsuit is a money grab, and I don't think Shannon is guilty of what he was being accused of. But at the same time, I can't put anything past anybody, so I just have to wait and see what happens. But I will say this. Shannon put himself in this predicament. Like, Shannon doesn't know how to control himself, it seems. First, he went through that Michelle incident, and that was sloppy on his part. Then he got caught slipping again, and now he's caught up in this whole lawsuit. And see, things like this is what sets Shannon back. He's just too old to be going around dealing with young escorts like this. I mean, he's in his 50s, and Gabriella was like 19, 20 when they started dating. He has no business with his old self dating somebody that young. And see, Shannon needs to understand that these women, especially these non-Black women, don't like him for him. They would not give him the time of day if he didn't have money. And see, Monique tried to tell him. She was trying to warn.
I don't understand why she doesn't get that. That's exactly why he's doing it. That's exactly what he's doing it. He wants the things he could. He wants the things he could not have naturally. That's what the thrill is for him in this. That's the whole point, Maggie. That's the whole point. If he could have it naturally, he would not be risking it all for this. There's a thrill in this, and like, yeah, a guy like me couldn't have a girl like this unless I had money. Yes. It's an insecurity of his. I'm like, girl, yes.
Warn him to get somebody that actually likes him for real.
You better take your old ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn, Bo.
He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes, make some smothered turkey wings, who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon need. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl.
I do.
This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old. You trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it.
I mean, Monique tried to tell him. She tried. If he found somebody to settle down with, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. He's a public figure. He has a lot of money. He has an important job. He has too much to lose, and he can't just be out here doing anything and everything. Even if he doesn't want to get married, he could at least find a long-term partner and just be satisfied with that. But no, he wants to be out here in these streets, and then he gets surprised when he gets caught up in situations like this. He had a $100 million deal on the line, a $100 million deal, and now the whole deal is jeopardized because he's caught up in this lawsuit. It's really messy, and Shannon has nobody but himself to blame. But anyway, tell me what you all think about this video down below.
Probably wasn't until probably got to college, maybe even in professional football.
Town boasts 2 traffic lights, and most of its 3,600 residents are from local farming families who work their own land and profess their faith in the Southern Holy Trinity of church, family, and community. If outsiders know Glenville at all,
Why is there a song like this?
James, Sharpe, Marinelle. 4 girls slept in this room. This was my sister and my nephew's room right here. And this was the living room.
There's the living room right here. We used to have a telephone pole, a TV pole that you had to come out and turn so you could get the service. You know, you come out right there.
It was the norm for us, so it wasn't out of the ordinary, you know, because we didn't go to our friends' houses and we didn't know, hey, we have a bathtub and we do this. The norm for us was going to the well and getting water. The norm for us was when you had to go use the bathroom, you found a place in the woods. That was the.
So, and you see this, you guys? These are, oh my gosh, Maverick. This little person, Maddie. Come on. Son, please. Okay, Mommy is the host. You're the co-host, but you're supposed to be a quiet co-host, not a loud one. Come out. Come see your peoples. Okay. Yeah, Ruva, DM me. Okay. But do you see that these are people who grew up in America and they didn't have a toilet in their house? Right? They didn't have a toilet in their house. They didn't have running water in their house. Right? So it's like, just imagine the level of poverty that they grew up in. Because I'm like, you know, not about trying to make excuses, but for me, it's I think it's always important to try to understand, like, who am I dealing with? Who am I dealing with? Because once you understand where somebody comes from, once you understand where somebody comes from, how they were raised, the level of poverty, even the house, there's no privacy. So it's like 12 people live in that small house. There's no running water. There's no toilet. You have to go get water from a well. You would think they lived in Africa. Like, what are you talking about? These people live in Georgia. Say hi, peoples, right? I'm like, imagine what that does to a person. I'm like, what the freak? Hold on, let me keep talking.
Norm for us. So I would love to sit here and tell you how tragic it was, but it really wasn't. It was the norm for us. And it was definitely motivation, though, once we got older, that the only thing I ever wanted was to live in a house with running water.
Hey, do me a favor.
The one thing he ever wanted was to live in a house with running water. You see this? And of course he's going to say, oh, it wasn't bad. You know, it's just you coping with that. But I'm like, there comes a time you got to go get therapy for this because it had to be traumatic. You know, living your entire life as a child on survivor mode, all your elders, everybody's on survivor mode like this. It does something to a person. Poverty, excessive poverty, it does something to people. It does something to people. So imagine you grew up super poor like this. Then one day you get up, you're so rich, there's all this money. You're not going to control yourself. You're not going to control yourself. And you know he's not a Christian, so hey, you're not going to control yourself. Thank you.
Because America, they may not understand. If you want to see the bathroom here for this house, just pan to your right. All that out there, there's your restroom.
I remember, we stand in front of the fireplace and
this is for me. This is degrading. This is degrading. This is so degrading. And they want to tell you America is not racist. This is degrading.
Run in the back room and get in the bed and get up under the covers. Go into school with, smut on the back of your pants because you stood too close to the fireplace because it was.
So they went to school. They were dirty. They had stuff on their clothes. People probably made fun of them. Like me, honestly, Uncle Shay Shay, I don't think he's a mean person. I don't think he's a bad person. But I think he has a lot of pain. And he's using sex to fill that up. And he's gonna get into some trouble with that. You have to go get help. You have to go sit down with a therapist. You got to sit down with somebody and talk about like growing up and how your childhood truly was not healthy. It's the best your grandma could give you, but it truly was not healthy. It was not healthy. This is traumatic.
Really, really cold. You know, there's no paneling in the house. There's no insulation in the house. It was basically cinder blocks, cement floors. And so it was really, really cold in the winter, and it was really, really hot in the summer.
My grandfather, my grandmother, she and I slept in this room.
Mary Porter was a no-nonsense lady who raised 9 children and 3 grandchildren in this 1,000 square foot house. At times, up to
So it was 9 children, 3 grandchildren. That's 12. Her and her husband, that's 4. That's 14. 14 people. And this is insanity.
a dozen family members lived in this cinder block structure with a cement floor, no running water, no indoor plumbing, all heated by a tiny fireplace.
For most of us in the 80s and 90s, you don't think that exists, but it did, and it motivated them.
It's not by accident that
In the 80s, I was born in 1985. He didn't have running water in America. This country is so racist. I will never stop saying it. America's racist. America's really racist. In the 80s, like 85, his family still did not have running water. This is crazy.
2 guys from Glenville, Georgia made it to the NFL. That ain't by accident, but it's definitely not by design either. We had what we needed. We didn't ask for anything, didn't ask for a whole lot. And I think it made us determined.
In addition to...
And it also made you broken. It made you broken. I'm like, this is not... And that means, and I can see it, because the grandma with all these kids, she didn't have time to be affectionate. She was not affectionate. And I'm going to say it. I have 3 boys. I have 3 sons. And one thing I will say, when you have boys, just like girls, right, you have to affirm your children. And that's why, for the most part, grandparents also should not be raising children because they're tired, right? Parents should be raising their children. But when you raise children, you have to affirm your children. You have to validate your children. You got to tell your children, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that, right? You have to say that to them. It's really important. You know, they need to hear it. Like the first time your daughter hears she's beautiful, it shouldn't be from a stranger. Are you okay? The first time your son hears he's handsome, it should not be from a stranger. It should not be from a stranger. Kids need to hear words of affirmation from their parents, from their grandparents. It truly, truly matters. It can't just be yelling and screaming and discipline all the time. They also need to hear good things, you know, and they need to be told you're handsome, you're beautiful. Okay. Mommy thinks you're very beautiful. Daddy thinks you're very beautiful, right? You have to affirm their beauty, especially Black people in this crazy apartheid state. Okay. You have to affirm your children. It's a real thing. Otherwise, people can grow up. They can be determined. They can be hardworking. They could get good grades in school. But privately, they'll be a mess. They be a mess. They know how to be good kids. Get your grades. Work hard. Train. Don't ask for nothing. Right? Good. Publicly, you'll be a success. But internally, you're dying because you don't know what love is. Okay, you just know how to be a good boy, so people are happy with you, and everybody praises you. And sometimes I also feel like it can feel like it's conditional, right? If I want my parents to love me, I got to have all these good grades. Maybe we'll get deported. Maverick. Maverick. Y'all, sorry. Are you done? Oh Lord. Are you done? Are you done? Sorry, you guys. I apologize. Maverick is loud. He's very loud.
Farming. Granny supplemented the family income working as a housekeeper.
She worked at the Glenview nursing home from, I think her shift was from 7 to 3. She made $197 every 2 weeks. And how do I know? Because I looked at a paycheck once, and how she was able to keep my sister, my brother, myself, my 4 aunts, how we were able to survive off that. You know, sometimes you had to go, my grandmother had to make tough decisions. Is it going to be the lights or is it going to be the gas this month?
All the adults in Shannon's life worked from morning to night for low pay. Shannon found himself frustrated by the way poverty robbed his grandparents of control.
I remember my grandmother telling a story about how they used to have to wash the clothes for the people that property they lived on, Monday through Saturday. And on Sunday, they want to go to church. So they'd go to church and come back home, and the people would bring a load of clothes over, and she was like, it's Sunday and we just got back from church. And the people would tell them, say, well, Lou, if you don't wash these clothes, you're going to have to move on.
You see this? White people yet again. So they live on white folks' property. So not only you pay them rent, but you have to wash their clothes. Well, I'll tell you, this is why white women are so mediocre. Y'all think it's a joke. They never had to cook. They didn't have to clean. They didn't have to raise their kids. They didn't have to wash their clothes. They didn't have to do nothing. That's why now their homes are in such a state of disarray. Okay? But they gonna tell you, oh, I'm not a racist. Oh, you're a racist. Oh, be quiet. Okay? We're talking 1990s, like 1980s in America. Look at how these people are living. You would think it was in Africa somewhere. No, it's in Georgia. It's in Georgia. And they still had to wash clothes of white people in the 80s. Unbelievable. They wash the clothes Monday through Sunday. They go to church, they come back, and you still have to wash these white people's clothes. Then the grandma's like, okay, can we take a day off? She's like, well, if you don't do it today, pack your stuff and just leave. That's what they do. They know damn well she's raising 12 kids. Where's she going to go? They take advantage. Okay? They take advantage. And that's why I will always say this. Before you go crazy and start crashing out another black person, you need to make sure you understand where they come from. Because there's a root. Everything has a root. To everything you see, there is a reason why the person is doing it. Yes, Maggie, hold on. There's always a reason. But to me, Marlene, growing up in that kind of poverty, living this kind of embarrassment, being treated like this by white people, you could understand why when you're black and you start making a lot of money, right? You want to be all up in their shit. You want to sleep with their daughters. You want to be all up in their shit, live in their neighborhood, drive their fucking cars, hire these people to clean your ass, right? Because they make you bitter. They truly make you bitter. If you don't have God, I'm being serious. If you don't have God and you grow up, no, but that's the thing though. Fixing for him, he's going to try to fix it as a man. It takes the love of God. Just like you have things that you try to fix yourself. Have you done it? Probably not. You probably tried and you failed. Probably tried and you failed, right? We all have things that we have tried to fix. Fixing yourself is easier said than done. Because people always think, oh, I can do it. No, you truly need to take God with you on this journey. You have to take God with you on this journey. But the problem is when you have money, you say to yourself, I will fix it in the way that makes sense to me. And you don't realize that, but you're not even healthy. So what you think actually makes sense does not really make sense because you are thinking from an unhealthy mind. Your mind is unhealthy. You are hurt. You are broken. You're like, you still carry that shame and embarrassment from growing up like this. You're not okay. You are truly not okay. I'm like, there are people who need Jesus way more than they realize. This is not even a joke. Because by yourself, you're not going to make it. You might think you can. Oh, maybe I'll just have sex. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll buy this. Maybe I'll travel more. Maybe I'll buy a bigger house. Maybe I'll buy a bigger car. It is God. People need Jesus. People need to get on their knees and say, God, I can't do this without you because I have a problem. You have a problem. Because as long as you don't give your life to God, if you don't give your problems, like if you truly do not give your troubles to God, you are not going to do it. And the devil will keep using it and ruin you. He's going to ruin you. He's going to shame you. He's going to ruin you. He's going to expose you. He has no friends. He has no loyalty. The Bible is clear. He is seeking who to kill, devour, and destroy. That's all he does. You know what I mean? And even that too would be a problem. I don't think he ever had therapy, to be honest. But imagine more if he goes and gets therapy from people who oppress you. They're gonna gaslight you. They're going to gaslight you. You understand? Well, even therapy is a good thing, but you still also need to talk to the Lord. Because what you're carrying, you can't carry that by yourself. I remember like the first time I saw this video, I was in tears. Like, how can people live like this in America? Like this is, how can people, and In the 80s, they're still going to the whale. There are certain kind of stories you expect to hear from African people. Like if I saw in the Ivory Coast, people are still getting water from the whale. Of course, it makes sense. Like, come on, like it makes sense, right? But for American citizens to have to go to a whale in the 80s, and you know that because they're black, there's no toilet. The first time they had a running shower was when they went to college. I'm like, what the freak? 18 years without running water. What the freak are we? What are we? What are we? Right? And they want to tell you that, oh, America's not racist. You're doing too much. No, shut up. I'm not even doing enough. Go sit down somewhere. Go play with somebody else. Go play with somebody else. In the 80s, you have black women out here, grandmothers who need to wash clothes of white people to be able to make a living or to have a place to stay. This is crazy. This stuff, it does something to people. It traumatizes people. It scars people. And so when they have money, they go crazy. And they do things to hurt themselves. They do things to put their lives at risk, their reputations at risk, everything you've worked for. Look at how he even lets that girl talk to him. It is so degrading. It is so degrading. And maybe deep down, that's how he sees himself. You know, when you I feel like when I need to talk to a psychologist. I just feel like sometimes when you see yourself as a poor N-word or whatever, even though you look strong, you look like you have it together, but deep down you have these thoughts. And these thoughts are the thoughts that you had when you were a child. I'm not good enough. I am this. It really sounds like a village in Africa. This is Georgia. This is Georgia. Like, this is where Atlanta is. How is this even possible? This is America. And mind you, in the 80s, black people here are still voting for Democrats, right? So imagine now on top of that too, huh? It's not even like the Republicans are in power. This is insanity. But I'm like, maybe you liked her. Maybe you let her talk to you this way because that's how you really see yourself. Because people who go for BDSM, they want to be cussed out. People who do BDSM, they want to be insulted, or you're an idiot, you're a dumb child, and then they spank you and they hit you. Yo, it's some weird stuff. It is some weird stuff. But I'm like, you recognize that people have some sickness. You're mentally sick. You need help. Uncle Shisha, you need help.
And it just broke my heart.
Granny's financial anxiety was like a hammer pounding in Shannon's head. It became a constant rhythm that drove him forward.
I remember if you had a cut, you couldn't go to the doctor, and you might need 5-10 stitches, but you weren't going to the doctor. If you had a toothache, my grandfather just pulled it. It was no.
You don't go to the doctor. You're bleeding. There's no doctor. You have a toothache. They're going to pull your tooth without no anesthesia. These people are crazy. I'm like, Uncle Shannon, the way you grew up, it messed you up. It really messed him up. This is not normal. This is not normal. This is not normal. Survival. And my thing is you wouldn't even think it's the 1980s. It sounds like it's the 1800s. Yeah, it is so sad. And this man needs help. But you see, they do everything to distract you to not truly get the help that you need. And also, let's be honest. If you are a football player and then you're a Christian, are they even going to let you be famous? Because they can't stand a black person with sound Christian values or sound Muslim values, right? You always have to be a heathen, a pagan, into some foolishness, right? Because they can't stand Christians. They can't stand Muslims. They cannot stand anybody who holds on to God and who stands for God. They will rebuke you. They're not going to accept you. So if you want to make it too, you have to be religious less, without any kind of religion, without any kind of deep connection with God. Because if you have God, you can't be controlled. And so money has to be your God. And that's why many people don't get the help. Because they don't want you to know God. They don't want you to get close to God. Because the one who really has God, he's truly free. He will be set free. He will have real freedom. They don't want you to be free. They want you to be an addict. They want you to still have trauma. They want you to still have PTSD. They want you to be so afraid that one day all this money you have can be gone. Because as long as you are afraid of losing everything you have, you will always be controlled. You might lose your TV show. You might lose your podcast. You might lose this. So guess what? You'll do whatever they tell you because you don't want to go back to poverty. Even though you can and you'll be okay. But the thought of it is so frightening. You are just so afraid. So guess what? You will do whatever they tell you. And like that's what the man said. You really have to divorce this dunya. Like you really got to divorce this place. People, they're sick. They're truly sick.
Oh, Dennis, I just knew that there was something outside of Glenville and I had to get to it.
This is sad. This is me.
Growing up poor in Glenville, Georgia, working the land was a requirement, not an option for both Shannon and Sterling.
Now, this entire field used to be tobacco. Was tobacco. Small as I was 6 or 7 years old, and I would carry what we call a rope of tobacco. I was responsible for this rope. Crop tobacco, we take this rope all the way down.
We work cropping tobacco 7 to 5, 6 in the afternoon, and then we would go catch chickens at night. So you caught 1,000 chickens, you got $1. So we make it maybe $12 cropping tobacco from 7 to 6, and then you made $16 for catching the chickens 4 nights a week. Then we come home, get 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and we go right back to the fields the next morning. During the school year, we did the same thing.
So I had to walk from right here 2 miles to the end of the road to get picked up to school. That's where the bus dropped me off to walk back home after school. It didn't matter. It wasn't, oh, it's raining today. The bus is going to come down here and pick me up. No, I was going to walk down there and I was going to wait for the bus to come and I was going to get on the bus and I was going to go to school.
My grandmother used to always tell my brother and I.
Well, I say people truly have, especially when you're an immigrant, you really have to have compassion for African Americans. It's like, and think about these white Europeans who came here in the 1930s. Fresh immigrants. They made it out way better than his grandma. Do you know how many Europeans came in the 1930s, even like in the 1940s, the 50s? Because they had the right complexion, they were white. They'd be able to own businesses. They'd be able to join the police force. They'd be able to, do all kinds of stuff because they're white. Yeah, they might have an accent, but when they have kids or their kids here, their kids are going to speak English the American way. Right? And that's why when you hear things like, you'll have these goofy ass white immigrants, because so many whites today are a bunch of newly immigrants. They don't even have lineage. There are so many whites in America whose grandparents, their ancestors, nobody in their bloodline fought in the Civil War, fought even in World War I. Nobody in their bloodline has ever even served this country. You understand? They just speak English with this American accent, but they're a bunch of new immigrants. Do you know when Nancy Pelosi's family came to America? Do you know when Nancy Pelosi landed in Baltimore? Right? And that's the thing. That's how you know America is racist. Because how is it possible that these white immigrants who came in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s have managed to financially surpass African Americans who have been here since the foundation of this country? You understand? How often will you hear of a recent white immigrant saying that they have to go live on a farm, they didn't have no running water, they didn't have this? It was not their story because they were still white. Like, look at the movie industry, especially all these Italians, like the Coppolas, like all of these people, right? In California, there's so many Italians in Hollywood. Yes, baby. It's a lot of Italians in Hollywood, right? Scorsese, Coppola. It's so many Italians. They're new immigrants, and look how they were able to make so much money in Hollywood. Look at how they were able to get financing for their movies. And then they want to sit here and tell you this country is racist, right? America is not racist, but any white immigrant can come here and surpass, supersede financially, academically, you name it. People who have been here since the founding of this nation, whose ancestors fought the Civil War. This country is racist. I will never stop saying it. I will never stop saying it. Think about the number of Italians who landed in New York City and they were able to buy property. They were able to get a lease to start a business, to start a pizza shop, to start a restaurant. Right? You think back then they were giving leases, commercial leases to Black Americans? You think back then they were giving commercial leases to Black people? Hell no. Hell no. Because you were forced to work. You got to work. You got to be the cheap labor. But white Europeans could always be entrepreneurs. White Europeans could always have some kind of authority and flexibility. They had a lot of flexibility, even if they spoke English with an accent. These people are so mean. Don't you ever allow these goofy ass white people to tell you America is not a racist country. If it's not a racist country, then all these newly white immigrants should be behind Black America. It's like this is evil. This is what they do. Because at that time, too, you got to remember, at that time, they don't have this crazy Latino immigration. So they still have to keep the wages of Black Americans artificially low. How can somebody catch 1,000 chicken and only get one? If you catch 1,000 chicken, you get $1. What is this? But then they want to talk about China. They want to talk about China. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit. America is based off of greed. Greed at the expense of Black people. They intentionally made their wages so low. And at that time, they didn't have that crazy Mexican immigration, because I'm sure the economies in Latin America were a lot more sturdier because the whites hadn't gotten there yet. Not because Black people are chosen people, boo. It's a chosen people. When the devil attacks you, there's something special about you. Your job is to not fall for the foolishness. Because, the thing about white people, I'm trying to be mean, but they kind of operate like the devil. They understand that if I keep making you see sadness, if I keep having your dreams fail, one day you'll say to yourself, well, maybe I'm cursed. Maybe I'm just not meant to be successful. Maybe this is just what my life is supposed to be. Makes sense? It's the trick. That's why they call it the matrix. It's to make you see failure after failure after failure. So that you'll say, well, I guess I shouldn't try, because everybody I know is failing. Everybody I know is not making it. Everybody I know is poor. Everybody I know doesn't have this. It's an illusion. And that's why you got to rebuke these people. You understand? They will create an artificial environment for you where you feel as though nothing you do can prosper. Do not believe these people. That is their power. The biggest power white people really have over people is their psychological warfare. It's to make you doubt yourself. Because once you can get a person to doubt themselves, oh, you already won. Once you can have somebody to have imposter syndrome, you already won. And that's why all these whites, not even themselves, but they're hiring all these goofy Blacks to try to make us believe that Carmelo cannot use self-defense. They want you to doubt what you know. They want you to even doubt that the law can apply. They want you to be afraid of, it's going to be an all-white jury. We do not care. The law is the law. Okay? Self-defense, it means something specific, right? So as long as you've met the condition of self-defense, we are going home. What is this? But this is what white people do. They trick people into not believing. They trick people into believing that it will never work out for you. You will never make it. Oh, everybody in your family has failed. Nobody in your family has had money. Nobody in your family has had a successful marriage. Nobody in your family has ever had a successful pregnancy. Their job is to make you doubt. And so the Bible says, do not walk by sight, but walk by faith. What does that mean? Because God himself knew the devil is going to control what you see. So he's telling you, do not trust what you see, but trust what I tell you, right? Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. I can do all things to God who strengthens me, right? If the Lord is for me, who shall be against me? You understand? God said, do not trust what you see, because he knew they were going to attack your eyesight. It is intentional. But I don't know. People don't understand this. We are truly living in spiritual warfare. It is not a joke. And the most important thing is to get, but especially Black people, to doubt themselves. Because once there's doubt in you, it's hard. Once you question yourself, it's hard. Like if even a diet, if you start a weight loss journey and you don't believe that you're going to lose that weight, you're not going to lose the weight. And that's not even something so serious, huh? If you don't believe that you're going to lose that weight, you ain't going to do it because you doubt it, right? If you start a new job and you don't believe that you can make it, you will not make it because you don't believe you can. And because you have to believe. And if you don't believe, it's not going to happen. Right? And that's what Jesus told Peter. If you want to walk on water, you can. But if you don't believe, you'll drown. It's up to you. You have to believe. And what they do is they make it hard for you to believe because all you see is negativity, failure, negativity, failure, negativity, failure. And if you're not careful, your faith, it just grows weak and weak. And one day it just stops. You just stop believing. And you settle for whatever they want to give you. You settle for whatever they want to pay you. You settle for whatever they say you're worth because you stop believing. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, like growing up? Yeah, it's like it's spiritual warfare. Like when you realize what these people are really doing, child, you just felt like you like, wow, you don't even, you. That's why I question everything. I'm like, oh, there we go. There we go. What are you up to now, devil? Okay. But the whole job is for you to wake up and say, something is wrong with my hair. Something is wrong with my mind. Something is wrong with my finances. Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with this. Nobody loves me. I will never get married. I will never have children. I will never be financially free. I will never. Child, these people don't want you to believe. Don't want you to believe. Because bless God forbid you start believing. Then you teach somebody else to believe. Then they teach somebody else to believe. They're not going to be able to control people. So they don't want you to believe. And so they do everything in their power to create this world, this metaverse, where they control what you see. They control what you see. They control what you hear. And they even control how you feel. So if you're not careful, you think these are your own feelings. They're not your feelings. They marketed feelings towards you. You understand me, right? That's what they do. And that's why you see they're always running to buy all these black shows. They own the Breakfast Club. They want to own Uncle Shay, the club Shay Shay. They want to own Pop the Balloon because we have to control what they see. We have to control what they talk about. We have to control what they remember. We have to control their talking points. Control, 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 control. Because you have to control their world. Because when you control what they see, you can predict how they'll behave. Right? If I control your environment, if I control what you see, if I control what you talk about, then I can also control how you're going to act. Right? Because they don't like people who are unpredictable. They don't like people who are unpredictable. And the person that you don't control will be unpredictable. Right? So I'm like, you really got to be very careful. Like anytime you see these messages, like all these messaging and these messaging, you have to ask yourself, what's really behind this? Maverick, this little baby, what's really behind this? Like, who's really behind this? Right? And they don't want you to believe. They don't want you to be free. And that's why every black person who makes it, they have something on that person. And they keep feeding your addiction. Because the day you misbehave, they will weaponize your weakness against you. That's how it is. Because it's a plantation. Hold on, Mavi, hold on. It's really evil.
That all the hard labor and things that we had to do, it takes all that to make a man.
The boys quickly figured out that playing sports was the easiest way to get out of working in the fields. As always, Sterling led the way, signing up at age 9 to play football. His impact was immediate.
We were playing in an all-star football game with Sterling one year. He was 10 and 11 and running over 12 and 13-year-olds the way he did. I mean, it was nothing for him to touch the ball 5 times, have 4 touchdowns. This was a young age. You know, and I don't care if it is rec football. When you touch the ball 5 times and you score 4 touchdowns, you're pretty special.
Someone else who recognized Sterling's special talents early on was Coach William Hall, a man who would become a steady influence in the boys' lives. He saw enough promise in Sterling to bring him up to the JV high school team when he was still in middle school.
One of his former teammates down there told me about him, you know, how good he was and how fast he was, and told me to go down there and check him out. And surely I went down and asked him about playing football on the junior varsity team. He smiled and said, okay.
The first time I ever touched the football in competition, first game I ever played, what happened?
You ran it back for a touchdown.
I held the ball up and celebrated.
Right.
Had to re-kick it. What happened then?
The pitcher came over to explain to me what happened. I said, first of all,
I have to handle Maverick. You know, one thing also I just thought about too, even with Uncle Shay Shay, because I said, Uncle Shay Shay, for me, you should have been married because you're too old for this. He's like 56 years old. But I also feel as though I have to be honest. Besides his grandparents, who else did he see married? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like sometimes, like, if you come from a family where people are married, it's very easy to say get married because you have all those examples in front of you, right? But a lot of people did not grow up with those examples. And then we're saying to people, do something you've never seen being done, and also you've never seen it done successfully. That's a real thing. That is a real thing. Right? Oh, get married. You tell a young woman, get married. You tell a young man, get married. But many times, a lot of people have not seen marriage. Right? They haven't seen marriage. And also, they have not seen marriage done well. And because for the most part, too, even when they hear about people who are divorced and they see how they talk about each other, you're like, but damn, if that's what happens after marriage, I don't want no parts of this. Like, for real, right? If you didn't grow up in a family where your parents were married, I don't think your grandparents being married also kind of counts, because if both of your grandparents are in survival mode and they're pretty much working like slaves for these white people, what affection do they even have for each other? Are they going to the restaurant? Are they going on vacation? Are they writing notes? No, they're surviving. They are working every single waking hour of the day. They are working every single hour of the day. If they're done with this, they got to go do the housekeeper stuff. You're done with the housekeeper stuff, you got to do the house stuff. You're done cooking and cleaning, then you got to go wash these white people's clothes. It's like, when do your grandparents even have time to even be affectionate towards each other? Because everybody's on survival mode. Everybody's on survival mode. So when you say to somebody, oh, you should go get married, or you should be married, it's okay, but did you even have anybody, like, besides your grandparents that were actually married? Have you ever seen anybody married and doing it right? Right? And then also, do you have a lot of friends who are divorced and who are still very bitter about their divorces, and they always talk horribly about their exes? You know, that's also a real thing, because you also got to consider both sides, right? You got to consider both sides. But if you have never seen marriage before and you do get married, most likely it's going to be way more challenging than people who have seen marriage in their lives. It's also going to be even more challenging than people who not only saw marriage growing up, but they saw marriage being done well. And unfortunately, a lot of people did not see marriages. A lot of people also did not see marriages done well. They saw marriages where people kind of stuck together because it was just too expensive to get a divorce, something like that. Or it was too much of an inconvenience to get a divorce. Or they saw people divorce and it was like bitterness, craziness, insults. And to this day, there's still so much vitriol between these exes. So you say to yourself, if that's what marriage is, I don't want no parts of it. You know, we truly, I think for me personally, but I really do feel like we have to really fight for a healthy representation of marriage. You know, I've seen 2 clips recently. Maybe I'll find them. I saw one clip. The lady said that she was ironing her clothes for her husband to go spend the weekend with his mistress. I'm like, girl, what? Okay. I just saw another one where the lady said, yeah, he was cheating on me and the mistress got murdered. I'm like, what the heck is this? Okay. So even the clips that, you know, that circulate around the internet of people who are married, it's always giving the woman has to put up with the most amount of disrespect. You have to iron the clothes for the mistress. You got to iron the clothes for your husband to go see his mistress. I'm like, what are we even talking about? This is crazy. I'll find the clips. Let the stuff play. Hold on.
I said taunting and so forth. I said, well, nobody within 50 yards. How can you taunt somebody if they're not that close? He said, well, we're going to have to redo it. I said, okay, you're just going to have to run 15 yards further. Sure enough, that's what happened.
Football opened a new world to Sterling, but other changes were coming too. His grandfather, Barney Porter, died of a heart attack. This loss left Granny as the family matriarch and young Sterling as the man of the house.
My grandfather died. I was in the 7th grade. All of a sudden, now he's not here. There's no male role model in my house.
My brother kind of felt more of a sense of obligation and a duty that the dominant male figure in our family was gone now. And It was his job to be the protector, to make sure I did what I was supposed to do. I became the man I was supposed to become.
The term father figure, my brother will tell you that I provided that for him, but I'm not his father. A lot of times I think he thought I was, and a lot of people think I am, but I'm not his father.
Well,
you see, and even that too is another layer of trauma. So you didn't have a dad. Your dad never checked on you. Maybe I don't even know, does he even know who his dad is? And his last name, is that his dad's last name or is that like his granddad's last name? Where'd they get the last name from? You don't even know. You guys, all of this is very traumatic, y'all. All of this is very, very traumatic. And you know, if even like, I'll tell you this, as far as I know, because I know it happens in the Ivory Coast. But like in Ivory Coast, for example, right, we even have like, you know, we have some ethnic groups who believe more in like matriarchal societies. Like this, they're very, very matriarchal. So like in those ethnic groups, the girls will get pregnant and run away with the baby. Child, people are crazy. People are really crazy. The girls will get pregnant. They will run away with the baby. The man will never even know that he has a child. He never knows. When the child is born, they will tell the child, like, your uncle is your dad. The whole time, that's not even your real dad. That's your uncle. People do some things, y'all, and they don't even realize that stuff like that, it breaks people down. You understand? I was talking to another person, right? The person had a child before marriage. The person is now married and got another child, right? And the person told me a story, and I was like, well, it could be that he's realizing that so-and-so is not his dad or something. And she was like, no, he doesn't know. We haven't told him. And I'm like, and the way she was talking, it was making it seem as though she never plans on telling her son that his stepdad is not his real dad. And I'm like, you do understand this is really dangerous, right? You do like this is a sick game you're playing. He's a human being. He's not an animal. You don't get to lie about his paternity because you want him to believe that you are not out there in the streets like that. You are crazy. He has a father. And the older he gets, when he sees himself, he sees his little sister and he looks at that man. He's going to know that that's not his father. That's the same thing Tyler Perry's mama did. And she traumatized Tyler Perry because Tyler Perry's mom had an affair. Okay? Tyler Perry's mom had an affair. She lied to the husband and said that Tyler was his pregnancy. When Tyler was born, he like, no, that's not my son. And he used to beat Tyler Perry so bad. If you ever buy the Tyler Perry book, it's in there. That man used to beat Tyler Perry so horribly because he had a brother. But he was always getting beat so like atrociously. And he would always say to his mom, are you sure this man is my father? She would lie to him and say, oh, yes, that's your daddy. That's your daddy, baby. Like, don't mind him. He will beat him again. He would ask her, Mom, are you sure that's my dad? The lady, she kept lying until she died. But deep down inside, he was like, this man can't be my dad. Because a father will never beat you like this. You understand? Because for the man, Tyler was a child of an affair. So every time he looked at Tyler, he was punishing him for what his mother did. So when Tyler Perry's mom died, he did a DNA test with his brother. And I told her, I'm like, it better come from you. Your son better hear it from you. Because I don't know why people think they need to lie. This is crazy. People really don't have the fear of God. I'm like, it better come from you before it comes from someone else. Family, friends, there are a lot of people who know the story. So why would you not tell him? Because the day he finds out and he doesn't find it through you, and I said to her, you might lose your son. People think it's a joke. People think it's a joke. People think it's a joke. This is not a joke. It traumatizes people. And it makes people unable to have deep emotional connections because they don't trust. They don't trust. It's a lot of people out here who traumatize people. It's a lot of mothers out here who have traumatized and they have scarred their sons playing these goofy ass games of lying on paternity. Don't you dare. That is so disgusting to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know me, I speak my mind. I'm like, it better come from you because he will find out. The truth always comes out. I don't know why people think they're so like, no, he will grow up. He will act a certain way. He will look a certain way. His voice will sound. He will know this man is not my father. He's not stupid. They take biology in school. They learn about genetics. They learn about Mendel, okay? Like they learn about all of this. He's not stupid. He's not stupid. So it's better to tell people the truth. I mean, okay, and when he's this age, I'm going to tell him because he will find out one way or another. And if it does not come from you, I told her this. I said, you're going to lose your son. And don't come running in my DMs because I would have told you. You got to tell the truth. You have to tell the truth. You can't secrets that make you sick. Anybody who keeps secrets, you're going to be sick. You're going to be so damn sick. Nothing good will happen to you because you're not free. You're keeping secret. You're going to be as sick as the secrets that you keep. You understand? So whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, if you're a real one, if you're a real Muslim and you're a real Christian, you cannot even conceive living a lie. Why would you live a lie when the truth is so much easier to say and to live the consequences of? It is what it is. And no matter who the father is, even if his dad is a deadbeat, he deserves to know who his father is. And he deserves to get to know him, and he also deserves to reject him because he's a human being. He is not a dog. It's like the dogs, you pick them up from the litter, and they never remember their mama or their siblings. He's not a dog. That's a human being. That is a full human being, and he has the right to know his paternity. You don't get to keep that from him because one way or another, one day he will find out, okay? So my thing is, even Shannon Sharpe, is that even his real last name, or is that his granddaddy's last name because the mama got pregnant and the daddy didn't claim the baby? I don't know. I need to ask him. I really do. But you can see why also people just have holes and holes. Let me tell you, you get to a point, you realize that some people, all they have is money. You know, I'm not trying to be funny, but Uncle Shay Shay, he has way more money than me, okay? Hey. But I'm like, me, I didn't grow up like this. Like, this is too much. This is really too much. If this is what it takes to make this money, I don't even want it, right? But you see, when you're so broken and you even have all this money and all this exposure, I hope you see it becomes even more of a burden because you're not healthy enough for all that you're responsible for. You're not healthy enough. Yeah, it's not healthy. And people grow up with, like they do it. I know they do it in the Ivory Coast. People grow up with different last names, don't even know their dad. They think their uncle is their dad. I mean, it just creates like so much emotional chaos. And these people grow up, they work great careers. They have great, you know, Africans are known for like studying hard at school. But when it comes to like in the home, like being married, being fathers, they're so broken because they themselves never had a daddy. And sometimes you even wonder why. It's another reason why holidays are so hard for these people. Like whether it's Christmas, whether it's like Father's Day, it's hard for them to see their kids, you know, but hey, daddy, like, but they themselves don't have that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I really do wonder. I really do wonder. Like, I need to talk to a psychologist about that. Like, you know, if you didn't have your dad and your kids are growing up and they have you and it's Christmas, right? Could that be triggering for you? That, oh, growing up, nobody ever gave me Christmas gifts. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, I never had that. You know, I remember like one time, oh, Maverick. I remember one time my dad told me, he was like, oh, he's like, growing up, they never had Christmas gifts. And so on Christmas, if you want a gift, you would just make your own. So whether it's like you grab like metal cans and you turn them into a car or whatever, because you were never going to get a Christmas gift. You know what I'm saying? And like, it really makes you think like, damn, like, this is crazy. Like, what does it do for my dad to see me have all these Christmas presents if he himself never had anybody buying Christmas presents? You know? But I also will say this, you know, in life, it's so much easier to be mean to people, beat down on people because you're already miserable, you hate yourself, than to really take the time and to say, I would like to know more about who you are and what exactly your story is, because this behavior is not normal behavior. You're hurting from something. And you think that sex can fulfill you. And this is now becoming the predominant narrative, right? A lot of people out here chasing sex, chasing meaningless relationships, thinking that, oh, it's going to fill me. Hookup culture, one-night stands, dating apps, foolishness, right? People are just chasing some kind of companionship instead of chasing meaningful relationships. They have all these people on these apps. They swipe here, swipe. They treat people like they're not human beings. I'm like, these are people. How can you just swipe on people like this? Right? But this is what we've got. This is where we are now, where people don't even know how to chase and even invest in cultivating meaningful relationship. Yeah, he's extremely generous and protective to you. I'm not saying he's not able to do that. My dad was also very generous. I am saying, how does it hit you when you realize that you never had somebody do that for you? You understand? Like even you, can you say that you have given to your dad everything he has given back to you? Or can you say, I have taken my dad for granted? You know what I'm saying? Because many, many times people don't have a problem taking your generosity. But people truly struggle to say, wow, daddy, like it must be hard for you to be so generous, even though nobody was ever generous to you. What does that mean? Right? People will take. Human beings are natural takers. They're like succubus. They just take and take, like leeches, like bacteria. Okay? Human beings have no problem taking. Even when they don't deserve something, they will find a reason why they think they deserve it or they think they're entitled to this. But my question is forever, do you also say, hey, you know what? Let me maybe cook dinner for daddy tonight. Let me do something nice for my dad. Like, daddy, do you want me to wash your clothes? Do you want me to iron your clothes? Like, how do you show up with the same level of generosity to let your daddy know, daddy, I understand that you are extremely generous, but I also know what you're doing is so hard because nobody did that for you. So the normal reaction will be for you to be bitter, that you made a choice to be better because nobody loved you like this. You understand me? So I love you too, daddy. And I want to say thank you because you didn't have to do this. You understand? People don't have a hard time taking. People have a hard time having empathy and apathy for others and saying what my dad is doing for me. He really has to fight his own demons to be a good person because nobody did this for him. You understand? Because a lot of people, children especially, they don't have a hard time taking. People are greedy, especially children, a bunch of narcissists. You understand? Exactly. So you don't say you wish you could do more. Just do more. Do more. Because there's a part of him too that needs it. And maybe the reason why your dad gives so much is a crying call for saying, the way I do this for you, do it for me too. Because my soul needs it. No, oh, he's just generous. Oh, he likes to give. Oh, you know, he just gives all the time. Oh, that's what he does. Really? It could be a crying call. You understand me? But the problem is people are just so damn selfish. People are too self-centered. People are not spiritual enough to realize that, you know what? It takes a lot to give to others the very best of you when no one never, ever, ever did this for you. Right? Because sometimes you'll have kids thinking like, oh, my parents owe me this and owe me that. Are you sure? Do you really think so? Like, what proof do you have that they owe you all of this? And so it becomes so easy. Oh, I take. And I never say to myself, but damn, what do I also owe to my parents? Like, what do I owe to my dad? Because I've recognized that, you know, he didn't grow up like this. But yet he's making sure I have it. Same thing for the mom too. You know, there are a lot of daughters also who don't realize that their moms did not have nice mothers. Their moms had really mean mothers who critiqued them, picked them apart, said mean things. But your mom, she always makes sure to tell you you're beautiful. She makes sure to encourage you and things like that. And you're like, oh, I take the compliment because people walk around like peacocks, right? But when do you also say, I know my grandma was toxic. She might be nice to me, but she was a toxic grandparent, right? So you also got to say, mommy, I think you're beautiful too. What do you need? How can I show up for you? Because I know growing up, you didn't have that. And there's probably a little girl in there that's still suffering. You understand me? That's what I'm saying. Because he's hurt. Shannon Sharpe is really hurt. And most of them are hurt. Diddy too. You know, I'm not a big Diddy fan, but I'm not going to deny that having your father murdered when you were a baby is traumatic. You know? And his mom, Diddy's mom, she likes to spend money. So maybe she was sleeping with men for money. And maybe many of these men were men that his daddy knew. We don't know the kind of chaotic household he grew up in so that his mom could keep wearing the furs because she loves furs. She loves luxury. What did Diddy see growing up? What kind of man did she expose Diddy to? Because she just had to have the lifestyle, right? He was never taking a therapy for having his father's head blown up in the streets. He never had therapy. It's like you look at all these people, they all have some serious amount of trauma, extreme poverty, murder of a parent, right? Like being sexually assaulted. R. Kelly was molested. Nobody looked out for him. Nobody took him to treatment. Oh, well, you were sexually abused. You'll figure it out. Will he? So he did. I guess he tried to solve it the best way he knew, by doing it to other people. Right? It's like everybody, like all of these people, everybody has some kind of trauma. Something happened that changed the course, like that just made them like this. And we jump and we beat them and we judge them, but nobody says, okay, but how did you become this person? Because you were not born like this. So how did you end up like this? Right? But me, my father wasn't murdered. So I will never know what it's like to walk in Diddy's shoes, to have your father's head blown up. You know, and when people go against the Diddy and they cuss out the Diddy, I mean, sure, whatever. But nobody also says, you know, I do wonder how growing up and knowing that your father's head was blown the fuck up, how that probably shapes a person. You know, even King Von. I'm not a big fan of King Von, but I was like, you can see his humanity when you realize he was like 5 or 6 and somebody blew up his dad's brains like right in front of him. How can a child see something like this? How can a child see something like this, right? Yeah. King Von saw that. Like the person came and shot his dad in the head. So he's a baby. He's like a little infant. And then he saw his daddy's brains. Nobody took him to therapy. Even at school, did they tell the counselors, oh, his father got murdered in front of him? He needs counseling. Because we have to make sure, like, does he know what he saw? Does he understand what he saw? Did he have nightmares? We don't even know. Nobody takes him to therapy. Nobody tells the counselors at school, this boy is going to require special attention because he witnessed a murder. It is not normal for a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old to witness a murder, let alone the murder of his daddy. This is not normal. This is not normal. The amount of violence Black children consume in America is truly, truly not normal. This is not normal. Like, America is not a normal place. This is why I keep telling you, it's an apartheid state. Black Americans are like, they're under a very special kind of trauma. Like, I'm like, this is insanity. This is, I'm like, these people are so mean. Why are you doing this to people? You need to think about the number of times a Black child growing up in America has heard murder, seen murder. It's just too freaking much. It is too much. You know? And I'm not saying Diddy is okay. Oh, hold on, Maverick. You know, I'm not saying Diddy's okay for doing what he did. No. But we also have to understand, like, if Maverick, y'all, sorry, forgive me. Let him finish talking.
He kind of was. I followed him everywhere. I wanted to be just like my brother. My sister used to always tell me, stop trying to be like him. Be your own person. But he was the person that I wanted to be.
Yeah, we back. Yeah, we back. Now, today's video.
Held at gunpoint with my own gun and watched the mistresses I was living with at that time killed in front of me, which she had to bear that burden too.
Yeah.
We lost our home to arson.
Our home was burned down.
Then an innocent person was killed rushing to the fire of our house burning down because of our mess.
It was hard to get through. And we had some counseling and we thought that we were. There was a big infidelity in New York that took me 10 years to heal from.
10 years.
10 years.
And we were going through the motions because with that infidelity, you don't want to wish it on your worst enemy. We had to experience murder through that. I was held at gunpoint with my own gun and watched the mistresses I was living with at that time killed in front of me, which she had to bear that burden too.
Yeah.
We lost our home to arson.
Our home was burned down.
Then an innocent person was killed rushing to the fire of our house burning down because of our mess.
It was hard to get through. and we had some counseling, and we thought that we were. There was a big infidelity in New York that took me 10 years to heal from.
10 years.
10 years.
And we were going through the motions because with that infidelity, you don't want to wish it on your worst enemy. We had to experience murder through that. I was held at gunpoint with my own gun and watched the mistress.
This man, he cheated on his wife. He cheats on his wife. And then he said, oh, you don't want to wish that on your worst enemy. So I'm like, if you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy, then what does that make your wife? Make it make sense, right? So that's one video. Watch this other video. Watch this other video. Hold on. Let me see.
God's voice to be louder than his. And when I was going through transition of him not coming home on the weekends, not being there, telling me I hate you, I'll never love you, I wish I never married you. Right. I knew that life and death is in the power of the tongue through the word of God. So I would say, you will love me one day. We will have a good marriage one day. And although he would go out for weekends, I would literally help him get ready to go meet a side chick by ironing his clothes and getting him ready for the night. And these are all things I was graced to do. I would not encourage anybody to do that unless you are graced by God to do this. But
and that man is sitting there looking at her like, wow, this is one dumb bitch. I have a friend who husband cheats on her regularly. And she told me once that he would use church and prayer as a way to kind of like wrangle her back in and to like make her feel bad for not wanting to be with him. It's not funny. It's really not funny, but I literally cannot help but to laugh. You are saying that this man who was supposed to love you is calling you out your name, but you allowed God to be louder to drown out your husband calling you out your name. And you would iron your husband's clothes so that he could go see his side bitch. And that he was telling you and showing you that he did not love you and that he did not want to be with you. And you said, you will one day. Because God. So why God didn't talk to him? Why God only ever talked to? If this isn't proof that organized religion and the church is meant to subjugate women. I don't get on here and talk about religion because y'all, this is the level of chokehold y'all be in. When anyone comes on here and says any valid criticism of the church, not
the problem is it's not so much the church, it's your personal interpretation. I'm like, she's going a little too far. It's your personal interpretation. Ultimately, the lady did not want to leave the man. So whether it's hiding behind the Bible, Buddhism, a good heart, patient, she would have found an excuse to justify why she didn't want to leave. Now, the thing is, people will see her and make fun of her. Oh, you're a fool. You put up with this. But like, again, just like Uncle Shay Shay, after we said that about her, we still have to ask ourselves, how did she grow up? Because most likely this sister did not grow up in the way where she was affirmed. She wasn't affirmed. And it's quite obvious that she fears being alone. So in her life, there has to be some kind of serious separational trauma. Somebody left her life that truly, truly damaged her. So now anybody who like says you love her, she doesn't want you to go. Doesn't matter how bad you treat her, she doesn't want you to go. I think what we have to start doing is that people need to start making videos about different kind of mental disorders. Right? Neural disorders. Like, there's some traumas out there that can truly rewire your entire brain. Where somebody will see, like a normal person will be like, you are crazy. Da, da, da. Yeah, because you haven't been through that. You know what I mean? Like, you haven't been through her childhood. This did not happen with this man. This man didn't do that to her. Something in her life, like maybe her mom, her dad, she had a serious loss as a child. And then growing up, anybody who says they love her, she just needs you to stay. no matter how bad you treat her. You know, it's sad. It is really sad. You remember how I played the video that one time and the brother said this culture in America, it is not a healthy place. Like people it's just a very violent culture. America really has a violent culture. This is it. So many people who grew up in America, they experience so much trauma at such a young age, like in their formative years. They experience divorce, parents divorcing, yelling, screaming in the house. It's like, what is wrong with these people? This is crazy, right? They experience also parents losing their homes. America, man, like when you're not from here, you think, oh, this place has money and it has success. But you realize, like, for as fast as it moves, it causes a lot of collateral damage. For as much as people here prioritize money, career, wump, it causes a lot of collateral damage. And most of the time, it's the children. It's the children. You know, I spoke to a friend like a long time ago because she got remarried, right? And then so she's telling me about her daughter. First she started off, she was telling me about her stepdaughters. And I said, my friend, why are you so consumed by your stepdaughters? I don't understand. Then she started telling me about her daughter. And I'm like, I hope you realize that she's going through something, right? She's not adjusting well. You know, the thing about little people sometimes, you know, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. One thing about little people understand what time it is. People think, a lot of parents think, oh, they're just little. They don't know. Even Jack, she remarries. She'll probably go find worse. Until you help her with her brain and her heart. Even if she leaves, Jack, she may go now pick up a whole plantation slave master who's going to tie her up to the post and beat her. You know, I'm going to say, we have to understand what happened in her childhood that has made her feel so worthless like this. Somebody did something to her. And until you find out when and where it happened, because it's usually as infants. You guys, I'm telling you, like, the devil knows how to attack you. You people I think a lot of my people, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't really understand the devil. I think a lot of y'all, you really think the devil comes at you when you're already an adult. No, the devil comes at you when you are a baby. The things that will mold your mind, your heart, your attitudes for the rest of your life, so help you God, usually happen like from the age of like maybe like 3 until like 12 or something. By the time you're 40, you're like 35, 25, you're just manifesting the fact that he's harmed you, right? Take the story of Jesus. Was it not in the womb that the devil was trying to attack the mama? It started in the womb. Now you move on. Even when he was born, that they had to flee and go into Egypt, right? Look at all these people in the Bible, even Moses. When was his life changed forever? Was it when he killed that person? Or when the Pharaoh said, I'm going to kill all these boys, and his mama had to put him in a basket, and she had to let him go. She had to let him go. There is always something. It's not, the devil is not an excuse. The devil is real. The devil is real. Now, can people themselves control themselves and not fully fall into temptation? Absolutely. But sometimes you also got to be aware, because if you are dealing with people who are in pain, they're not even aware that the devil is a real thing, because to them, their pain is so real. You have a lot of people in this country, so many Americans with the credit cards, they are in pain. Look at how they shop. Look at how they eat. Look at how they reason. Look at how they can even barely keep a friendship. People are going through stuff. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. But what I'm saying is, what truly shapes a person's life is not the stuff that happens to you as an adult. It's the stuff that happens to you as a child. And many, many times, what happens with children is that children understand, like, oh, mommy wanted to get remarried. Mommy didn't want to go alone. So I'm just going to be quiet, and I'm not going to stop my mom from being unhappy. You remember one time I saw an episode from Dr. Phil. The lady had children, and it was hard for her financially. So she got remarried. Come to find out, the man only married her because he wanted to have sex with her children. And so he picked her son. He started molesting the son. And he told the son, if you tell I'm going to do this to your mom, y'all going to be living in the streets and all kinds of stuff, you know? Now he's a molester, but the child knew the difference. Like when they didn't live with him, it was hard for the mom. You sleep in the car, you sleep over here. With this man, they had a steady life. It was a whole lot better. So the young man decided he was going to allow himself to be raped. You guys, that story was so disgusting. And he started to put on weight. The mother, her dumbass, I guess she didn't want to notice, but I'm like, your son is getting ginormous. And you don't say, baby, why do you eat so much? What is going on with you? Right? Because he was just stuffing himself. You understand? Sometimes you have people who are so desperate to get remarried. They are just so desperate to be loved again. They are so desperate to feel like, oh, I got somebody who wants me, that they don't even notice that their children are hurting. You know, because with children, you have to look down. Sometimes you even have to come down to their level and look into their eyes and say, baby, are you okay with this? Right? How do you feel? Because the one friend, I had to tell her, your daughter is traumatized. She's not comfortable in that household. And so she's becoming more recluse because this is too much. Because imagine if you were just living with your mom, it's you, your mom, and your sister. Like, it's just you people living together. It's very peaceful. It's very chill. Now your mom wants to get remarried because that's what she wants to do. And now you're thrown into this chaotic vortex. What do you do as a child? You retreat. Because if this is what she wants, let her have it. But one day she will have to pay for the consequences. And I told her this. You got so focused on being obsessed with your stepdaughters because you love this man. And therefore you're loving his daughters, but you are forgetting your own daughters because they have their mother. Yeah, it's a real thing. Because your daughter's shutting down because she doesn't like it and she doesn't feel safe. You understand? And it's little things like that. Mommy getting remarried, mommy doing this, little things like that can change a person forever. Where you feel like I don't even have a voice. My voice doesn't matter. My safety doesn't matter. How I even feel, it doesn't matter. Because I'm the child, wherever she drags my ass, I have to go. You understand this, right? I hope you understand me. So what I'm saying is, the events that truly mold people are not things that happen to people when they're like 20 and 30 and 40. No, because by that time, you're just seeing the fruits. You are seeing the fruits of childhood trauma that was never addressed. Because people, especially adults, do not have the ability to bring themselves down, look at their kids in the eyes and say, tell me you're okay. And if you're not okay, mommy's not going to do this. You know, that you have so many parents who lie to themselves. Oh, she's okay. Oh, she likes it. No, she does not. She doesn't like this place. It drives her insane. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't want to be here. You understand? And the same thing with the mama. Because any mother who truly cared would have said, my son is 100 pounds overweight. What the freak? Why are you eating so much food? But then I know you were not talking to the kid because you were just so happy that this man married you and he gave you refuge. You understand? But I'm saying what truly shapes adulthood is not what happens to you as an adult. It's the stuff that happened to you as a child that no adult, your mother, your father, took the time to correct. You understand? Right? Even like when it comes to even custody, you can have children who don't feel comfortable going to another parent's house and they are still forced to go there, even though they say, I don't want to go there. I don't feel safe there. And people still take their, oh, well, that's your dad, you got to go. Well, that's your mama, you got to go. The child is saying, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. And then I know it's not about how you feel. Your daddy wants to see you. Your mama wants to see you. No, nobody give a fuck. These are adults. What the hell? If I'm uncomfortable, they should say, okay, what would it take to make you feel comfortable? What do you need daddy to do for you to be comfortable? What do you need mommy to do for you to be comfortable? Of course not. You're a child. So who cares what you think? Who cares about your safety? But then tomorrow, when this young lady engages in a reckless relationship, oh, she's so stupid. Why don't she always pick these men? Womp. You see, but what I'm saying is it didn't start when she started dating. It started as a child when she was forced to go places where she didn't feel safe. So you say, okay, after all, growing up, even when I said I was not safe, I was still required to go where I felt unsafe. Hopefully you understand me. You know what I mean? So it's a real thing. And parents are so freaking selfish. It is my point. And they're so dismissive. Their children will start to display signs of like withdrawal. They'll ignore it. Their children will have signs of anger. They'll ignore it. Their children will start to do all kinds of stuff. They will ignore it. Okay, cool. But do not be surprised if as an adult, the child behaves a certain way. because it happened in their formative years and nobody chose to address it. And most importantly, once it was recognized that there was a problem, nobody even said, I'm sorry. I am so sorry I didn't listen to you. I am sorry I put you here. I am sorry I made you do these things. I am really, no, people don't apologize, especially Black parents. They do not apologize. They put you in harm's way and they barely apologize. They change up your environment. They barely apologize. They hide your paternity. They don't apologize. They lie to you. They don't apologize. These people are toxic. They are truly toxic. So what I'm saying, like with this woman, it to me, like even when I heard, I'm like, what is going on? But I understood she is a product of the way she was loved or even abused. But if you grow up abused, what's abused? Like, I'm so sorry. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be of a healthy mind to say, oh yeah, this is toxic. But a person who grew up abused and you're saying, hey, do you know this man abuses you? But she'll say, well, he's not as bad as my former abuser. Like, what? It's a reality. Because to you, it's completely crazy. But to her, whatever this man is doing is 5% better than whatever her family did to her, right? It's probably 10% better than whatever her ex did to her. To you, it's crazy. And my thing is, like, when you realize that stuff like this sounds crazy, consider yourself lucky. Consider yourself excessively privileged that you grew up in a nurturing family where all this kind of toxicity is completely incomprehensible to you. It's a privilege. But there are a lot of people, there are a lot of children, even right now, who are growing up in situations you couldn't even fathom. There are a bunch of babies being abused. They get beat up with switches, light switches, electrical cords. I mean, you name it. We have seen mothers leave their children to go to the club or to go on vacation. We see little children having to raise their youngest siblings because parents want to be goofy and dumb, and it's just evil. So when these young babies become grown adult women, how can we say, well, you should know how to pick a man. You should know better. You should have self-worth. You have babies, you have children in America who go days without even taking a bath. They wear dirty clothes. Their mothers can't even put clothes in a washing machine. Their mothers can't even fold their clothes. Their clothes are just piled up all around the house. This is the reality of America, especially with all this goofy ass feminism, right? Where so many women that, like, they just have this visceral reaction to anything maternal and motherly and house, like anything related to like creating a clean house for the children. Because for them, it's like, oh, it's the patriarchy. It's the patriarchy. Folding clothes is the patriarchy. Washing clothes is the patriarchy. Making sure your babies have clean laundry is the patriarchy. They rather do their makeup, go shopping, watch TV, watch Zeus Network, God knows what, right? But it's a lot of children who get damaged. They're born beautiful. Even to me, I said this before. I said to me, Diddy's a cutie, even as a baby, right? Babies are born beautiful. But it's the people who raise them who damage the people. They damage the people. You know what I'm saying? They really damage the people. And so they become sick. They become really sick. They become really, really sick. Hold on, let me see. They become sick. You know? Here he is right here. Right? Everybody is born, every baby is born beautiful. Every baby is born innocent. But when a baby grows to be something like, what the freak? You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's good, McCoy. It's good. You also have to say to yourself, what the fuck happened to you? Like, what the fuck happened to you? You know, the same thing with Kanye too, huh? Kanye, you talked about his daddy with the whole pornography stuff, the nasty magazines and stuff like that. You know, right? But Kanye was a cute baby too. You know, he was a cute little baby. And that's why his kids are so beautiful. But it's like something happened to you. How do you become this offensive human being like this? How? And like I said, it happens when people are children. Somehow his daddy introduced him to pornography. His daddy introduced him to these nasty magazines. His daddy introduced him to masturbation and whatever you name it. You know, I'm just like, this is just crazy. This is crazy, right? Even Kirk Franklin. Look at him. The mom don't want to tell you who your dad is. She keeps lying to you. You know, Kirk Franklin also has it. Even I don't care what he says, he still has it. Like the porn addiction, the sexual immorality. Like he struggles with that. But even when he found his dad, did you see how his mom was still gaslighting him? I'm like, lady, can you stop? He found the daddy. Do y'all remember this? When Kirk Franklin found his daddy? Remember that? I'm like, these people are crazy. What is wrong with people apologizing to people? Right? Do y'all remember this when he found his dad? And the mother and the aunties, not only were they gaslighting him, but they were talking to him like he was still a child. I'm like, that's a grown-ass man. You know, and I'm not the biggest Kirk Franklin fan. Hold on. You know, I'm not the biggest Kirk Franklin fan, but let me tell you this. Let me be so for real. Growing up, Kirk Franklin was that person. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, because he was a bit more modest back then. This new version of Kirk Franklin, I don't like it. But like old school Kirk Franklin, you guys, yes. I played one of his songs this weekend. I put that up for y'all on YouTube. I don't think you guys saw it, but I put a song for you guys on. I shared one of his songs this weekend because I was listening to it. It was so beautiful. Here it is. I'm playing just a little bit, huh? Because it's YouTube, y'all. It's YouTube, y'all. Hold on. Let me get the right part. Oh, it's YouTube, y'all. Hold on. I gotta find the right part. I guess I can play this before then. Hold on. Manual, let me stop it real quick. I gotta hold on. I gotta do a little bit of time and then stop it because you know it's YouTube channel. Hold on. Don't go for my hands, okay? But like old school Kirk Franklin, I love. This new Kirk Franklin, the secular one, I don't like this. I don't really care for that. I really don't, okay? And don't you be afraid. Let me stop it. Hold on, you guys. Let me stop it. Okay? Don't be afraid, y'all. I gotta stop it. Hold on. Joy comes in the morning. And joy comes in the morning, y'all. Joy comes in the morning. Y'all, this song, because I was playing gospel all weekend, like on Sunday, I was playing all kinds of gospel songs, and this came. I was like, oh my gosh, y'all. It had me in tears. It really did. Troubles, they don't last always. Amen, y'all. Nothing lasts always. Nothing lasts always. Hold on. 3 seconds. No, stop. Hold on. For there's a friend. There's always a friend in Jesus, y'all. Amen. Amen. Write the comments, y'all. Can I see y'all? Let me make sure I can see you guys, okay? Let me make sure I can see y'all. I love this song. Sorry, y'all. I got to keep cutting it because, you know, we don't want to have the copyright issue. So let me make sure I'm right here so I can see. Hold on, because YouTube is mean. YouTube is mad mean. Okay? Okay, let's go. Let me do this, okay? Who will wipe your tears away? Amen. There's always going to be Jesus who wipes your tears away. Hold on. And if your heart is broken, y'all, just lift your hands. Lift your hands and sing. Okay. Amen, 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 amen. Because somebody say amen. Type amen in the chat. Let's go. Oh, I know I can make it, and you can too, okay? Amen. God is good.
I know that I can stand.
I know that I can definitely can stand. You know how the Bible says, after having done everything there is to do, stand. Okay? There you go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
No matter what comes my way.
No matter what may come my way. Hey, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
Jesus, my life.
My life is in your hands. So you guys, this song, I played this song on repeat. I got tired of it. Okay? What a beautiful song. What a beautiful song.
Let's sing it together. Listen.
You do not have to worry. Cast your fears and cast all your stress upon the Lord. Amen. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
And don't you be afraid.
And don't you be afraid. Nope, never be afraid, y'all. greater is he that's in you than he that's in the world, okay? 1,000 to your right, 10,000 to your left, they will not touch you. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Joy cometh in the morning.
Joy comes in the morning. Yes, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Troubles, they don't last always.
Troubles, they don't last always. Troubles do not last always, so get ready for your breakthrough. I know that's right.
For there's a friend in Jesus.
There's not just a friend in Jesus. There's a father in Jesus. There's love in Jesus. There's protection in Jesus. Okay, there you go. There's a forever lasting life in Jesus.
Who will wipe every tear. And if your heart is broken.
And if your heart is broken, y'all. Okay, listen. Amen. Amen. God's gonna he's gonna mend your heart back in one piece, okay?
Just lift those hands and just lift your hands. Come on, sing it with me.
Okay, get ready to sing, y'all.
No, I can't.
Oh, I know that I can. Better know that you can make it, and you will make it. And you were born to make it. I know that's right. You were born to make it.
In Jesus, I know.
I know that I can stand.
No matter what may.
Amen. Amen.
Come my way.
No matter what. Okay. So that's well, thank you, Kirkland. I appreciate that. So this song was playing nonstop, like the song. You know, I think that you gotta talk about it. You know what I mean? You gotta really, really talk about it. It is not a joke because childhood has damaged a lot of us. You know, and we think, oh, I'm okay. No, you're not. You just buried it somewhere, and you think like, oh, you're okay. But people need to talk about it. Have a journal, write about it. You know, ask God to also sing towards the right people. Whether it's like going to go see a therapist and also like praying and also finding the right church family or the right people. Don't be too quick now. Take your time and find the right people. But it's a real thing. But you see, Kirk Franklin, like the level of gaslighting, even when he found his daddy. Like these people are crazy. These women are crazy. Hold on. Is that his dad? You guys, this thing was crazy, y'all. Hurtful. Yo, do you guys remember when this came out? Oh, it was traumatic. I was like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. And this is why also we have to really go back to teaching people why sexual discipline matters. Children by different men. All of this, it hurts the young people. These are human beings. They're not property. They're not pets. They are full-blown human beings. And they deserve to have this, like, I don't know, like they deserve to have some kind of, there has to be some kind of respect that's put on paternity. It's like that you grow up, but who's my dad? Well, how did you get pregnant? Like, this is just too much. And this is why, many people can say whatever they want. This is why, once again, I'll say you will never go wrong having traditional values. It might be harder. It might not be cool for this world, but let me tell you something. It's going to save you from a whole lot of foolishness. Okay? Yeah, this is why we have to teach sexual discipline. The hedonism leads to more traumatized babies and broken families. It traumatizes the children. Like, Kirk Franklin is a grown man. Like, he could be my dad. Look at him crying like this. Two people's decision. Look at how they can affect a human being. Like this, when I saw this documentary the first time, I was like, what is this? What is this? Like, truly, truly, what is this? And we wonder why we have so many young people today who are acting out. Because they don't feel loved. They truly do not feel love. And they're looking for love in all the wrong places. The streets, the sheets, the whatever. Because at home, they do not feel love. And that to me is like that's a really big problem. Because people think being progressive and feminist, whatever you want to call this stuff, modern, whatever you call it, is way better than having traditional values. But traditional values, they're going to save a lot of people's lives. It's going to save a lot of people from being traumatized. It's going to save a lot of people from being broken adults. We have so many adults that are just hurting, and they bury the stuff in the back of their heads, and they act so weird. They act so weird. It's really hard for them to be faithful. It's hard for them to get married. It is hard for them to commit to their children. They have too much toxic baggage. It is too much. It really is too much. Look at this auntie. Completely out of order. Completely out of order. You see your nephew. He's going through a lot. He finally found his dad. She opens the door. She doesn't even say, hey, nephew, how was your drive? How was this? Are you okay? Asked about the kids, how the grandkids, how's your wife? No, she opens the door and she says to this grown man. Now, I'm telling you right now, I'm not a fan of Kirk Franklin, but Kirk Franklin is not a regular person. She opens the door and she says, get your ass out. I'm like, who are you talking to? You see? And there are people who grew up with, I guess, matriarchs like that. This is crazy. Do you see him all the time? I mean, even if you see him all the time, how can you talk to your nephew? That's a grown-ass man. Like, how many kids he got? Like 5 kids? Kirk Franklin is not a regular person. He's not an everyday person. And even if he was an everyday person, but my thing is, like, he's not just anybody. You open the door and you don't even say, hey, nephew, was your drive okay? Are you good? I missed you. No, get your ass out. Who are you talking to? I'm like, I see why he don't talk to you people. And you see, and this is why sometimes a lot of people choose not to talk to their family. Oh, go talk to your family. You have no idea what that family is all about. Some people are just toxic. I was like, these women are crazy. Good for him. Yeah, it's not just a Black American thing. It's a Black thing. It is a Black thing. Wait until you see how some other people talk to each other. It's a Black thing. But my thing is yet again, you see, he was like, no, auntie, I'm going to stay in the car. Thank you. Because he already knows. You haven't seen me in how long? You don't say, hey, baby, welcome back. Hey, my love, how was your drive? How are the kids? Are you okay? Today must have been rough for you. Do you want something to drink? No, of course not. She opens the door. The first thing she says, get your ass out. Well, who is she talking to? I'm like, who this lady talking to? Get your ass out. I ain't signing shit. Auntie, you are too old to be talking like this. Out of order. I had another friend recently. I had to block her. I'm like, you're so committed to this ratchet grift. I don't even know what to do with your ass anymore, right? I reached out to her. And when I messaged her, I said hi to her. I asked about her health. I asked about her daughter. And then I asked her a question. This girl wants to start being snappy with me. I'm like, you see, I don't know what this is with you. Like, I really don't get it. But it's like you are really committed to this ratchet grip. You guys, this girl grew up with me. Like, she grew up in Virginia. Like, we grew up in Northern Virginia. For some reason, she is so committed to being ratchet, disrespectful. And I'm like, babe, if I message you and I greet you and I ask you about your daughter, the least you could do is say, hey, Marlene, how's Maverick? At least you can ask about Maverick. No. You have to find a way to be unpleasant. Are you actually okay? I'm like, what would it actually cost you to conduct yourself as a classy woman? If I say, hey, Samantha, I hope you and I don't know, give me the daughter's name. I hope you and Sarah are doing well, right? I hope you guys are okay. I hope you're doing well. Do you mind telling me about X, Y, and Z? What you would say is, hey, Marlene, me and so are doing well. How's Maverick? How are the boys? This is how normal, civilized adults converse. It's not somebody greets you, ask about your daughter, and making sure you guys are okay. To now your first response is something passive aggressive. I'm like, why are you like this? Why are you like what is that? Like, what's up with you? Like, why are you committed to this ratchet grift? Like, I'm like, what is wrong with this chick? You're 40. Like, when you talk to people, have some class. If you're upset about something, we can talk about it. But I am too grown for you to be passive aggressive with me. I will not tolerate that. So it went where it went. And she's like, oh, Marlene, I lost my uncle today. I'm like, so you lost your uncle today, but you got to tell me passive aggressive. All you could have said was, Marlene, you could say, Marlene, I lost my uncle. But, oh, my gosh, are you okay? Is everything okay? But no, because now I cussed your ass out. Now you want to gaslight me with your uncle passing away. Go sit down somewhere. If your uncle passed away, it should really symbolize to you that life is short, right? Let's not waste our precious moments on foolishness. What is this? Are you okay? Blocked. She needs a break too. You know, another thing that could also be is that the reason why Miss Deborah never also came clean is not that she don't want to come clean, but if her sisters are this toxic, because it don't seem like her sisters are all about conflict resolution. Yeah. Like, it doesn't seem like her. And that's why even sometimes, this is what we say, like, women keep other women single, right? And women can keep other women making bad decisions, right? Because you think if Miss Deborah had calmer sisters, nicer sisters, more mature, wiser sisters, this could have been resolved. The mere fact that your nephew has not talked to your sister in 23 years, why haven't y'all fixed this? And that's how you know. Her sisters are up to no good. She don't have good sisters, right? Because don't you talk to your kids? So if your sister is not talking to her son, and on top of that, her son is a superstar, and she's not talking to her son, so the longer she is away from him, the further she is away from him, she's missing out financially, vacations, honors, going to events, because she doesn't have access to her son. And you as her sister, instead of saying, sis, let's fix this, that you can enjoy the success of your child, no, y'all keep her in this bad attitude because you're jealous. Your own sisters can be jealous of you. It is a real thing. I know it's harsh. It's hard, but it's the truth though. Because look at the advice people who claim to love you are giving you. Are they encouraging you to live a life of peace and accountability? Or are they always telling you, oh, don't apologize, keep fighting, oh, F him, who cares? Oh, well, you don't need him. Girl, shut up. That's her son. And her son is incredibly successful. Right? So, like, what is it between your sister and her son that they haven't spoken in 23 years? And you as a sister, how come you haven't tried to fix it? But no, you make things worse. He's not your child. He doesn't talk to his sister. The first time you meet him in 23 years, you open the doors and get your ass out. What is this? His own mother, she sees him, she gives him a hug. So you insult her child. You see? And that's why you got to be very careful. Just because that's your sister or your whatever, it doesn't mean she means you well. You don't even talk to your child like this, and she's talking to your child like that. Maverick. Oh, Lord, hold on. Miss Deborah, I think her sister don't like her. Yeah. You know, it happens a lot. You even have, like, you have a lot of sisters. Not only are they jealous of you, they are jealous of how successful your kids are. You have to be very careful. If your sister gives you advice, okay, I don't know. If your sister gives you advice, and that advice is always, oh, never apologize to your kids, F them kids, you're the mom, they owe you respect, they owe you this, they owe. And she never says, okay, you know what, kids be crazy sometimes, but child, see what the child wants, okay? And maybe apologize. It's not a big deal. Like, it's okay to apologize sometimes. But I think her sister is very jealous of her, And I don't even know what their literacy level is. It could be that the one in the blue is more educated than Miss Deborah, right? So she encourages her sister in foolishness, and her sister looks up to her. Because she could also be the older sister. So that could be another thing. There are a lot of people out here who are jealous, y'all. Be very careful. Just because somebody is your sister doesn't mean she's not jealous of you. Just because somebody is your mother doesn't mean that she can't be jealous of you. You have to, you really got to be careful. You have to really be careful. You got to be careful. This is her PTSD talking. Yeah. And pay attention to how your sister treats her own children. Yeah. Be very careful. If your sister always has negative things to say about your kids, but she always praises her children, it's like, are we in competition? What's going on here? This is weird. So Miss Deborah is saying that she can swear on her dead mother's grave that the man is not the father, even though the DNA test result says it's 99.9999%. Miss Deborah, you cannot lie like this, right? But her and her sister have agreed to this lie, and they will commit to it, and they will continue to withhold the truth from him. Auntie, just say it. And this is what Tyler Perry's mom did. And I think that's why with Tyler Perry, he the way he writes Black women in his movies, I think subconsciously he wants to punish his mom because she lied until she died. She never told them the truth though. She's like, no, that's your dad. That's your dad. That's your dad. That's your dad. It's like, Auntie, you're about to die. Just say it. I had an affair. He's not your father. I lied to you. I lied to him. I lied to everyone. I cheated. But then just say that. Just say it. You don't have much to live. You gonna lie? You gonna take this lie to the grave? You don't have much to live. Just say what happened. Just say it. And I feel like maybe that's why I had to get you people end up getting a divorce, because he has so many wounds. He has so many wounds. They don't want to tell the truth. I mean, it is insane. You're going to die. You're going to have to face God. Just say it and be done with this. Nobody's going to put you in prison. I mean, they swear like, oh yeah, if I confess that this, you're the father, I'm going to go to jail. Or if I tell you that, yeah, I had an affair and then you were conceived out of the affair, I'm going to go to prison. Nobody is going to put you in prison. There's no prison for cheaters. What is this? Right? But my thing is, before you take your dying breath, if your son says to you, Mommy, is this man my father? Relieve him. Relieve him. Say, no, son, Mommy had an affair. No, Tyler Perry's mom died. Like, yo, she was in a dying bed. You have to get his book. It's in the book. A dying bed. And she's like, no, that's your daddy. I'm like, oh, shit. This lady, these people are just overwhelming. And you see why when Tyler Perry writes, he does his movies, like the way he handles black women in his movies, they're always deviant. They're always lying. They're always hiding something. They can never be trusted. It's his mom. It's his mom. He projects his mom onto all his black female characters. That's his mother. And maybe that's why he wants to write all the screenplays, because he needs to punish this lady. He hasn't forgiven her. He'll say things like, oh, I love my mom and this. No, you love her, but you haven't forgiven her. You haven't forgiven her. So I'm like, what is like, what are we doing? What are we truly, truly doing? Just relieve the people. Just say, son, Mommy had an affair. And that's like, you were conceived. No, they're going to keep lying and lying. The child is like, that is not sure what, like me. I don't even know how people play. I don't even know how people play this paternity game. Like, this is so crazy to me. This to me is the most like, you know, I have another friend too, huh? She met this man. He was in the army, y'all. So he was deployed. And every time he got deployed, she got pregnant. But I guess he thought it was his children. You guys, they had a boy. He named the boy after himself, like a junior or third or whatever. The baby passed away. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was then he discovered that was not his son. I said, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my Lord. So once he discovered that the baby who had passed was not his son, he discovered that another baby that she had was also not his son. I said, Jesus Christ. And I told her, I said, girl, it's going to be really hard for this man to be in a relationship with you, because this kind of betrayal is really hard to get over. I don't know if he can ever trust a woman again after this. Because this is just inconceivable. How can you lie like this? Not even one baby. You lied to paternity. You lied on 2 babies. 2 babies were not his. The man is out there deployed. You out here doing all of this behind his back. These people are not scared. And I don't think he can do it. I really don't. She kept pushing and pushing. And I'm like, I feel like also the more you push, the more he's going to get scared. Because this is seriously traumatic. You thought the lady was pregnant. You were all involved in the pregnancy. You thought it was your son. You named the son after you. The baby dies. And then you find out that's not your son. Then you find out the other child is also not your child. I don't see how he can be in a relationship. Like, I don't see how. I don't see how. I don't see how he can ever trust again. This is incredibly traumatic. This is incredibly traumatic. I'm like, wow, people have stories out here, man. My denial. You see, now she's tired too. She's like, girl, I guess he got us. Because at first, when there was no DNA, they were just gaslighting him. The sisters were they were tag teaming him and just gaslighting him. Even now, the auntie tired. She's like, girl, I guess he just wants the truth, because she knows. You see this? Even the sister is tired. That's why she was so aggressive initially, because they were about to be exposed. Because this is not a normal way for you. This is not a normal way for you to greet your nephew. Get your ass out the car. Gaslighting, deflection. Okay? And he was like, no, auntie, I'm staying in the car. Thank you. Gotta go. Look at her. She's like, yeah, look at her. Look at her. No joke, nothing can substitute what I deserve and what I've needed and what I've missed. You see, she felt convicted. She felt convicted. It is hard to lie like this. This is not of God. Look at her. She was like, you see? Look, she took a deep breath and she looked at her sister. And she said, he's like, she's like, girl, I'm tired. Just tell the boy. You see, her sister knows he's the Auntie Deborah crying like this is gaslighting. This also is narcissism. This is what narcissists do. So you go from no, absolutely not. You swear on the grave of your dead mother, Miss Deborah, you need help, right? And now that your back is against the wall, your sister's like, okay, I can no longer support you because I look like lying like this on TV. He did 2 or 3 DNA tests. Every DNA test says he's the father. So her sister's like, nah, you're about to have me looking crazy on TV. Girl, I can't support you no more. And I want to make it to heaven. Tell the truth. So now she starts to cry. You see, that's what they do. She's a narcissist. Now she starts to cry. Auntie Deb, why are you crying? He's the one who suffered. He is 53 years old. You've lied to him for 53 years. Why are you crying? You see, narcissist, this is what a narcissistic parent does. Bring the attention back onto me. Even though they have wronged you. Miss Deb, no, you're crazy. You are really crazy. No. Then he talked about it with son, because they and his son also are going through it. Like, everybody's just sick. Yes, Mavi. Like, this is just everybody. You see how fast she walked? She's so damn mad. Now she's mad at her sister because her sister said, girl, we can't keep lying like this. The auntie tried. She really tried. She tried to lie for her sister, but she's like, we don't look like lying like this. Because she knows. Everybody knows. But now that her sister is making her confess, like, you have to tell the truth, though. Oh, she left everybody behind. She walking all fast. She leaves her sister all the way in the back. Why are you doing this? Just pride. You haven't seen your son in 23 years. She would rather die, never seeing him again, than to say, son, he's your dad. I was really upset. I felt like he didn't care about the pregnancy. I felt like he turned his back on me and he left me to raise you. So I said, well, F him then. And I never wanted to say his name again. Okay, they're not nice feelings, but they are understandable feelings. You're a human being. Like, nobody can blame you for having ugly feelings. Like, if like before, when y'all was boyfriend and girlfriend, whenever y'all was dating, he was nice to you, calling you, running up behind your window and act like he was Romeo and you was Juliet. And then as soon as you got pregnant, he became a whole new person, started insulting you, being mean to you. His family was mean to you. And you didn't like him anymore. Like, you know what? Never, ever, ever will my son know that you're the dad. Is it the nice way to act? No, but you were also a teenager. We get it. You know, just say it. It's okay to have ugly feelings. The problem is you can't keep lying even in like 80. If Kirk is 53, his mom has to be like at least like 70. You cannot lie like this. It's better to say he abandoned me with you. My life was really hard. And I was shamed for being a single mom. And I was treated like a pariah. And I hated him for this. So therefore, I decided to never speak his name again. So yes, I lied to you because I didn't want you to go after him. I didn't want you to want to be his son. He's not a good person. Boom. Is it pretty? No, but it's real. You're a human being. People have ugly feelings sometimes. It happens. But you cannot continue to lie to your son like this. It's really, really ugly. Okay, it's really ugly. Hold on. Let's get back over here. Because y'all have more videos for y'all. Hold on. This Shannon Sharpe stuff is real. Hold on. Where are all my videos? Sorry, you guys. I don't know where my videos are. Like, you can't do this. But look at Candace living her life. Oh, let's see what Stephen A has to say. Hold on.
All right, everybody, big time sports action that's happening each and every day. The Stephen A. Smith Show wants to make sure you assault, sexual. It's where some news that broke yesterday involving Shannon Sharpe, my colleague at ESPN and my friend. The Hall of Fame tight end was sued on Sunday by a woman proceeding under the name Jane Doe pseudonym. The 13-page civil complaint filed in Nevada alleges that Sharpe committed assault, sexual assault, battery, and sex. The plaintiff alleges Sharpe sexually assaulted her several times at the end of 2024 in the beginning of 2025. The suit also alleges that Shannon engaged in the intentional infliction of emotional distress. It should be noted that the suit was filed by attorney Tony Busby.
You know one thing also I've noticed about these lawsuits? When they write these lawsuits, they write the most despicable things you can think of because they want people to be utterly disgusted. I even feel like in these lawsuits, you can write, oh, he starved me to death in the basement. You know, like, because I feel like these lawsuits, they're not even about, oh, you did something wrong to me. I'm trying to get like compensation for that. No, these lawsuits are truly about tarnishing your public image. And they know it's public. These will be public documents, right? Because they're not writing these lawsuits under oath. They're just making claims. But they will write the most despicable things in these lawsuits. I swear. If people don't know you like that, they will never talk to you again. Like, oh my gosh, have you heard he did this, he did this, he did. But everything in the lawsuit is alleged. It has to be proven in court. But I've come to realize, with the whole Cassie lawsuit, like they will write the most salacious things, the most vile things in there because they know American people love gossip. Like they love to hear like how are these rich and famous people really getting down? Give me all the tea, give me all the mess. And it's like, this is just a smearing campaign. This is insanity.
They filed a suit against Jay-Z and P. Diddy, alleging they both sexually assaulted a minor, which has since been withdrawn. Jay-Z also has countersued Busby. By the way, the plaintiff in the Sharpe civil suit is not the woman heard in the accidental Instagram live stream incident.
No, the problem is the problem. Hey, Lane. The problem with Uncle Shay Shay, if Uncle Shay Shay engaged in BDSM with her, right, she could try to use that to be like, oh my gosh, you abused me. That's what I will also say. You have to stay away from people who want you to do weird things to them. Because me personally, I'm Marlene, but then again, I'm a Christian, so I'm very modest like that. But for me, I don't think that sex should be weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't think sex should be weird. When people say gag me, bind me, suffocate me, okay, you know what? You're liability. Because do you really want this? Or you want me to do it to you so that tomorrow you can run and say, oh, I did this to you, I did that to you. Because some people are really into BDSM. And then they'll come out and be, oh my gosh, he gagged me. He did this to me, whatever. But it's like, that's what you told them to do. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
That made headlines last September of last year. In response to the suit, Shannon and his legal team went to social media yesterday and released a series of allegedly sexually explicit text messages between him and the Jane Doe. In addition to that, they issued the following statement, quote, this lawsuit filed by Gabriella Zuniga and orchestrated by her attorney, Tony Busby, is a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. It is filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations, and it will not succeed, end quote. Then earlier today, Jane Doe's attorney, Tony Busby, sent TMZ Sports a 1 minute and 36-second clip of an alleged conversation between his client and Shannon. In response to that clip, Shannon Sharpe went back to social media and issued this response. Take a look.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby.
But the problem, Uncle Shannon, even defending yourself, you're going to have to expose people how you're having sex with people. Does that make sense, you guys? Because he's really into some kinky stuff.
Who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be pins or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation. And now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly, on $1 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down.
My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
Well, it's a sad situation. Shannon Sharpe is somebody I work with a couple of days a week. Shannon Sharpe is somebody that I brought to ESPN. Works on First Take, which airs on ESPN every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. He's been with me every Monday and Tuesday. We've been number one for 13 years and counting. But since Shannon has arrived, obviously he's helped the show immensely. And I can't thank him enough for it. We've grown close as friends. I'd like to believe that. I certainly root for him. I know he's.
My thing is, so you see, and this is why I told y'all this, right? What Jay-Z did, even though he was acting like he was fighting it publicly, right? Remember, I told you this. What did I tell you? I said he sent his lawyer to defend Mayor Eric Adams, right? Remember? Hold on. Right? You see? This is Jay-Z's attorney, right? This man charges like $5,000 or $20,000 an hour, right? So Eric Adams cannot afford him. Hold on, Matt Freak. Oh, these babies are too much. Okay. Right? Mayor Eric Adams cannot afford him. Okay. Jay-Z most likely paid for this. This ain't free. Right? And I think the reason why, because he's trying to get close to the DOJ to really know what they have on him. Because I told you, if you take it to court, you say, well, I'm going to fight this, whatever. You need to know what he has. And you need to know who's behind this. Because you see the Diddy stuff, right? It's not just Cassie. It's not just Cassie. They put Cassie up to this. I'm telling you, these people never attack you just stupidly, right? It's a whole plan. It's like there's step 1, then there's step 2, then there's step 3, right? Okay. Whoever Diddy had a problem with, they also reached out to the prosecution and what's it called? First of all, if you remember too, it starts with Andrew Cuomo. Let's start with Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo signed into law that people could have this 10-year grace period to talk about anybody who assaulted them since like the birth of Jesus, right? And that's the same thing that took Andrew Cuomo down. Cool. Now, whoever had a problem with Diddy, they reached out to the prosecution in New York, okay? And the prosecution reached out to Cassie, right? So if you remember, Cassie reached out to him first. Cassie reached out to Diddy with some crazy amount that was like so preposterous. Like, what the heck? He's, I'm not paying that. But what Diddy didn't do, he didn't check who really sent her. He thought she sent herself. Because if you remember when, some of y'all are new here, so you probably don't know. If you remember, I'm gonna show y'all. Cassie's lawyer is even a guy who he's like some kind of, he works for Trump also. These people are all connected. They're all connected, right? So they all work together. Like Cassie's lawsuit is not random. Her timing was not random. It was all in synchronicity with the district, like with the DA of New York City. They all did it together. It's a synchronized attack. This is how they attack the people. So when Cassie goes to him, the number is so crazy. Diddy said no. He said, no problem. And then they sued him. And then they released the thing. They released the lawsuit, which are all these nasty details. And some of them, are they even true? We don't know. But people love to believe the lies. I mean, you see with Carmelo. People love to believe the lie because lies are more, they're more succulent. I don't know, right? Then after that, right, after Diddy paid the money. Because, okay, fine, I'm going to pay you the money because in terms of the media, the public, I'm not winning this. So he decides to pay her the money. Then what happens? The tape comes out. That's fine. Diddy can be a degenerate. And Cassie also is a degenerate. Cassie also is a degenerate. These are all degenerates. These are all degenerates. A woman who wants to be on the billboard without actually working. Exactly. She's also a degenerate. The people who run Diddy, they're also degenerates. There's nobody that's like really, really innocent here. He's not the only one. But he is being treated like he's the only degenerate. Cassie also is a degenerate. People have to accept that. Just because she's pretty and she looks calm and whatever does not mean that she is not a degenerate. She is a degenerate. And that's why even now her new husband looks like he used to be on Skid Row burning meth and smoking meth, and he just chews crack. Okay? He looks like he used to have an addiction, right? She's also a degenerate. What we understand about America and the American media is all about your image. It's not really about your character. It's not really about who you truly are. People believe your image. Cassie has a better image, but she's also a degenerate. You're not going to be 17 up and down New York with some 26-year-old. Exactly. So she's also a degenerate. The people that Diddy worked for, they are degenerate. The entire industry is full of degenerates. They are all degenerates. Everybody in that industry is a degenerate. That's why Hollywood is a clique. You have to be a degenerate to get in there. And for you to stay in there, you have to continue to be a degenerate. Holy people don't go there. Good people don't go there. Clean people don't go there, right? So even Einstein, I don't think Einstein was a sacrificial lamb. I think Einstein, he truly works for the Israeli government. I think he works for Bibi. He was not sacrificed. Maxine Giswell was sacrificed. Ghislaine, right? Maxine, is that her name? The white lady? Now she was sacrificed because she's still in the prison. He's not in the prison. Einstein is probably not dead. He's probably somewhere in Israel living his best life after having done facial surgery. He was not sacrificed. Absolutely not. He was not sacrificed. The person who is currently in prison for everything he did is that British woman. Yeah. So you don't know what a sacrificial lamb is. It's performative. They sent Einstein to the jailhouse and they said he's dead. Did you see his body? Did you go to his funeral? Did it have an open casket? Did anybody see this man in a casket? Okay, there you go. There you go. He's probably in Israel right now living his best life. Let's not act like Israel does not welcome predators, molesters, and all kinds of stuff like that. He is probably in Israel. Because I think Jeffrey Einstein is like, he's a man who was sent here to get dirt on all these American politicians, whether they be Democrats or Republicans. He has everybody on tape. This is how Israel is able to exert so much control over American politics. They have all of our politicians in some sex orgy with some underage person. There's a reason why Donald Trump has not released the list yet, because he's on there too. They're all on there. Everybody is on there. He was probably sent to this country by Benjamin Netanyahu. He's probably part of the IVF. It was all planned. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Did anybody go to his funeral? Did anybody see him in a casket? Did anybody see these people put this man into the ground? No, we didn't see anything. The media told us he was dead. The media told us, oh, he's this. No, the media told us. So if it's the media, it can be trusted. The man is probably very much alive in Israel right now, and he has facial surgery, so you can't really recognize him. But the one who's still sitting in that jailhouse is just Len Maxwell, because she's paying for everything he did. Now she's the sacrificial lamb because she's not Jewish. So she ain't coming out. She's going to stay in there. Even on Harvey Weinstein, they're trying to get Harvey Weinstein out because he's one of theirs. He is one of theirs. And you see, like I don't know how, but he found a way to reach out to Candace Owens. Right now, I do believe that Candace could have probably stood up for Diddy, but the problem is when Candace went to that revolt, they had a revolt conference, and she was on the panel, and T.I. was very rude and very disrespectful. Diddy did not stand up for her. So most likely she's going to be petty, and she's not going to want to stand up for Diddy because he didn't stand up for her, right? Harvey Weinstein, she's standing up for her because he's probably going to take care of her. Okay, that's how it works out here. You got to pay people to stand up for you. Money talks. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I'm done with Maverick. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. Candace Owens. Spell her name. Yeah. Do y'all remember this? Like years ago, she went to a Revolt conference. Yeah. And T.I. was very, very disrespectful. He was very, very disrespectful. And Diddy never said, okay, calm down. Like, it was just too much. I think he even called her a bitch to her face. You know how T.I. does too much, even though we know he's an informant. Okay? So I'm like, see, Diddy, had you been nicer to Candace, she would have helped you out. Because it's all a sick game. It really is a sick game. But I do feel like Jay-Z, by having Alex Spiro be the defense attorney for Eric Adams, it allowed him to get in contact with the DOJ to truly know, what does he have on me? You understand? Because all of these black celebrities, they have chains, okay? They have chains. These people control them. And that's why every time there's an election, they have to come out, oh yeah, vote for this person, vote for that person. Why? Why? Because they have stuff on you. So I think that also helped them to realize, okay, is it really the government hiding behind this? Or is this guy just doing a lawsuit like that? Now, Uncle Shannon, he needs to know who's behind this. Because once you know who's really, because it's not Tony Bugsby. Like, you need to know who's really behind this. Because once you know who's really behind this, then you can decide whether or not it's worth it to go to court. You know, you can decide. But I'm saying I would not be surprised if they want ownership of his podcast. I would not be surprised. Ouch. I would not be surprised if they're asking him to sign over ownership of the Club Shay Shay podcast. I wouldn't be surprised. Because I'm not saying he's not a freak though, but it's like, why him though? He's not the only one to have this kind of sex. Why him? But we have seen the views. Like we have, hold on, let's go on this thing. Hold on. Let's look at the views, right? Eric, you're something, huh? Let me look at his channel. Okay. All right. You see, it's almost like on that Joe Rogan level, right? And even for Joe Rogan, like it took a long time for Joe Rogan to get these kinds of views, right? But look, this one, 89 million views, 18 million views, 12 million views, 9.7, like you know. And I'm like, I really think it comes down to ownership. Okay, I really think it comes down to ownership of Club Shay Shay, because on YouTube right now, he probably has the #1 podcast. You know what I'm saying? It all comes down to ownership, because he's not the only one to be freaky like this. You know what I'm saying? He is not the only one to be this kind of freaky. There's another one. Let me see if I can find her. Let me show y'all. Let me deal with this little baby. He's gonna be deported in a little bit. Let me see if I can show y'all. Hold on. You're too much. Whatever her name is, child. Okay. Okay, you see? There's this other white Jewish woman. She does things called like spirit cooking. This lady is so damn sick. She does like spirit cooking. It's so bizarre. It is so bizarre, right? And they've never pressed charges against her. They have never arrested her. They have never, look at Beyonce right there. They have never investigated her. She does the weirdest things, you guys. She does the weirdest things. This lady does the weirdest things, right? And they have never investigated her. Why is that? Like her pictures are so diabolical. Like everything she does, this lady is just so weird. Let me see if I can find some. Like show butcher meat, there's blood everywhere. Anyway, she's a weirdo. My point is, right? People like that never get checked, right? But somehow it's always black people. It's always black people. And they always want to make their private bedroom affairs public conversation. You know, we're gonna have the public scrutinize how you have sex, who you have sex with, when you have sex with, which honestly is really nobody's business. You understand? They do it all the time. But I'm like, Uncle Shay Shay, it could really be that today it's your turn because they want ownership. Yeah. And the thing is, all this stuff too, they learn it by being around these white people. They learn it by being around these white folks. Maverick, you're too loud. You're too loud. You're too loud. You're too loud. You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to be stopped. Okay? So let's see. Where was I? No, I close this up. Okay. Okay, mommy got you.
He's been through a lot in life. He's overcome a lot of things. And when he departed from Fox, I was more than happy to bring him on board here. So all I can speak about is what I know based on the reports. And I can speak about ESPN and Disney. To be clear, even though this podcast, this YouTube show is owned and operated by me solely, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be dismissive of ESPN, who employs me in my daytime job on First Take. So I sit here before you today, letting you know that they are aware that this is a subject that I was going to broach, because I owe them that courtesy.
You see what he told us? He said ESPN is aware. What does that mean? He had to go check in with them first. I think with these people, like once you sign a contract with them, they think they own you in perpetuity. They really do think they own you. Why do you have to check in with them to talk about this? And that's why I said the Carmelo Anthony stuff. That's why the vast majority, even all these black men, are not talking about that, because they got to go ask for permission. They have to go ask for permission, right? They have to go ask for permission. They always have to say, oh, is it okay if I talk about this? Is it okay if I talk about that? Can I talk about this? Oh my, can I talk? It's your YouTube channel. Why do you have to check in with them? And all the money he makes, he still has to check in with them. That's why sometimes I wonder if these black people even have access to their money. Like, is their money blocked somewhere and then they like receive an allowance or something? Do you actually have access to your money? I don't think these people I don't think they're in custody of their money. I think they receive like monthly allowances. You know what I'm saying? Just so they don't act out of order. So he had to go ask for permission from ESPN if he could talk about this. Like, do I have permission to say something nice about Shannon? Do I have permission to stand up for Shannon? And there's a reason why they're not talking about Carmelo. But and let me tell you this also, right? And I'm gonna play the video. Let me also tell you this. Uncle Shannon, when you heard about Carmelo, had you given some money to that boy, you wouldn't be in this predicament. That's why sometimes when you hear somebody's in trouble, make a donation. Make an offering. Make an offering. Yeah, make an offering so that way it gonna speak for you, right? Yeah, do I have permission? I have to go check in with ESPN. Like, who are they? You know? No, because even to stand up for your friend, you still have to make sure they give you permission to stand up for your friend. You need permission to stand up for another black person, because they control everything. That's why this place is racist. Yes, ma'am.
With that being said, it's important to point out a couple of things. Number one, I was not there. I can provide no eyewitness account. And even though I got love and respect for Shannon Sharpe, and I'm sincerely hopeful and prayerful that he's completely innocent of the allegations that have been levied against him, I can't sit here and speak to his innocence or guilt from a knowledgeable place, because I have nothing to do with this. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything. I don't even know this person. I know what the reports say. I know the reports, the things that have been reported on a multitude of outlets, from the AP to the New York Post to...
You see how he's talking? Oh, I wasn't there. I can't speak on his innocence. Then just shut up. Why are you talking? You see, I'm telling you, these people are not free, y'all. These black people are not free. They're slaves. They are slaves. If you're not sure, if you can't speak to his character, then shut up. Shut up. Otherwise, how are you different than Tasha K? Like, how are you different than a blogger? You say you've known Shannon Sharpe for how many years, and you can't speak to whether he would do something like this? You sound like a freaking idiot. You sound like a damn blogger. That makes no sense. It's like, God forbid, right? Kevin got in trouble. Right? Here's Kevin right here, right? God forbid somebody's not even in trouble. God forbid somebody wants to start blaming Kevin. Oh, Kevin did this. There's a lawsuit. Me, Marlene, if I turn my camera on, I was like, Kevin would never do this. You're a liar. He's a Libra. He would never do this. And I'm willing to bet. I will bet everything that I'm not wrong. But if I'm wrong, then take everything I have. But he would never do this. Okay? And somebody's came, oh, let's sue Elena. Elena touched a child. Elena abused the child. It's like the Elena that I know will never, ever, ever. And even if it looks like she's touching a child, maybe the child was in need. So therefore, she touched the child. Because the Elena that I know will never do such a thing. Are you people crazy? Are you people actually crazy? Oh, I don't know. I wasn't there. I cannot speak to his innocence. Man, you sound, yeah, he's a Libra. He will never do this. You people are crazy. Exactly. Do you have trust in your friend or not? You're not just a regular person. Me, I can say, I don't know Uncle Shay Shay. I only know him from what I see on YouTube, right? And him playing football. But it's like, so I can say, okay, I don't know. But you have intimate knowledge of him. You have been friends with him. You have worked with him. I'm sure you've partied with him. I'm sure you had conversations with him. Do you think that Uncle Shannon is capable of doing this? You should say, as far as I know, the person that I know would never do such a thing. And if something similar to it happened, there has to be a sound explanation for that. But the friend that I know, no, he will never do such a thing. Now, you can prove me wrong, but the friend that I know would never do such a thing. For what reason? For what reason? And my thing is, why now? Why not when he was in the NFL? Why not when he was on ESPN? Why not when he was on Fox News? Why now when he's making the most money he's ever made? He's the more famous he's ever been. Why now? He's not crazy. Might be a little freaky, but he ain't crazy. This is crazy. But you see, because ESPN and Disney, first of all, Disney owns ESPN. And Bob Iger, these people, okay, just like the good old plantation days and the slave ship days, right? Owning black people. And that's why they don't want black people to tell the truth. And everything you say, oh, you're anti-Semite, oh, shut up. How, you're not even a Semite. Go sit down somewhere. Okay, you're from Europe. Leave me alone. You are crazy. Okay. It's like it's not an allegation of one friend against another. This is a Jane Doe. It's a very strange one. No, Stephen A is too much. He wants, he always wants to be able to find a way to, you got to stand for something. My friend will never do this. The Shannon that I know will not, what would Uncle Shay Shay want to beat the hell out of somebody? Like, so his entire football career, he never beat nobody. His entire career at ESPN, he never beat nobody. When he was at Fox, he didn't beat nobody. He woke up yesterday and decided to start beating up people. Like, seriously, what do you people take us for? Unless somebody drugged him, then I can see that. If he was drugged, then I can see that, right? No, but Uncle Shannon, he's not a Pookie. You cannot say this. That is no, that's just being mean. No, you're being mean. You're being like this goofy ass, mean ass, dark-skinned misandrist. Uncle Shay Shay is not a Pookie. How can you call a Hall of Famer a Pookie? What are you even talking about? How can you call a Hall of Famer a Pookie? Do you even know what a Pookie is? Do Pookies have jobs? Can they even keep a job? Like, what are we even talking? Y'all want to call everybody a Pookie because you're mad or something. Like, it's like somebody calling you a welfare queen. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, come on. And I don't know. She's 19, but she's still consenting. I never said he wasn't a freak. I don't know if she's 19. I don't even know what age she is. I don't know. Why, who cares? If she's old enough to have sex, right? Cool. Do you have an issue with Jay-Z marrying Beyonce? Was she not 17 when they met? It's like y'all want to pick and choose when somebody's a Pookie. You cannot be a Hall of Famer and be a Pookie. That's crazy to me. You cannot be a person that comes from utter poverty and you work hard, become a Hall of Famer, become a super rich and super famous, and call somebody a Pookie. You have never heard that Uncle Shannon never paid for his children. You have never heard that Uncle Shannon has been late for child support. Y'all want to call everybody a pookie as if you can even get a man like Uncle Shannon. Like, y'all got to stop. It's getting bitter. You have to stop. Everybody is not a pookie just because he happens to be black and he dates a Latina who happens to be 19. Okay, she's 19. Next. She's old enough to have sex. Now, is that something I would recommend? No. Does that make him a pookie? No. That's not what makes you a pookie. There are plenty of men who date younger women. Jay-Z married Beyonce. He dated her, she was 17. So, okay. You go like, there are many African cultures where people marry young people. Okay. It happens. That does not make you a pookie. Like, a pookie got to be a bit more than that. Was he behind on child support? Did he not pay for his children? Were his children out here wanting for stuff? Does he not take care of his family? Does he not take care of business? Does he not pay his staff? But what pookie do you know can show up every single day for a job? What pookie do you know can come out of some village in Georgia and build himself and be a Hall of Famer? He's a Hall of Famer. Uncle Shannon is not just anybody. The problem is, I think because he's always on YouTube and she's not a teenager. 19 is not a teenager. What are we doing? 19 is an adult. Now, is this something I would recommend? No. That's not something I would recommend. No. No. But is she underage? No. Right? Something cannot be of my taste, but it doesn't make it illegal. Does that make sense? Like, okay, yeah, you can say he's a weirdo, but you can't say he's a pookie. I'm like, Uncle Shay Shay's not a pookie. Pookies can't even keep a job. They don't work. And they impregnate the entire neighborhood. And they don't take care of anybody. They don't raise their kids. But we have never heard that Uncle Shannon, his kids are out here lacking. He doesn't feed his children. He never paid child support. The kids were out here begging for their daddy. No. He took care of his kids. He worked hard. He took care of his kid. His one problem is when it comes to his romantic life, he's a hot mess. Yes, he's a mess. But being a hot mess, does that mean that he's out here beating people? Like he grabs you and just beats you like a dog? And as big as he is, and she didn't go to the hospital? Have people seen Uncle Shannon without his shirt on? Like if he beat you and you didn't go to the hospital, someone that big, he's nothing but muscle. I mean, hold on. Hold on, Maverick. Have you people seen this man without his shirt on? Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I have pictures of him. Like, do you see how big this man is? Uncle Shay Shay beat you. You're dead. You are truly dead. Even Chad Ochocinco, he is so tiny next to him. So I'm like, this man beat you and you didn't go to the hospital? It didn't make the front news? I don't believe this. I do not believe this. This dude is big. This dude is big. He is ginormous. Uncle Shay Shay grabs you. It's a wrap. Your entire arm will be bruised up. So it's like, come on. Right? You message people. You say, gag me, wumpy wump one night. I do say, even him, a man of his stature, he should not even allow these kinds of messages to come to his phone. I agree with that. I really do. Me, I would have given him different advice. I would have given a complete different advice. I would have said, Uncle Shay Shay, you need to be married. Because it's a lot safer for you. It is a lot safer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I mean, I kind of guess why he doesn't want to be married. I think he has trauma. I also don't think he ever saw healthy marriages. So maybe that's why he doesn't want to do it. Maybe he also fears the whole divorce thing. So it's better I just pay you for sex than you divorce me and take half my money. You understand? I can see that perspective because it's a very secular perspective, right? Also, should you be talking to a 19, 20, 21-year-old? You have too much to lose. These are still like you said, I mean, they're legal, but like intellectually, these are children. And young girls, the young women that age, they don't reason like young women. They reason like little children. And they are easy to be manipulated. For a Chanel bag, they'll start lying. For a Birkin bag, they'll say things that never happened before. You understand? Like he should be dealing with a bit more mature women. Also, should he be going for these goofy ass Latinas? I don't think he's gay. I don't think he's gay. But I do think because he is dark skinned and he didn't really grow up like loving himself and he was not called beautiful, I think he has a thing for light skinned Latinas, white girls, because he wants to feel like I can have this too. Now that I have money, I can have this too. Because they, quote unquote, there are things that are reserved for the big dudes, right? Does that make sense? So I feel like he wants that too. Because without the money, he probably he most likely wouldn't have had. I mean, so he thinks, right? You can never tell. But things I couldn't have because I'm dark skinned, because quote unquote, I'm not the standard of beauty, whatever. Now I'm going to use my money to get me those things, which is extremely dangerous. It truly is dangerous. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not dangerous, right? We watched a video one time and the man said it's called auto-trashing behavior. It's like people do stuff to self-sabotage and they engage in these relationships where they allow people to use their bodies as instruments of masturbation. I'm like, what the heck is this? Maybe I can play that video. Hold on. Y'all, sorry, America's too much. You know, he definitely suffers from something. I mean, I don't know when you came in, but he is definitely suffering from something. He really is. Let me see, you guys. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Okay, let me see. It's not just racial. There's more to it. Yeah, I think you came in late, so you missed the video that I played about him. Mavis, calm down. When you get tired, you get so restless. Let me see. Where's my history thing again? Let me play this video for you guys, because some of you guys didn't see this video. Where is it? Okay. Listen to this one. Listen. Oh, sorry, y'all.
What else?
Okay.
Sex on a Saturday.
Oh my gosh.
So my name is Sam.
Yeah, you check.
I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Complete the Sentence, Narcissism Revisited, and I'm a professor of psychology in a variety of universities in many, many countries, all of them touched by COVID. But it's not my fault. I swear it wasn't me. Okay. So today we're going to discuss autoeroticism, exhibitionism, submissiveness in sex, especially BDSM, and what's the difference between submission in BDSM and self-trashing, which is a behavior typical of borderline personality disorder and psychopathy. Psychopaths and borderlines self-trash, but self-trashing and submissiveness are not the same. Additionally, there are issues of autoeroticism, self-infatuation, and exhibitionism, which brings into the picture narcissism. Narcissism is about being watched, being observed. You see, it's an amazing complex merry-go-round. Let us start. Autoeroticism is when someone regards himself or herself as her own sex object, regarding oneself as one's sex object. Usually, we direct our libido, our eros, our life force, our sex drive, we direct it at other people. And this is a part of object relations. Our sexuality is other directed. But when there are, shall we put it gently, disturbances in identity, problems with personality, mood lability, extreme emotional dysregulation, lack of core of identity. In other words, when the person is mentally disturbed, when there are serious mental health problems, usually other directed libido, there is self-directed libido, self-directed sex drive. The person perceives her body, and even more so, her mind, as very sexual objects, the sexual objects, the primary sexual objects. And this is...
Sorry, you guys. I have to go drop Maverick. Sorry. You have to be deported.
Autoeroticism. Autoeroticism is narcissistic, of course, because it is self-referential. It is a redirection of life's energy inwards. It is interacting with internal objects, including many internal sexual objects. So it is part and parcel of narcissism. All narcissists are autoerotic. Even somatic narcissists are.
So what he's saying is Uncle Shannon, like she called him, Sharpe said he's a weirdo. He's a narcissist. And it shows up in the bedroom. That's why he's out here risking his life like this. Hopefully you get him. This guy is really good, y'all. He is really good. He's really, really good. He knows his stuff. Oh my gosh.
Autoerotic, as we will see a bit later. And autoeroticism often goes hand in hand with exhibitionism. Exhibitionism is becoming sexually aroused by being observed or watched in the sex act.
If you remember, Uncle Shay Shay went live to have sex on IG Live.
So exhibitionists become sexually excited and aroused when they are observed by other people having sex. Another person's objectifying gaze gives them the thrills them sexually, arouses them sexually. This objectifying gaze of the other, the observer, the spectator, the audience, this objectifying gaze is at the core of narcissism, actually. Because what is narcissism? Narcissism is about being seen, being observed, being spectated. And so exhibitionism is actually a form of narcissism. It is the exhibitionist sees himself or herself through another person's gaze, through another person's eyes. The exhibitionist objectifies herself by being observed, by being watched, by having an audience. And having objectified herself, she finds the resulting object extremely sexually arousing. And of course, the more numerous the observers, the better. The more, the merrier. The more numerous the observers, the more intense the sexual excitatory state. So one observer is good. 4 observers are much better.
Yeah.
This is why people with autoeroticism, the autoerotic, mainly narcissists and especially psychopaths, these people gravitate almost invariably and ineluctably gravitate to group sex, usually with total strangers. And they do so even in early adolescence. The earliest case I've heard of was 12 years old, a girl.
I don't know if it's true, but recently Kanye went crazy on Twitter. And then he said that he gave his cousin a BJ. Y'all, he said he gave his cousin a BJ when the cousin was, but I don't even know if he's telling the truth, though. This dude is so damn crazy. Okay, he is really, really crazy. Look at him being crazy. What is he doing? Look at this guy, you guys. Look at this guy. So Kanye said that he said he gave his cousin a BJ, his male cousin a BJ. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Y'all see this? You see this? He said this song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked up in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. I'm like, Kanye, you think you're that influential? Perhaps it's my self-centered mess. I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. So he's saying his mom also had the magazines. Okay. My name is Ye, and I gave my cousin a blowjob until I was 14. Now, is it actually true? I don't know. Does Kanye want attention? I don't know. But even that too, it's like, it's still narcissism. This guy is crazy. He's really crazy.
Who had group sex with a group of men she had met that day. So autoeroticism leads to group sex via the pathway of exhibitionism. The nascent psychopath, usually at this early age of adolescence, it's called conduct disorder. It's not called psychopathy, it's called conduct disorder. So the adolescent with conduct disorder, the sexuality of that adolescent is founded on autoeroticism and exhibitionism. And this adolescent needs to be watched, spectated, and observed while having sex. This kind of adolescent and later adult picks up total strangers and has sex in front of them, with one of them or all of them in succession. They take turns. The autoerotic objectify not only themselves, but they of course objectify also the partner. They use the partner. They use the partner's body as a sex toy to masturbate with. The partner is a masturbatory aid. The partner is therefore objectified and becomes anonymous, impersonal, commodified, commoditized, interchangeable, dispensable, disposable, and replaceable. These are the words which describe the psychopaths or the narcissists' so-called intimate sexual partner. There's no intimacy there. There is no sex even. This is not a sexual activity. This is masturbation with another person's body.
Yeah.
And whose body is it is besides the point. And so the partners are...
Y'all remember the message? Right? Y'all remember the message? Like, look at these messages, you guys. I can't even read these messages. Y'all gonna have to read them for yourself, okay? Look at these messages, okay? Only if you put, I think Impressive did a better job. Let me see. Some of these messages are so disgusting. They are so vile. And I'm like, Uncle Shannon, you weren't scared for these messages to show up on your phone like this? Look, hold on. She has them. Hold on. She has them. Hold on.
This weird race with Gabriella. Now, Gabriella is not black, okay? But she kept begging him for black babies. She was like, I want you to put this big black baby in me. I want this baby. I want to have genetically gifted children, Gravy and her. And I was just sitting there looking like, huh? These are the type of women that Shannon goes for? Like, really? And the fact that she's been even trying so hard to have his baby says enough in itself. Like, she clearly wants to get paid. She wants money, but it's just a turn off.
And if you remember too, who else wanted the sperm? Jeannie Mai. Jeezy also is in there. Oh, somebody bring up Jeezy. Remember with Jeezy and Jeannie, right? If you remember, Jeannie was out here collecting Jeezy's sperm, right? Jeannie Mai has, hold on, Jeezy's sperm. Oh my Lord. These women, okay, she wanted his sperm. And remember, because she kept like, yes, if you remember too, Jeannie was collecting Jeezy's sperm and she wanted more of his sperm. You guys, people are crazy. She wanted to have more babies with him. I guess he didn't want more babies. So she kept collecting his sperm. Remember that one part where he said, oh, you tell people I'm abusing you, but you were out here begging me for my sperm. Do you remember? Hold on, let me see if I can find the videos. Oh my gosh. There was like, she wanted his sperm. There has to be videos about this. You see? And what did she do? Because when he didn't want to give her the sperm, right? When he didn't want to give her the sperm, she started saying that he was abusing her. But the whole time she was collecting his sperm. She wanted more sperm. He didn't want to give it to her. If you remember also, Kim was keeping Kanye's sperm. Kim has Kanye's sperm stored up somewhere. Do y'all remember that? There's something about these women and collecting these black men's sperm. I don't know what is going on with these people. They're just too much. You know? Where's this damn video? You know, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You guys, I can't find it. But if you remember the story, though, Jeannie had Jeezy's sperm. Kim also has Kanye's sperm. This girl, she says she wants Uncle Shay's sperm. It's very, very bizarre. It is very bizarre. Now, these men, I don't know, and he's also dark-skinned. There's a thing with these dark-skinned men. I don't know if it turns them on. I don't know if it turns on these black men, these dark-skinned black men, to hear these girls of a lighter or white complexion say, I want your sperm. Give me your sperm. I want your sperm. Because like I said, a lot of them too, I believe they grew up with low self-esteem for being dark-skinned. I really do. You can't tell me otherwise. All right? But there's a bizarre thing going on with this whole sperm business.
That Shannon likes to be fetishized like that. I mean, that really made me look at him differently. And it's not like I had high expectations for him, but I would think that he at least had some standards and some self-esteem, but no.
just because he's rich, you think he has standards? I'm like, what the heck? You think because somebody's rich, they have standards? No. Just because somebody is rich doesn't mean they have standards. What's the hold on. Remember, I played this video for y'all yesterday. Where's my video? Hold on. What did he say? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Oh, I gotta do this again. Let him talk. Let him talk. People do too much. Hold on. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, you know, overpraising someone, overpraising anyone isn't something that we're really supposed to do in Islam. It's not just about the pitfalls of over-idealizing someone, you know, for the person who's doing it, for the person who's doing the praising. I mean, that's obviously a recipe for disappointment, a recipe for disillusionment. But it's also dangerous for the person who's being praised, you know, for a lot of reasons, not just the obvious ones, like giving them a big ego, making them conceited, you know, making them proud and vain and all of that. That's obvious. But of course, the reality is that no one is really as good as you might imagine they are. You know, they obviously do things that they shouldn't, just like anybody else. And it's not really fair to sort of trap them in this impossibly pristine image that you might have of them, you created of them. People have to be allowed to have their flaws and make their mistakes, you know. And if someone's been cast in this sort of perfect ideal with unrealistic standards and so on, then any mistakes that they make are going to be exaggerated and amplified and so forth. If any mistakes that they make get publicized, and fear of those things being publicized is going to make them do all kind of things to try to hide their flaws, just so that they won't get ruined in the public eye. You know, we're not supposed to be like that with each other. We know that everyone does wrong sometimes. You should never be able to blackmail a Muslim, because Muslims all understand that everyone is flawed, everyone is weak in one way or another. So no one should be shocked when you find out something bad about somebody. We've always been more gracious than that. You know, even in the hadiths about the Sahaba, who maybe did some wrong things or committed a sin, their name is hardly ever mentioned. They'll just say, you know, this man or that woman was accused of such and such. They didn't shame them by naming them. They'll never name. Of course, they knew who they were, but they never say their names. So you actually do wrong to the person that you admire when you put them on a pedestal. You can only safely admire the dead, people who have successfully completed their test in the dunya. And you know, I think one of the signs has to be, one of the signs of the people who are destined for the hellfire has to be that they do bad and they succeed. You know, they do wrong, they do evil, and somehow everything works out for them.
So I'm like, you should not put people on a pedestal. You don't know this man personally. Oh, but I would expect more. Why? You know how he grew up. You know how he was raised. He's great at being a football player. He's great at his podcast. Okay, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have flaws. Like, he has issues, just like any of these celebrity people. They have issues, man. This is crazy.
Is utterly incidental. The partner could be an anonymous stranger, encountered only minutes or a few hours before the act. It doesn't matter who the partner is. The partner is a prop. In a theater, autoerotic theater production, is a prop, like on a theater stage, a table, a chair, a lamp. So it doesn't matter if the partner is a long-term partner, an intimate partner, so-called, or a total strangers that you've met in the bar minutes ago. The identity of the partner is besides the point. Casual sex is the autoerotic's staple, day-to-day activity. And in his committed relationships, he is sometimes sexless. Sex with an autoerotic person is an eerie and creepy sensation. It is disembodied, it's mechanical, non-reciprocated, infantile, it's lonely. Usually the autoerotic person avoids eye contact and is so self-focused, so in himself and with himself that it's like he's absent. The autoerotic partner focus exclusively on their bodies and their self-gratification to the exclusion of everything and everyone else. It's like they're all alone in bed and you just happen to be there as an apparition or as an animated dildo or animated sex doll. The intimate partners of the autoerotic invariably develop sex aversion to the autoerotic partner because the sex sucks. The autoerotic's solipsistic self-focus.
Layla said, based on those texts, I think she had a handler telling her what to say to turn Shannon on. A lot of these girls have management behind the scenes, but yeah, because there's, you know what, in the other video, he said that it's the guy from OnlyFans and Tony Bugsby. I told you this Tony Bugsby is not there by himself. And what could also happen, I don't know, my mind is just going fast. It could be that Uncle Shay Shay has OnlyFans subscriptions. And when he put his credit card in there, they recognized him. Do you guys remember that website where people used to go and like cheat on their wives? What was it called again? Mary Allison? Allison, what was that website called? And a lot of people got exposed because when people hacked their database, people saw all these people in there and they started blackmailing the people. Yo, what was that website? Allison? Oh my gosh. It was really like, it was, I'm gonna look it up. Madison something. You remember that too, right? Yo, there was a website. It was like a website to cheat on your wife. Something crazy. Ashley Madison. Yes. Okay. Allegedly, they got hacked. Sure. Allegedly, they got hacked. People got a hold of all their subscription, client list, whatever. And they started blackmailing people because the people was married, y'all. They was married. So it could be that Uncle Shay Shay has OnlyFans subscriptions. It could be that Uncle Shay Shay has talked to girls who have OnlyFans, right? And that's how the man from OnlyFans became aware of that. Okay. Because in that video with what's it called? Where's the video with okay, let me play this part again, right? Listen.
Distortions and misrepresentations, and it will not succeed, end quote. Then earlier today, Jane Doe's attorney, Tony Busby, sent TMZ Sports a 1-minute and 36-second clip of an alleged conversation between his client and Shannon. In response to that clip, Shannon Sharpe went back to social media and issued this response. Take a look.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who is targeting Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty.
He said Tony Busby targets black men. But I'm like, why are you black men also targetable? Like, why are y'all targets? Y'all got to stop being so predictable also. Why are y'all such easy targets like that? Because probably you're predictable. So maybe change it up. I don't know. Right? If you know he likes to go after black men, what are y'all doing to not get caught in this foolishness? Hello? Like, make it make sense. Like, what the heck?
And played into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans.
Okay, you see? Coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. But Uncle Shay Shay, why are you there? Why are you there? See, that's the thing. You know, you get to a point, it's like, can you even be mad at white people for being evil? Or do you get mad at people for getting caught by these people? Like, why haven't you learned? Why are you, someone like Uncle Shay Shay, even on OnlyFans and messing with them people on OnlyFans? It's beneath you. It is so beneath you. Right? But that's why the guy is saying, like, you are also, like, you're this, like, what's it called? Auto trasher, narcissistic, whatever this is, right? You have a sex problem. You really have a sex problem. Yeah, I don't even know, and I don't know why they keep doing this. Right? These people, you know who they are. They don't like y'all. And as soon as you get rich or richer, they're going to come for your money. And you keep being so predictable. Why are you so mediocre? Exactly. Like, you got to also be smart. Why are you there? And I'm pretty sure you use your credit card with your actual name and your billing address matches your home address. Like, what is this, sir? Y'all got too much money to be this damn dumb. Like, what is wrong with you people? You know what I mean? I don't think he was, because he said he made the most money with YouTube. Like, he made more money on YouTube. He said his whole, like, what he did with oh my gosh, with that comedian. I can't, oh my gosh, I can think to save my life. Okay. Oh, I can see. Yo, what's his name, yo? Oh my God. Right? But that one interview he did, he said he made more in that interview than he did his entire NFL career. Cat Williams, thank you. Oh my gosh, my brain, you know? And another thing too, I will say, you guys, because this dunya is real. This dunya is all about reciprocity. Because I even have a question for Uncle Shay Shay, y'all. I really, really do. Because this dunya, this life out here, it's really you reap what you sow. When the interview with Cat Williams went super viral, exactly, 89 million views. Did Uncle Shannon spin the block and say to Cat Williams, hear your part? Right? Because I don't know if he pays his guests or not. Maybe he does, or at least like he makes it comfortable for them to get there. But my thing is, when Cat Williams gave you an interview that made you 89 million views, did you spin the block and give good money to Cat Williams? Did you give him something out of that money? Because you guys, if you don't do right by people, you're going to lose the money one way or another. I'm being serious. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, just like, oh, it looks like he didn't get a lot of boom boom in his career. Remember, dark skins were not that popping in the 90s. And light skins were a thing. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Because it could also be, you guys, it could also be that if you don't do right by people and you owe them money, then it opens the door for the devil to get your money one way or another. I'm being serious. Because I'm like, when you got 89 million views, if you made 5 million, maybe $10 million in that video, did you give Cat Williams something significant? Because he really made the show. He really made the show. You know, you barely asked any questions. So now if you have 89 million views, it's really because of Cat Williams. Did you give Cat Williams some money? Okay, because I got some real questions. Because maybe that's why you're going through this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Did you call him and he's like, brother, this video made 5 million. This video made 10 million. And without you, it wouldn't have been possible. Here's 5, or at least here's 3, or here's whatever. You know what I'm saying? Did you split the money with Cat Williams? Or did you keep the money to yourself? Because I've always wanted to ask him that question. Right? Because the way you make the way, not even 1 million. No, the video has 89 million views. It probably made like $10 million. So if the video made 10 million, he has to give Cat at least like 3 to 4 million. You got to give it to him. So my thing is, did you give him any money? Because if you kept all that money to yourself, then I can see why you're going through this. And you're going to lose. You're going to lose. You guys, let me tell you this. When people come against you with the lies or the truth, I don't care. For you to really make it out, for you to really, really make it out, you need to make sure your hands are clean. You truly need to make sure your hands are clean and your heart is clean. Make sure you haven't done wrong to anybody. Make sure you've paid your debts. Make sure that anybody who's helped you out, you have given those people their just due. Because if Uncle Shay Shay kept all that money to himself, then it will make sense why he's here today. It will make sense, y'all. If he has not given Cat Williams what he owes him, he needs to. He needs to. Because I always like, child, I think she wants $50 million. Okay. But I'm like, to me, I could see why all of this is happening to you, because I never heard Cat Williams say, oh, Shannon gave me some money, or Shannon came back and gave me something. I never heard him say that. Right. And so I kind of feel like I'm under the impression that you did not give him any of the money from the show. So if you like, because I'm like 89 million views, that is a ridiculous amount of views. That's a ridiculous amount of views. So when somebody gives you so much content, such great content, that you're able to get almost 100 million views out of that, you got to give them something. You got to give them something big, because they're helping you. So how are you helping him? You got to think about that. Because if you don't do right by Cat Williams, I don't know. I don't see this for you. I truly, truly do not see this for you. So like I said, before you decide to go to court and this, and that, you need to make sure God is on your side. And you may need to make sure you haven't done wrong by anybody. And you need to make sure your heart is pure, your hands are clean, and your conscience is clean. Otherwise, good luck to you. Yeah, plus the separate clips also made money. And I do not think he gave money to Cat Williams. I think he kept all the money to himself. You see, and that's not okay. Cat Williams, he really came out and he really helped you. And that interview, it took your podcast to a whole different level. Right? He was a blessing for you. So were you also a blessing for him? Like when the AdSense money came, what did you do for Cat Williams? You know, what did you do for Cat Williams? Because Cat Williams, is obvious that he has some favor over his life. You know, he's had his issues, but Cat Williams has some kind of favor over his life. I don't know if she's white. I think they say she's Latina. So she's white passing Latina. You know, but I don't think he gave Cat Williams any money. So y'all, if he didn't do right by Cat Williams, and I do believe that Cat Williams does have some kind of prophetic energy over him. So you don't do right by one of God's anointed. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Don't ever say I didn't tell you.
Defiance and oblivion to the partner is also a form of narcissistic injury. If the partner of the autoerotic person is a narcissist, if the partner of the autoerotic person is also a psychopath, in other words, if we have two narcissists or two psychopaths,
what is her name?
Both of them autoerotic, both of them grandiose. The autoeroticism of the partner triggers aggression because it's a narcissistic injury. It's like the autoerotic partner broadcasts, you're not special, you're not unique, you're not who you think you are. So autoeroticism deflates grandiosity, countervenes grandiosity. It's a challenge. In extreme cases, autoeroticism can mortify the narcissist. It definitely provokes the psychopath into rage, extreme aggression, verbalized or even physical. Autoeroticism is a trigger to narcissists and psychopaths because it casts them as just one of many. The autoerotic partner says, you just happen to be there. It's a coincidence.
It seems like they're different ones. So I don't want to show somebody and we got the wrong person, because it's a lot. It's a different Gabriel Zuniga is going viral, who is not the accuser of Shannon Sharpe and the $50 million lawsuit against him. So let's just wait and see who she is. Let's just wait and see who she is. Don't worry, it's gonna come out who she is. We're gonna see it.
Gaddy and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys.
But if you are really a family man, would you be in this foolishness also? Like, you know what I mean? Like, my family, it's kind of rich to talk about family, but a family man talking all this, something in the throat, like, what is this? Like, y'all gotta have integrity. Like, you cannot just say I'm a family man and then we find that you have these nasty text messages. Like, that is just crazy.
Well,
this is insanity. He's a Virgo. Yeah, he's a Virgo.
It's a sad situation. Shannon Sharpe is somebody I work with a couple of days a week. Shannon Sharpe is somebody that I brought to ESPN. Works on First Take, which airs on ESPN every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. He's been with me every Monday and Tuesday. We've been number one for 13 years and counting. But since Shannon has arrived, obviously he's helped the show immensely. And I can't thank him enough for it. We've grown close as friends. I'd like to believe that. I certainly root for him. I know he's been through a lot in life. He's overcome a lot of things. And when he departed from Fox, I was more than happy to bring him on board here. So all I can speak about is what I know based on the reports.
Yeah, he sounds so sad and gloom, like.
And I can speak about ESPN and Disney. To be clear, even though this podcast, this YouTube show is owned and operated by me solely, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be dismissive of ESPN, who employs me in my daytime job on First Take. So I sit here before you today letting you know that they are aware.
They gave you permission.
That this is a subject that I was going to broach.
They gave you permission.
Because I owe them that courtesy.
Why?
With that being said, it's important to point out a couple of things. Number one, I was not there. I can provide no eyewitness account. And even though I got love and respect for Shannon Sharpe, and I'm sincerely hopeful and prayerful that he is completely innocent of the allegations that have been levied against him, I can't sit here and speak to his innocence or guilt from a knowledgeable place because I have nothing to do with this. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything. I don't even know this person. I know what the reports say. I know the reports, the things that have been reported on a multitude of outlets, from the AP to the New York Post to Forbes to TMZ and everything in between. I mean, I can't even count the number of publications that have talked about it or written about it, networks, etc. It's all over the internet. It's everywhere. And I know that. I'm fully aware of that. This is not a criminal case. So there is no concern about him going to jail.
Child, when Cassie started off, it was asking for money, right? And then Diddy ended up in jail. I really think they want ownership of his show. I really do.
This is a civil case, which means that he can either be found liable or not liable. The accuser in question is seeking $50 million. That was confirmed by Shannon Sharpe on that video today. According to the reports, it's somebody that he met in 2023, who was 19 years old at that particular moment in time. According to some audio that was put out earlier today by Attorney Busby, you hear the accuser, the female, talking to somebody who is alleged to be Shannon Sharpe. We don't know whether that's true or not. And the person in question, again, we don't know whether it's Shannon or not, uttered the words choke, as in I will choke the hell out of you if I saw you. And so because of that, knowing that audio was probably going to come out along with additional tapes, whether they be video or audio is unclear at this particular moment in time, Shannon Sharpe felt compelled to come out in his own defense. How we interpret that? Let me be very, very clear about where I'm coming from. I'm a bit torn in terms of his response. On one hand, Tony Busby has sued Jay-Z. He did sue Diddy. He did accuse them or represented the woman who was accusing them of assault, of sexual assault, and said that she was 13 years of age at the time when talking about Jay-Z and Diddy, and Jay-Z went ballistic and emphatically denied it.
What it is. What does that even mean? Nothing yet. You want to be a to me now, so. I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me. Oh, no, have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, what is this?
Well, I don't.
You know what?
What is going on here?
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at, and you're just gonna hang up on me. So I feel like
I'm not gonna hang up on you. Here's what it is.
what does that even mean?
Nothing yet. You want to be a to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, this is too funny.
Well, I don't.
No, but you know what though?
You know what?
That could be foreplay.
No, I don't want to be choked.
Yeah, it could be foreplay.
Yes, you do.
Did you see?
I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at.
Because I'm like, it could be foreplay. Like, I don't know, like they need to stop trying to involve us in like rich people sexual escapades. Like, what do I know about this crap? A lot of these people are really into like this BDSM goofy ass role play stuff. Like you say these things, like I'm gonna choke you, I'm gonna choke you when I see you, I'm gonna be your big black whatever. Like, I don't know these people. Oh, the white lady that he paid for her divorce fees, like this white woman who was going through a divorce and he paid for her legal fees. He paid for her divorce, and then she went and married another black man and she left him. Like, this is probably mental illnesses, y'all. When I tell you, like, the older I get, I'm like, rich people are truly suffering in their flesh. It could be foreplay. Yeah, maybe she likes that. Yeah. Do y'all remember like 50 Shades of Grey? It was so like, for me as a regular person, it's overwhelming. But there are people who are into that. You suffocate them. You beat them. You spank them. You say, you're a bad, bad boy. Pew! Like, yes, sorry. And they call you mommy. I'm like, it's another world out there, y'all. It's another world out there. There's a reason why all these athletes have all kinds of perversions. They train these, like they work these people like animals. They work them like animals. So maybe it does something to them. But I'm like, you have to be a narcissist to be famous. You gotta be a narcissist to be a winner. Like, I think you gotta have some kind of personality disorder to be extremely successful in this life, because it's too much. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like, this could be foreplay for y'all. I don't know. I used to have a girl who used to follow me when I had my other Instagram page. And she was like, Marlene, I like for my boyfriend to choke me. I'm like, to choke you? What is this? Yo, people have some weird kinks out here, you guys. So to me, I'm like, has he ever choked you like that? Like, did you ever have to go to the hospital? Have you ever filed a police report? So maybe that's what y'all do for fun. You know, there's a black woman who got arrested recently. Let me show you. Black woman dominatrix arrested. This black woman killed a white man. I was like, girl, what are you going to do about this? Let me see. It was all over the place. Hold on. I will find it. Hold on. I'm going to find it. I saw this on thingy. Oh my goodness. I saw this story recently. This black woman worked with this white man, and then he just died. I'm gonna look for it because I know I saw it on my thingy. So let me see. Let me look for it. Let me look.
Wouldn't let it go. The case was dropped, and now he's suing Busby, mentioning words like extortion and other things. So when Shannon Sharpe brought up Mr. Busby in that video that we aired and talked about him being extorted, he brought up Mr. Busby and Mr. Busby's past. And he talked about him, going against African-American men. There's two thoughts there. On one hand, there's the Jay-Z, who obviously should be presumed innocent, not just because you should be presumed innocent until found guilty, but because of the manner in which he fought on his own behalf and has been very aggressive in going after Tony Busby. In the case of P. Diddy, you don't know what to believe. Again, the case against Jay-Z was a civil suit. Diddy was a civil suit. But in Diddy, you don't know what to believe because of all the allegations he's facing. But we can't forget that Tony Busby was also the person that represented at least 24 of the 27 women that accused Deshaun Watson of sexual misconduct, along with other allegations. And at least 23 of those cases were settled. So we have an obligation to mention that. So on one hand, going on the offensive to defend himself, I completely understand where Shannon Sharpe is coming from. On the other hand, when his legal team issued out the press release on X yesterday, and they spoke about, they mentioned her name, and they revealed some of those explicit text messages.
The long silence could also be like it was turning her on, because she didn't say like, what the fuck? Why would you choke me? It was like, well, I don't want you to choke me. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, with that weird baby voice. Like, come on, somebody said if you really felt afraid, like, I'm gonna choke you. Like, I'm gonna choke you when I see you. Like, oh no, you're not. The fuck? I'm not gonna be like, well, I don't want you to choke me. So I'm like, what's going on with these people? You know what I mean? What was going on with these people?
That was uncomfortable. And I don't know if that's a strategy that would work. One of the hardest things in the world for all of us to do is to just lay low and be quiet. And let our legal team do it. And we don't always know whether or not that's the right thing to do. I know, and I can tell you all that I spoke to Shannon, not in details, but I spoke to him, and he emphatically proclaims his innocence. According to Mr. Busby, his client emphatically proclaims his guilt. So where does that leave us? I'd love to tell you that I know the answer to that question, but I don't. I am the executive producer of First Take on ESPN. I recruited Shannon.
Okay.
I went and got him and brought him to ESPN.
Okay, y'all, I finally found it. Oh my gosh. I was like, I know I'm not crazy. Y'all got to see. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. I was like, no.
Something you hear about often.
Hold on.
Wrapping a man up in saran wrap like a mummy and gluing boots on his feet, not something you hear about often. But what if I tell you some people pay for that to explore their own fetishes? However, that kinky sex act left a man dead. Now the OnlyFans model he hired to engage in the sex acts is charged with his murder. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, before we get into this case, I want to tell you—
People pay money to get beat up and then have sex. Follow on IG. No, because I don't know who she is. I don't want to show a picture that's not the right person. That wouldn't be fair to her. So like, they're going to tell us who she is. It's going to come out. You see? OnlyFans model. So a white man paid this lady, okay? He paid this lady who's on OnlyFans to come beat his ass, and then he died. Yo, it's not even funny. It's not, none of this is funny, yo. It's not funny. But I'm just saying, like, people just do too much. This is just too much. How can you pay somebody to do this to you?
Wrapping a man up in saran wrap like a mummy and gluing boots on his feet, not something you hear about often. But what if I tell you some people pay for that to explore their own fetishes? However, that kinky sex act left a man dead. Now the OnlyFans model he hired to engage in the sex acts is charged with his murder. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, before we get into this case, I want to tell you about something really exciting at Law and Crime. We're launching a new channel called Scandal that is dedicated to— So this happened back in April of 2023. But let's take you back a month earlier. That's when 55-year-old Michael Dale first contacted 31-year-old Michaela Ray-Larson.
So he's 55 and he's messing with 31-year-olds. These people are crazy.
Police say he spotted her on a website usually used for hiring escorts and spicy dancers, i.e. strippers. Investigators say Michael had an interesting request for Michaela. He wanted her to wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy and glue women's boots to his feet. Like I said, interesting request. Michaela reportedly said to police that it was the first time she ever engaged in, well, I guess you can put it as fetish behavior.
Why do it, Michaela? Why do this? You've never done this before? Oh, Lord, girl, you're crazy.
She met up on April 17th of that same year. Now, their encounter was reportedly between two consenting adults engaging in bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, sadism, and masochism. You know, BDSM. That night around 6 p.m., Michaela went over to Michael's home. Michaela told investigators Michael appeared intoxicated, but they still engaged in their tryst. And she spent several hours with Michael and played out his fetish at his—
It seems like she's married with children. So you're married to a white man. So I feel like her white husband, her crustacean, lets her be a sex worker. What's the point of being married to a white man if you're not going to have white privilege? Like, why are you working? And why are you a sex worker if you're married to a white man? Then another guy, the guy that hired her is also a white man. Oh, my Lord. And she has kids.
Requests. Again, as long as it's two consenting adults, what's the harm, right? Well, it was fine until a 911 call came in. When officers arrived, Michaela was performing CPR on Michael. He was rushed to the hospital, but declared brain dead the next day. A few days later, he was taken off life support. His cause of death? Deprivation of oxygen to the brain, meaning police think he suffocated to death. But here's the thing. It's not like Michaela was arrested then and there. However, she did cooperate with the investigation. Police say she handed over her phone, but what detectives saw was troubling, as they noted it. On her phone, police say that there were videos of Michael struggling to breathe. He had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap, then duct.
Jeez, Michaela! Now you trying to kill this white man for the sins of slavery, okay? I need to send your video to Charlie Kirk. He gonna get your ass.
Tape over his face and head. Police say his wrists were bound, his fingers were covered in duct tape, his legs were wrapped in plastic, and police say he was unable to remove the bag or wrappings that were over his head. It's pretty horrifying to think about. And there's more. Now, police say while he was laying there unresponsive, Michaela allegedly kept on filming content for her OnlyFans. Police say she filmed herself performing a sex act nearby, but didn't lay into what exactly it was. They say the footage was shot just moments before.
But she had this man bound like this and she was performing a sex act nearby. Okay, she's also sick. You see? That's why I'm telling you. People look at these women and say, oh, they would never do this. A man had to have corrupted her. A man, no, she's too sweet. No, she looks innocent. Oh, no, she would never. No, there are women that are even more nasty than men. There are women that are more dangerous than men. It could even be that Cassie is a bigger freak than Diddy. But these women don't want to see it because they truly think that they can judge the content of somebody's character through the outside. You are crazy. You don't know any of these people personally. Cassie herself could be a super freak. You see this? She gags the man. He can't breathe. She's recording it for freaking OnlyFans. Michaela, that's excessive. And then she's performing a sex act while this man can't even breathe. What the freak is wrong with this girl? She's a sociopath. She's a psychopath. She is dangerous. Let's say you got evidence of him dying on your phone and you give it to the police. She is insane. And she has children. You leave your kids to go do this. Unbelievable.
Before she called 911. But police say Michaela denied putting the bag over Michael's head. During their investigation, they learned more. Like that Michael paid Michaela $11,000 to have conversations with him and to come up to his
$11,000? How about you call me? I'm alive for 8 hours a day. Why don't you just call me and give me some money? $11,000 to get murdered. Oh, do you people
house, tie him up, and perform other bondage acts with him. Michael's roommate reportedly told police he saw Michaela super freaked out. His roommate told police he saw Michael on the floor in his sweatpants wrapped in saran wrap from his hips down. Prosecutors say while the evidence shows Michael hired her to perform bondage and fetish acts, there's no indication he asked Michaela to obstruct his breathing or put tape over his mouth or a plastic bag over his head. But Michaela's attorney says that there was no intent to kill him and no attempt to cover up what happened. According to the Orange County Register, her attorney also questioned Michael's cause of death, pointing to the combination of alcohol and a prescription drug in his system. So what happens next? Well, trial. Michaela was arrested last month. The mom of three was charged with second-degree murder and pleaded not guilty.
You left your babies to go do this foolishness. She's mentally ill. Like, if you ever saw this lady in public, would you ever think that she could do something like this or she does stuff like this? You would never think she was a sex worker. And you would not think that she does BDSM. That's like you cannot just judge people based on how they look. Because the ones who look the most innocent are usually the most devilish. Well, y'all can talk for days. Somebody need to call me and give me $11,000, okay? Like, what is this? This is crazy.
To her charges.
Ultimately, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not Michaela is guilty or not guilty of second-degree murder. But let's bring on attorney Melba Pearson to get her take on this case. Melba, always great to see you. With what we know now, do you see a jury coming back and saying guilty on second-degree murder in this case?
Well, always great to see you and to be on with you. And I don't see this as a second-degree murder case. I think because of the salacious nature, everybody's like, oh my gosh. But we also have to look at the intent aspect. And because when the defendant turned over her phone and all the different correspondence that had occurred between her and the victim, it was very clear that they mutually agreed to these activities. He actually wanted...
Yeah, but she can wrap him in saran wrap and she can still poke holes for him to breathe. Like, no, she's going to go to jail for murder. This is murder. And my thing is, if you have a client that pays you $11,000, you need to make sure he can live so he can keep paying you. You don't kill your biggest paying client. You don't murder the client. Your job is to like bully him a little bit, right? But if you wrap him in saran wrap, you can still poke holes so he can breathe. And you can at least, okay, like you can free one hand. No, you wrap him completely up. You wrap up his hands. She wrapped everything up. And you never made a little hole for him to breathe. Then you're recording him suffering. And then you're doing a sexual act where she like masturbating while he's suffering to breathe. So she can have content for her OnlyFans? Yeah. Another auto trasher. She's going to jail. And I think, what kind of mother would leave her kids to go do this? And she's married to a white man. How can you be married to a white man and not have white privilege? Why do you have to be a sex worker while you're married to a white man? Why doesn't the white man give you a life of luxury and a life of rest? Like, what is this? This is insanity. She's going to prison. No. You can wrap him up and you can still allow him to breathe. He has people to breathe. You can only go for 3 minutes without oxygen. You wrap him for that long, you record him, and you play with yourself because you got to make content for OnlyFans. You're going to prison.
Her to do more than she actually did. And so with that mindset kind of in play, I don't see the requisite intent for second-degree murder. Granted, there was wanton and reckless disregard for human life in some ways, but again, that's mitigated by the fact that they mutually engaged in something that could result in death. So they both engaged in very risky behavior. Of course,
it's risky behavior, but nobody has to die. She wrapped up his airways and did not even poke any holes near his nostrils so he could breathe, and a small slit on his lip. Right? He wants to be wrapped. He never said, wrap me and kill me. What is this? No. You're crazy.
First, she should have responded when she saw that he had unfortunately lost consciousness.
Yes.
And probably should have handled that differently, but not to go down the rabbit hole, because it's not exactly my area of expertise.
It's not normal to wrap up a man, not even give him any slits so he can breathe, and then proceed to do a sexual act. So you were masturbating while he was dying and gasping for air? Because when you can't breathe, you start shaking. So you didn't even try to unwrap him quickly, run to the kitchen and grab a knife? You are watching him? Girl, can you hold your breath for more than 3 minutes? No. Lock her ass up. This is disgusting.
But when it comes to the BDSM lifestyle, you have to know what you're doing because of the fact that one wrong move could result in someone's death. So I see negligence on her part because she was not aware of the rules and have a safe word and all those types of things that preserve life when engaging in such, risky behavior.
A huge thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's Law and Crime YouTube takeover. Morgan & Morgan is a second-degree murder this was kind of her first time acting in this kind of...
If you've never done this before, why not practice first? Lord, girl.
Fetish behavior in a way, and particularly in this kind of encounter with this type of request. So with that being said, it did feel like maybe she didn't know exactly what she was doing, or even the risk kind of imposed in kind of carrying that out. So are you surprised, or I know you are surprised that she is charged with second-degree murder, but why do you think it was second-degree murder as opposed to a lesser charge, maybe manslaughter?
I think, again, the salacious nature of it really, I think, hit everybody incorrectly. And again, if you are not... Again, this is not my jam, so I'm going to keep using this as a caveat. But, if you do some research in the BDM lifestyle, there are certain societal norms that are, again, we may not understand because that may not something we engage in on a day-to-day basis. But if you were to research that, there are...
I am so sorry, right? I just feel like God really created sex for a really simple purpose, which was for reproduction. What human beings have done now with sex is just out of order. Sex was never meant to be all of this. Like, it wasn't ever meant to be all of this. Now it has turned into choking people, gagging people, wrapping folks in saran wrap and gluing their feet in boots, like beating up people. God never created sex for this. It's like human beings, whatever they touch, they just pervert it to a point of no return. This is not what this. What is wrong with you people? Why can't you people have regular sex? How can you even be bored with regular sex that you now want to be gagged? You want to be suffocated. You want somebody to pee on you. You want somebody to spank you. You want somebody to treat you like a dog. It was never meant to be any of this. Human beings are just wretched. Like, seriously, God never created us to be any of this. It's like, can you imagine showing up? Can you imagine showing up an attorney wrapped up in saran wrap and duct tape? Oh, my Lord. The embarrassment of it all. Oh, Lord Jesus. Can I redo this over again? Yeah, it's like humans are just weird. We make every simple natural thing either hard or perverted. I don't know. Why couldn't y'all just have regular sex, though? You have regular sex, nobody dies. There's none of this. These weird type of foreplay. I'm your big black whatever. I'm going to give you this big black. This is just ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. Okay? This is insane.
A lot of aspects to which, again, you engage in behavior that could result in death, and you have a safe word, and there's just certain protocols that are followed. And so I know it may be distasteful to some, but again, to understand the totality of the circumstances, any good defense attorney is going to blast a hole in that. Just realistically speaking, because again, you're looking at the consent aspect and you're looking at the negligence aspect because she walked into a situation that she.
I bet God be like, why don't you let me help you? This is crazy. Some people are not easily aroused. That's why they were. I think because they started having sex too early. I think if you're at the age where you need all of this, you probably were having sex way too early. Like, you were exposed to sex in a very, very unhealthy way. And you need to figure that out because you can really die from this. It's really, really, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Like, the man dying is not funny. Her facing these charges is not funny. But it's like, how can you reach out to someone and say, yes, wrap me in saran wrap? Like, what? You're paying $11,000 for someone to wrap you in saran wrap? You people have too much money. Give me some money. Why don't you wrap yourself in saran wrap? Look what is going on here, right? But I'm like, like, sex is never that serious. Why would you pay $11,000 for somebody to wrap you in saran wrap? What is wrong with you? Go find a hobby. Go volunteer. Like, go donate your money and save the poor. This is insanity. And I'm like, for her also to leave her children to do this, you people are sick as hell. You are truly sick.
She kind of thought she knew what the rules were, but she really didn't. And so this is a cautionary tale for those who engage in that lifestyle to understand the parameters and how to keep yourself safe as well as your partner, whoever you're engaging that behavior with, safe. But on its surface, without any background or understanding of this lifestyle, you're like, well, you saw the person passed out, they're not responding. How come you didn't immediately rip the bag off and, do all of the normal things one would think of? But again, when you're in the fetish lifestyle, that's not necessarily the reaction one has.
Then you're a sociopath. It's one thing to have a fetish. It's one thing to not be shocked. Like, oh, look at this fucker. He's no longer tweaking. You know what I mean? Like, that's just so callous because he was shaking, then he just stopped shaking. And then you're indifferent? Oh no, you're a psycho. Like, I guess. Oh God. I don't think I should be cracking jokes, but I'm like, what she like? Oh, well, I guess the roach just stopped fucking moving. Well, damn, okay, damn. All right, you guys. Hey, y'all. What is going on, sis? The man stopped moving. You're like, oh, okay. What am I supposed to do? Free him. This is crazy. Who else will pay you this kind of money? Like, people in America are sick. You cannot make this up. If somebody told you this story, you wouldn't believe it. If somebody told you, like, no, you're making this up, it's not possible. Like, there's not people out there paying $11,000 $11,000, you guys, in this economy to be wrapped in saran. I would not believe this shit. I'm like, no. What? Why can I wrap you in whipped cream? I like smother me in whipped cream. You can still breathe. No, he said wrap me up in saran wrap. You people are weird as hell. You are so damn weird. Like, sex is not supposed to be this complicated. Even your taxes, even filing your taxes is not supposed to be this complicated. What are these weirdos doing? Like, listen, America is not a real place, y'all. This place is not a real place. And then her also, how can you kill a VIP client? Who's going to pay you this kind of money? He needs to live so he can pay you more money. You can't just kill the client. Oh my God, like this is insanity. This is crazy.
So that's kind of the rub.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, and just thinking of the imagery here where we're talking about lots of saran wrap, a lot of clinging wrap, as police have put it, a bag over your head.
He said lots of saran wrap. You would think this is an SNL skit. These people are trolling me. So she wrapped them in saran. She didn't even put like no holes like near his nostrils or his lip. Then she put a bag over him. What is wrong with this lady? Oh no, she's dangerous. Oh no, y'all, she's not coming outside. She's gonna stay in there. No, she is a threat to society. Oh no.
Fingers are duct tape. Your mouth is duct tape. And while the victim did want this, while these were two consenting adults, and we do kind of want to stress that here to our viewers, but what are your just thoughts overall just about kind of the horrific nature and just the way that the victim kind of became unresponsive, again with the duct tape over his mouth, the plastic bag over his head, saran wrap just all over his body, again while he did want that to happen? What are your thoughts on just how horrific everything was?
Well, first off, let's be clear. While he did consent to all of this, when the defendant arrived, he was under the influence of some kind of intoxicant. So again, he was not necessarily thinking and operating clearly.
Oh, that's why she shouldn't have done it. You sound crazy, sis. You want to defend that girl because she's black so badly. That's the whole point. If she gets there and she realizes he's drunk, then she has to realize he's not serious. Why would you take to the letter what a drunk person is telling you they want done to them? He was drunk. You're like, okay, no problem. And you go, let me wrap you in a bed sheet or something. Like, well, that's saran wrap, all right? You understand? If he's drunk, then why are you listening to him? So I'm like, no, she's not coming outside, you guys. She ain't coming outside. Because if he's drunk and inebriated, right? So my thing is, don't even listen to him because he's not asking you with a sober mind. He is drunk and he's on drugs. And you listen to a druggie and an alcoholic, and now here you are. But how can you wrap somebody in saran wrap? You don't give him any holes, and then you put duct tape over his mouth. After you wrap them in saran wrap, then you put a bag over him, and then you wrap his hands. No, he paid her before. At her big age, she didn't know that completely covers up my spaces around ramp. Absolutely did. People are crazy. This is not even funny. These people are crazy. They're mentally ill. You have to really trust a person to let them wrap you in saran wrap. This is really not funny. What is wrong with people? What is wrong? Like she was of a sound mind and he's drunk. Then maybe he's not serious. There's something wrong with these people. Like he was shaking. Probably he thought he was getting. Oh my God! Oh my God! He's dying. Oh my God! Oh my God! Yes! Oh my God! What is wrong with people? Oh my goodness! This is insanity. No, he didn't have children. He had a roommate, and the roommate saw him on the ground. Oh my God! What is wrong with these people? She was stupid because I was. How can you do this?
In terms of what he was necessarily consenting to at that moment. And again, it's one of those things where fantasy and reality don't really match up, right? Because he's fantasizing about all these things and what it would feel like, but then the reality means you stop breathing for a prolonged amount of time. And it makes it difficult for someone to rip that amount of duct tape or plastic off in a timely manner.
Oh my gosh, how much duct tape, how much saran wrap did you use? Like 25,000 meters of saran wrap? Girl, something is wrong with your brain.
To preserve your life. So I think, again, it was a lack of understanding on both of their parts and a lack of really thinking this through in a lot of ways. And it's tragic. It's tragic. Clearly, he's, again, he was somebody who he engaged in this for a good time. I mean, this, again, this may be strange to many of us, but some people derive pleasure from those sorts of activities, and that's what he was seeking. And unfortunately, it resulted in his demise, which is incredibly tragic for him and all those who knew him and loved him.
Yeah, and I remember actually just watching a TV series called Nip Tuck, if people are familiar with that show, that they kind of had a plot line exactly similar to this case. This is why it's so interesting and kind of fascinating here. When we're talking about the defense, what do you think that the defense could be for trial? Now, Michaela's attorney says that consent might be a mitigating factor, but not a defense. But she called 911, she performed CPR on him. But what are your thoughts overall on what a trial could look like in defending the client here?
Well, first off, I would want to avoid a trial because, again, of the salacious nature of everything we're dealing with. And you're going to have to educate the jury because they can't quite come to a verdict until they fully understand, again.
And imagine if they have like older people or parents in the jury and they have to explain BDSM. They'll be like, oh, no, you're going to jail. The devil lives in you. Y'all, this is too much to explain to people. Imagine my mom on the jury. I'm like, you did what? What? Huh? This is insanity. These people are just weird. That's why Uncle Shay, I really think he's into that kinky BDSM stuff. And even for him, a man of his stature, it's too much. He needs to go get the help he needs. This is really dangerous because even him, if he's doing BDSM, because he's so big and he's so muscular, it could go left. It could really go left. Imagine Uncle Shay just choking you for sexual pleasure. But what if one day the devil gets involved and he chokes too hard? He is too strong for this. He is too big for this. He is too muscular for this. No. He cannot be out here doing BDSM. This is a lot. Okay. Oh, Till Swan has a video about how people's sexual desires reveal things about them. He probably felt suffocated in life or something. I don't know. I'm never using saran wrap again. I just can't look at it the same anymore. That attorney is trying so hard to be professional. Girl, no.
Why someone would even want to engage in this. Most of us wouldn't willingly want to have our faces duct taped. So you have to kind of get the jury past that initial shock and potential prejudice they may have, being like, well, something must be wrong with you, or you're gross and disgusting, or, that sort of thing. So again, I could see a jury just getting caught up in the tawdry part of it and not really focusing on the law. So that cuts both ways for both the prosecution and the defense. So this is something that needs to be a plea, first and foremost. But if this did go to trial, then again, the defense would have to take that step of educating the jury on the BDSM lifestyle, possibly even calling an expert witness to talk about the norms within that community. And then again, looking at the fact of the action she did take, that once she realized there was a problem, she immediately sprang into action, showing that she had no intention of, harming him in some way. And like I said, the argument can be made for negligence, but I don't see second degree murder in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and just going off of, the whole
like she's like, oh, she doesn't see second degree murder, but the lady should not take it to court because she goes to trial. There's no jury that is going to understand this. Like, you did what? You wrapped him in saran wrap. Then you put duct tape over him. Then you put a bag over him. Girl, what? No. So I'm like, she's full of it. If you don't see second-degree murder, then why tell her to not go to trial? Like, oh, no, don't go to trial because it's too much to explain. It truly is. And this is why people should not be doing these kinds of things. It is extremely dangerous. It is really, really dangerous.
Negligence part here. Investigators say that Michaela kept filming content for her OnlyFans page, even while the victim.
She kept filming it. She kept filming. So I'm like, so that's like you meant to kill him. Because how can you? I'm like, at least if you rap him, you should be closely observing what's happening to him. No, he was drunk when you got there. He was drunk and he was high when you got there. You wrap him up. Then you put duct tape. Then you put a bag. Why don't you want to see his face? And then you're recording OnlyFans content. No, y'all, she meant to kill that man.
Was lying there unresponsive. Do you think it is possible she just didn't realize he was unresponsive and maybe just thought he was just kind of going along with the act? And my second part to that question is, how particularly damaging are those videos that she had turned over to investigators that were found on her phone of her just kind of performing? We don't know exactly what she was doing for her OnlyFans, but as
you see, if you remember what this man said it too, right? What did the man say? That these auto trasher people, when they have an audience, the bigger, the better. They want to have sex in front of people. They want to touch themselves in front of people. They use the other person's body as an object of masturbation, right? This is what he says, like auto trasher, right? That they don't care. Remember how he said that somewhere here? Hold on. What did he say?
Sex with an autoerotic person is an eerie and creepy sensation.
You see?
It is disembodied.
You see?
It's mechanical.
You see?
Non-reciprocated. Infantile. It's lonely. Usually the autoerotic person avoids eye contact.
You see?
And is so
She put a bag over him. She didn't want to see his eyes. She didn't want to see his eyes. She wrapped him up, y'all. Put the duct tape on his lips. And then she put a bag on top of that. She's mentally ill. No, lock her ass up.
Focused. So in himself and with himself that it's like he's absent. The autoerotic partner focus exclusively on their bodies and their self-gratification to the exclusion of everything and everyone else. It's like they're all alone in bed and you just happen to be there as an apparition or as an animated dildo or animated sex doll.
You see? He said it. And so that was like, we're not surprised. Hold on. Where's she again? You see? That's her.
As far as, filming content while the victim just lay there unresponsive, not knowing just how particularly bad it was at that time.
Well, of course, those videos are going to come across as harsh and uncaring, and obviously can be easily construed to show a state of mind that was just evil intent, right? So you can see, again, if you're taking the BDSM aspect out of it altogether, in a normal set of circumstances, this is textbook second-degree murder, right? Because of the fact that you saw somebody unresponsive, you're filming, you're not rendering aid. I mean, you think of sort of like the suitcase.
And now she's saying it's second-degree murder, but she knows.
Homicide, right? Where, the defendant placed her partner in a suitcase and left him there, and he's begging for his life, and she's like, oh, it's just hide and seek. This is a very clearly a different circumstance than to what we saw in that case, but that video was what was very telling to show her state of mind at the time. And so I could see the prosecution using that tape to say, listen, she had wanton and reckless disregard for his life, and she's filming while he's unresponsive. She's doing things that one could argue was pleasurable to her while someone was dying and that sort of thing. So in a vacuum, it could be very damaging. But again, the flip side is she turned those videos over. It wasn't that the police and law enforcement had to get it as a result of a subpoena. She willingly turned everything over, which shows that she clearly had nothing to hide and that she felt awful about what had occurred, because clearly—
No, she did not feel awful. Man, we're not falling for this. But you're trying your best though, but we're not falling for this. No. We are not falling for this. This is too much. This is overwhelming. Y'all can be kinky, but we should all be able to go home after this. This is too much.
That's not how she intended for the night to end.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, and just this whole case overall, it happened back in the spring of 2023. Why do you think she wasn't arrested though until just last month, now 2025?
There could be a number of reasons why. I mean, I think that number one, there could have been hesitancy, again, looking at the entire fact pattern of this. Possibly law enforcement was doing more research into both of their backgrounds to kind of understand who they were and how they got to this point. It's possible that they spoke to other witnesses, maybe not necessarily obviously witness to what happened, but did the victim engage in BDSM type activities before? Was there somebody else who could say, listen, he asked for this specifically and this is how it ended, or something along those lines? So I think there was a lot of investigation that they were doing around the facts in this case and how it came to be. And they came to the decision that, this was second-degree murder.
Yeah, and despite, what the television shows always show, it doesn't happen as quickly all the time when it comes to these types of investigations. And I'm sure even, when it comes to trial, that'll be a little down the line there. Does it come as a shock to you at all that she's being held on no bond in this case? And do you think she should have been given bond? I mean,
why not just go do something a little risque and go home to your kids? Like, this is just too much for me. And she's not even big. It's like, how did you have all this energy for all this saran wrap business? This is too much energy. So she goes to his house. Does she also set up all her cameras and stuff to record this? This is weird. This is too much.
She's a wife. She's a mom of 3. It doesn't appear that she would necessarily be a flight risk or anything like that. But are you surprised that, given the charge, that she's being held on no bond?
Well, again, in a vacuum. Second-degree murder charge in most places is a non-bondable offense. So it is not unusual that because of the charge, she's being held no bond. Now, the unique circumstances underlying this case, to me, would speak to a situation where she should get bond because, again, a judge has to make a decision whether or not the person is a flight risk and whether or not they're a danger to the community. And I don't think it's necessarily been established, again, based on the facts that are publicly available, that she is a danger to the community. Again, this was a unique instance and done at someone else's request. And so I think that's a slightly different circumstance.
Yeah, but she was free all the time. This is too much. This is a lot.
Than her just doing this just because, again, contrasting with the suitcase case, right? That kind of mindset.
So, what does her husband even let her do this? So she's like the breadwinner. Why does a wife even have to do this? Why would your husband oh yeah, go wrap another man in saran wrap and then touch yourself and record yourself? Did she marry her pimp? No.
So I'm not shocked based on the charge, but again, if I was her attorney, I would have been arguing for her release based on the fact that she has firm ties to the city. She's clearly has children in school, whatever the case may be. She's built a life. And again, this was a unique set of circumstances, not, I just decided to kill this guy because.
Right. And again, going back to what you had said earlier in our discussion, all about intent, again, her defense attorneys argue she had no intent on killing him or anything like that. But, given the circumstances, you can really see it both ways in this case. And I think that's what makes it so interesting is that you can really see the prosecution's argument, the defense's argument, and just kind of the blurred lines in between. So it'll be fascinating to see kind of where this case goes from here. Melba Pearson, thank you so much for your insight into this case. But I do want to ask you, where do you think the case will go from here? Even though she pleaded not guilty, do you think eventually she may change her mind and maybe prosecutors and her will work out a deal? What do you think will happen in the future with this case?
I think this will be a plea. I'd be very surprised if it goes to trial. If it does go to trial, again, if I was a defense attorney, I'd be looking for a bench trial, which is just a judge. Because again, looking at the nature of everything that the types of evidence that will be viewed, his last moments are going to be very graphically depicted. And again, that's something that can really sway the jury's emotions to the point that they may not be looking at the underlying law. So if it goes to trial, if I was the defense attorney, not telling anybody how to do their job, but if it was me, I'd be looking for a judge and a judge alone. I would not want to put 6 or 12 people to make this decision.
Yeah, and you're really rolling the dice, especially, if it were to turn into a jury trial. Well, I guess we'll see where this case.
That's why I'm saying, Uncle Shay, you might want to really think about that because I'm like, did they record themselves when they were having sex? Uncle Shay, this right here is something else, Shell.
But I'm not the boss.
Not the what?
Those are other folks. There are layers to this, and there are certain layers even I am not on. I can tell you, I also spoke to co-chairman of Disney, the boss, Jimmy Pitaro, who made it very, very clear we are taking this matter very seriously, and we are looking into this very, very closely. And once we gather as many facts as we possibly can,
Uncle Shay, whatever you know,
we will go from there. And that is all he said. And I can mention his name because I received his permission to say that. I don't know what that means. In my perfect world, this equates to Jay-Z, where the case ultimately dropped and Shannon is allowed to continue on First Take and continue to thrive and shine. And not just that, and have an illustrious career in the podcast stratosphere doing Nightcap with Chad Ochocinco.
And then my other thing is, I will also say this, like Uncle Shay, you saw how this Evelyn Lozada headbutt situation with Chad, you saw how it ruined his career. You sit with Chad every day. Chad went through hell with this headbutting thing with Evelyn Lozada, another Latina. Like, that's why sometimes also when y'all get cussed out by these black women, I can't even intervene because y'all do too much. Okay? Y'all do too damn much. It's like y'all don't even learn. You go mess up, we save you. You go right back into the same mess. Like, come on. Like, you work with Chad. You know what happened to Chad. Messing with this Latina. Sorry, y'all. Because of Evelyn, he stopped playing football. Now you go and you find you another Latina. Talk about, I'm going to choke you when I see you. Oh, yeah. You want to be choked. What is this? And at your big age, you can't even go find a woman. And it's like, even like you're right, he's 50 something. You can't find a woman like in her 30s, like her mid 30s. Like you can't date that. You gotta be 19 or 20. Oh. It's like, it really is as if like you're not deserving of this stuff. Like, this is crazy. This is so crazy.
Doing Club Shay Shay.
This is crazy.
And ultimately gets this $100 million deal that he was all over the news about to sign just a couple of days before this report came out.
Well.
In my perfect world, he moves on. And somehow, some way, we find this all to be false.
Good luck.
But it doesn't seem like that's the way things are about to go down, considering who Mr. Busby is and how emphatic his client is proclaiming that she is right and she's telling the truth. I don't know where this is going to go. I can't speak to anything else. I don't know who Shannon Sharpe's legal team is and what they're suggesting. I imagine that everything that has transpired has been at the behest of his lawyers, not just himself.
And they're truly, for me, sorry, guys, I'm eating. But I'm like, to me, there's nothing that good about sex that could justify all of this. But maybe, like I said, he's probably sick. He's a trashing narcissist. There's nothing that good about sex that could justify you doing this to your career. Like, this is, you need help. You need help.
I can tell you again that when I spoke to him, he is emphatic in stating his innocence, that this is a shakedown, to use his words. How wise is it to use those kind of words when a civil matter of this nature is out there? when you have a podcast and you have advertisers and sponsors and you work for ESPN and they have advertising sponsors, I don't know. What can we say if any of us were in that position and we felt or were proclaiming we were innocent? I don't know. And I'm not about to pretend. I just wanted to make sure that I echo to all of you that the only reason I spoke on this issue is because he works with me 2 days a week. He's on national television. He was on national television with me today. He was on national television with me yesterday when the story came out Sunday night. I didn't know anything about it until we got on the air. But he was on air. And if you know him in part because of all the work that he's doing with me and what he's doing in this industry, I know everybody's been waiting. Like, Stephen A., what you got to say about this? I got to say what I just told you. I don't know what's happened. I know I got love for the brother. I know that I'm wishing that he's innocent.
And you see also what people have to realize is that when you're a person, it's not just you. It's not just you. Like when you're out there and you move around and stuff, it's not just you. You gotta think about your children. You gotta think about your mom, your dad, your grandparents on both sides, your friends, your co-workers, your business partners. Because you see, you do one thing wrong. Now everybody feels as though, are they gonna look at me sideways? Are they gonna think I was involved too? You see this life? That's why just because you can't do something doesn't mean you should do it. Because now you're involved in this mess. Not your friends are like, oh my gosh, do I stand up for him? Do I not stand up for him? What if I say something and then I'm wrong and he actually did it? Do not put people who love you in these weird situations where they don't know what to do. You got to use sound judgment. Even me, I'm saying, I'm like, Uncle Shay, there's certain conversations that should never be coming through your phone. Put this black baby in me, the black gravy, the black plantain. What is this? Do you not know that the NSA is listening to all of us? Even China? We're all under surveillance. Like, you're too big for foolishness to come on your phone. Are you slow? Maybe you're slow. I don't know. Is he dumb? Like, what is this? Right? Not on my phone. You're a big person and you're talking about choking. Me, honestly, I think it's foreplay for you guys. But you also have to understand how people who don't know any of this, they're hearing actual choking. And you're not a small person. So there's certain things you should never even say over the phone because you just never know. You just never know. You could always be recorded. But to just go out there like this so careless is like, you have low IQ or something. This is crazy. You have one of the biggest YouTube show ever. Like, you get all these crazy views. There are too many people who are looking at you. Most importantly, there are a lot of people who are jealous of you. You have too many ops out there to be this kind of sloppy. It's like, do you hate yourself? If this is what you're going to do, you never should have done Club Shay Shay. I think I feel like the biggest mistake you made was leave ESPN. Because I feel like when you were on ESPN, because you work for them, okay, you had more structure, you had more discipline, and you were afraid of being punished and stuff. But ever since you've been on your own, it's like you lost your mind. Like, you can't do stuff like this. I'm like, even if you go to court or whatever, it's like the more she explains to people about how you're having sex, it is still not a good look. What the freak? What is he doing? This is crazy. This is really crazy.
And all of this stuff goes away and he can continue to thrive with me on ESPN and thrive in his own platforms that he worked so diligently over the years to build. But anything else would be entirely irresponsible for me to speak on. And I can't do that. Yes, I own this. This is my platform. But I also have a day job and I also understand what lawyers, what HR and all of those other things entail. What I said is all I can say.
Okay, Stephen.
And in all honesty, at this moment, it is all I know.
But too dramatic.
We're going to be talking about Shannon Sharpe. Now, Shannon Sharpe has been in the headlines as of recently for multiple things. Now, I'm going to start off with the good news. Take a look up on the screen. Shannon Sharpe is seeking a $100 million podcast deal that will blow away his NFL career earnings. Now,
and my thing is, you guys, black people have a problem, y'all. You know what? You know what issue black people have? We talk too much. Like, why even make this public? Like, why don't we wait until we have the thing secure to then make an announcement? Why do we always like to attract the evil eye, you guys? I swear, if you didn't know me, you would think I was anti-black. But I'm like, why do we always talk so prematurely? Why even make the announcement? Like money, like stuff like this, it triggers people. Look at Carmelo, y'all. Look at Carmelo just raising $500,000. It triggered people. Okay? So it's like if Carmelo's GoFundMe can trigger, you see how even like regular whites were like triggered by 500. But then how did people know this? Money triggers people, y'all. It just triggers. People don't like to hear good news for other people. They just don't. It triggers people. It activates the evil eye. It brings upon you demons. There's another brother in Atlanta. He's like a chef, right? And he had, I guess like a Urus, he has some kind of Lambo. Like, they went and murdered him because they knew how much he makes. It's like, you got to keep that to yourself. The less people know, the better. But my thing is, at least wait until after the ink is dry and everything is solidified. Then you make an announcement. But somebody on your team, who leaked this? How would they have known? Now you make this announcement, and then the 2 days later, oh, well, I want to sue you for $50 million. That's why sometimes I also think like it's very prudent to walk around like you're broke. Because when people think you don't have any money, they leave you alone. They truly do. Flashy, flashy. Let me tell people how much I make. Let me show how much I make. You are going to attract problems over your life. When people think you're broke, they like actually like you because, oh, look, she's broke. She's suffering. Like, yeah, I'm suffering. Right? But do not trigger people. Do not trigger people. People cannot envy what they don't see. But once they see it, they're like, well, who is he to make that money? What has he done to make that money? So they saw 100 million. They said, okay, let's just ask for 50. Unbelievable.
I was going to make a video about this originally. Now, when I seen this headline, I was happy to see it because as somebody who was also an independent media personality, it made me happy to see that this is the type of value that you can get in the market. Now, if you ask me, I believe that interview that he had with Cat Williams, I believe that played a major role in him being able to get these $100 million offers. I think that definitely.
That's what I'm going to say again. What did he do for Cat Williams? Because he was just sitting there. Cat Williams just kept talking. So if anybody should get the deal, it should be Cat Williams. It shouldn't be him. You guys, you know, let me tell you something. I really feel like he did wrong by Cat Williams. And that's his karma. All this money he spent on these little girls, did he even give Cat Williams that kind of money? Did he even give Cat Williams that kind of money? He better make sure he paid Cat Williams. He better make sure. He better make sure he gave Cat Williams what he is owed. Because I'm like, what have you done to, like, every interview after that wasn't really that crazy. Because I'm like, he's not a great interviewer. I'm like, no. So I'm like, if anybody should get that deal, it should be Cat Williams. Because he's really funny. He is really, really funny. Yeah. And when even, like she said, exactly, he never should have mentioned he made a lot of money with the Cat Williams interview. People would have figured that out. But my thing is also, did he give Cat Williams what Cat Williams was owed? Like, fam, I never thought this interview was going to be this crazy. Here you go. Because let's be true, you make the show. But I got to pay for staff. I got to pay for this, got to pay for that. So I want to give you this. What did he do? Like, what was the symbolic gesture that he had for Cat Williams? Or did he keep all the money to himself to go spend on these goofy ass Latinas? He better make sure he did right by Cat Williams. He better make sure he did right by Cat Williams, y'all. In the words of Nene Leakes, you never win when you play dirty. You better pay people what you owe them. You better give people their just due. If your business was struggling and somebody came and helped you out and then you started making a whole lot of money, give the people what you owe them. If, what's it called? If you have a podcast, somebody comes in there and they blow up your podcast to like the Joe Rogan proportion without even you doing anything, you better run this man his money. You better run him his money. You know, and also when you go and fight for these deals, okay, you know what? I think I'm pretty good. But you know what, y'all? Can y'all do something for Cat Williams? Can you also give him a comedy show or something? Because Uncle Shannon is not a great interviewer. He really is not. Okay, he's like, girl, what? What happened? Is your mama white? Like, he's not a great interviewer for him to be worth it, for them to offer him $100 million. Like, please go sit down somewhere with that. Okay, the Cat Williams interview was great because Cat Williams is great. So if anybody should really get this deal, it should be Cat Williams. It should not be Uncle Shay Shay. He is not that great. Like, the same interview could have happened with Cam Newton because it's Cat Williams that made the interview. Just like when he went on the radio and he told the lady that his hair is like 19 inches, no perms. Remember this? Remember that? Cat Williams is a funny dude. He is extremely funny. Hold on. Remember when he roasted this lady? Y'all remember this? This dude is iconic.
Excellent.
Yes, I do.
Aren't boys simple? Aren't boys simple?
They can
I
be.
don't even know why this interview went left like this. You see what I'm saying, Ruva? Because if your brother came, you guys, it's real. Because Black people, we don't like to do right by each other. Because if your brother came for free on your podcast and he brought his favor, he brought his anointing, and then he took your show to another level, you should be like, you know what? That's a prophet that came into my house. That's a man that came with favor into my house. He brought favor to my business. He took my brand to a whole nother level. So if you take the money and you eat the money all by yourself and you don't even give and say, oh, brother, you know what? You came in here and you did something. You did something I never seen before. You took all the money to yourself. Uncle Shay Shay needs to tell us the truth. What did you do with the Cat Williams money? From the actual video to the clips to the shorts, how much money did you make off of Cat Williams? So my thing is, if you don't do right by Cat Williams, you're not gonna have peace. If you don't do right by Cat Williams, you will not have peace. There is a God. There is a God. There is a God. Okay? You need to pay him his money. Child, I don't even know how this interview went left like this, y'all.
It can be.
Wanda knows she.
I'm what?
She didn't do as much cooking in the latter years as she did in the beginning.
Whatever. I cook. I do it all.
I didn't say that she
well,
didn't.
that's right. I didn't.
Much. I don't know how. I don't even know why this interview went so. Why playing all the music like this?
The beginning and the middle and the end.
What's your favorite thing to cook? Your boys, yeah.
They like for me to. I do a really nice broccoli.
Miss Wanda, it's not hard to make broccoli. She said she makes the broccoli. I said, Miss Wanda, making broccoli is not no damn meal. I know you lying. I don't even know why it went left like this. I don't get it. Or maybe because he's a comedian, she was already like scared. I don't know. Because she was on edge. Like, she was already on like 25. I'm like, what is wrong with her? Oh, she passed away? Wanda passed away? Are you kidding me? What?
Broccoli, and they love my baked chicken.
Hey, right now, look up your phone and see what it takes to make broccoli. He doesn't say heat up water. That's the only step in broccoli.
Oh, yeah, she passed away at 59. Oh, my God. Wow. She passed away last year. Oh, my God. Oh, but she wasn't healthy. People don't want to lose weight. And oh, my gosh, this is crazy. Oh, wow.
Simmer. Have you ever heard of burned broccoli? Can you broccoli? You can't burn it because it's made in a pot of water.
You don't know nothing about.
You know what her second meal they love from her? What I do with corn. I like to dig it out that can. And I put it in there, and then I get a can of water, and I put it on there, and then I get some Zatarans. They don't expect that. I sprinkle
I am a great cook. Whatever.
Yes, ma'am. You good?
I think he really was not trying to come for her. He was trying to be funny. It was all in jest. But she took it so wrong. She took it so wrong. She was truly defensive. I'm like, he's just cracking jokes. Like, it's not that deep.
Heating stuff up.
You're good at telling us about what's going on in jail.
This is where it went left because she talked about jail. You went to, okay. You see, she had to go low.
Jail.
Yes, ma'am, and getting out to tell you. But I'm going to tell you at an arena named Phillips, and you going to tell me at the Atlanta Comedy Theater.
Right, true.
Tomorrow, be there.
All right.
Red Grant show. I know
Red
I'll
Grant.
be there. Don't miss it.
Red Grant, Cat Williams, thank y'all for coming through, man.
Yes.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming in.
I see why people come to Wanda's show.
Yeah.
Because Frank's
I need to leave this. I don't even know how this thing went left like this.
he puts it down.
That's right. Get on out of here with your crazy ass.
Is he crazy?
And help me get to the salon. All right, it's the People Station Viewer 3. Your hair is kind of.
That joint was.
My hair is 19 inches long and I have no perm.
You don't.
Oops.
Oops. Oops. Yeah, she was just like trying to pick a fight with him. I was like, you need to go to jail, get your hair done. I'm like, man, overcooking now? Nah, this is never that serious. It's never that serious.
Not a perm.
No, it is not. Nice lady.
That's natural.
Come run one of your gnarled fingers.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. Cat Williams he's oh my God. You kind of have to be suicidal to try to roast Cat Williams. Like, you are crazy. Yes, they went in there trying to beat him up. Even though she started it. I'm like, the husband also, he's a crash dummy. He should have been like, wife, you're a comedian, he's a comedian. He cracked the joke, you cracked too, and it's over. You lost. I'm about to go fight this man. How you gonna be a comedian and be sensitive? That makes no sense. You're saying things about him because you're trying to make it seem like it's funny. He's saying things about you. So it's like, okay, girl, you are crazy. I'm like, you have to have a death wish to try you want to try to roast Cat Williams. You are insane.
While you on air, so they can hear you live.
Come on. Let me come over here.
No. That's not how that works.
Oh, okay. Well, then stay over there.
Don't worry. Ain't nobody putting their hands through yours.
That's right. They don't have to. I don't want them to. Get on out of here. You okay? You okay?
Only one of our hands moving while we talk.
Are you all right?
Oh my God.
Are you okay?
Red Grant, Atlanta Comedy.
Tell Wanda to take off them headphones and that wig.
And make sure
that wig and the headphones come together.
All that clothes you got on.
He said, do the wigs and the headphones come together? Oh my God. Miss Wanda, you know you're sensitive. Don't do it.
How about that? Yeah, they're old.
Versace, yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It
She
said
said,
Versace.
I want to apologize to the people at Versace Collection. This is your 2019 summer line that hasn't come out.
But you had to open it up and show us it was Versace. I wanted to.
No, I didn't have to open it up. These people are on radio. They can't see anything.
Yeah, but you opened it up so we could see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, happy.
And happy whatever stories for the Black Lane Bryant.
I'm like, this thing went so left. Yeah, he's roast because I'm like, why would you do this? Why would you try to roast Cat Williams? Are you actually okay?
That's right. Very proud.
Okay, let's play some music real quick if we can. We going to a break real quick?
Very
all right, cool. We go to a break.
Shout outs to Forever 21.
Yeah.
This collection.
That's right. Shout out.
They don't remember me for wilding out, right? I'm not the right one to Jones on.
Get this inmate out of here.
If you can't get your blood pressure down, you can't call me down.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
If your cholesterol is 600,
whatever, little mama.
I'm little mama's baby daddy.
Oh my God, this is too much. Yeah, she passed away last year. I thought she said she ate the broccoli. Girl, you know you was on. Okay, this is ridiculous.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
and what are you, girl? You probably shouldn't talk about sizes.
No, that's okay.
You big on the radio.
That's right. And you're big
Turn
in
it
prison.
down.
And you're
Yes,
big in
ma'am.
prison.
I've never been to prison.
You have
19
several
felonies,
times.
no convictions.
Yeah,
Knock it off. Prison and jail aren't the same. No.
Okay,
No.
calm
No.
down, calm down.
Only one of us has $12 worth of jewelry on. No.
Oh, no, Lord. I see blood in the water. I thought, oh my God.
No, $12.
No. That all is available. If you want to have Wanda's jewelry, please go to Citgo or Quick Trip at any point. If you buy 2 packs of Newport 100s, they will give you everything Wanda has on right now for $7.99, and it comes with a free car wash. Won't you come on down?
Yes, thank you.
But you started though. You did. You started with him.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
The show starts at 9. Wanda gets to the stage at 9:17. Please come on down.
Go, Shay, please come get Miss Cat and do her hair.
She's almost out of breath. Be careful now. Even on the radio, you can hear the fact that exercise has crept into her vocabulary.
Hurry up, little mama. We're done.
You already used that one. Don't repeat your jokes, Fresh Comic.
Go ahead. We'll go to break.
Your ass out of here.
Wow. You are insane. You are truly insane. Oh, my Lord.
Increase his value by a lot. So first things first, I just want to say congratulations to Shannon Sharpe. As a young black man in the media space, I love to see it. Thanks for the motivation. Now, I want to start off with the good news first before we jump off with the rumors and the gossip that's circulating. Now, take a look up on the screen. Shannon Sharpe is on the market and the price is high. The Hall of Famer's media deal with Colin Cowherd's Volume Podcast Network has expired, and Shannon Sharpe has reportedly received several offers for his talents and is expected to agree to a deal that could exceed up to $100 million. Any new deal agreed will include all the shows on his network, not only Shannon Sharpe Show. This includes the Club Shay Shay, Nightcap, Club 520 Podcast, the Bubba Dub Show, and Humble Baddies. The expected income is also more than his 15-year NFL career.
Hold on. He has a show called what? Humble Baddies.
Show and Humble Baddies.
Is he too grown to have a show called Baddies? This dude is immature AF. He needs to grow up.
The expected income is also more than his 15-year NFL career earnings as a tight end who won 3 Super Bowls and received 4 first-team All-Pro and 8 Pro Bowl selections when playing with the Broncos and the Ravens. In the NFL, Shannon Sharpe made $22 million with his highest-paying season in 2000 with the Ravens when he made $5 million. So, timeout. As you can see, when Shannon Sharpe transitioned to independent media, now he's in a position to actually make more money than he did when he was a professional athlete. So that goes to show the amount of money that's available in the marketplace. So like I said,
you focus so much on money, but you don't say what's the level of like discipline, integrity, character, morals you should have. Because the more money you make, something in you has to change. You cannot be $100 million man and you are out here talking to 19-year-old, you big black, I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. If this deal gets blown up, I think it's actually good for him. I really do. I
was going to make a video about this originally, but now today we have some new headlines coming out about Shannon Sharpe. We have some ladies popping out the cracks and the crevices talking about they've been sexually assaulted and they want millions and millions and millions of dollars as compensation for their hardships and their emotional turmoil. The timing is kind of strange. I'll say that. The timing is kind of strange. Now, disclaimer. First things first, if there are children, listening, watching, tell the children, leave the room. It might get a little graphic as we jump into some of these allegations and articles. Tell the children, leave the room. But before I get into it, I want to give a disclaimer. On this channel, when it comes to allegations of sexual misconduct, we don't minimize that. But in this particular situation, due to the timing of the allegations, right, just coming a day or two after the announcement of the $100 million deals, and also due to the fact that I believe the woman in question who made these allegations is not a black woman, by the way. She's not black. So her credibility, it goes down a few notches with me. So I just want to, put that out there first. This is allegedly a non-black woman suing a black man after he announces $100 million deals. So we just got to put that out there. Her credibility is not very high with me. But anyway, let's jump into the article. Take a look at this headline. Pro Football Hall of Famer Shannon Sharpe accused of sexual assault in a lawsuit. A woman has accused Hall of Famer and podcaster Shannon Sharpe of sexually assaulting and battering her and using his fame to manipulate, control, subjugate, and violate women in a Nevada lawsuit filed on Sunday. The woman said that she was 19 years old.
I also wonder why Nevada. Like, why did he file in Nevada? What is special about the laws in Nevada? Like, because usually it's New York, but I'm like, why Nevada though? That's the first time I'm hearing that.
In 2023, when she first met Sharpe in a Los Angeles gym. Okay, timeout. So as you can see, obviously, Sugar Baby sugar daddy type of situation. Shannon Sharpe, old player at 56 years old. He meet a young shorty in the gym, 19 years old. And ladies, time out. Don't get in the comment section and crucify Shannon Sharpe, because Tracy Ellis Ross was just in the headlines last week talking about she prefers to date younger men, right? So don't try to make it a man versus woman. There's Tracy Ellis Ross. Take a look up on the screen. Tracy Ellis Ross makes a rare comment about her dating life and why she prefers to be with younger men. Tracy Ellis Ross, 52 years old, on why she dates, she said, a lot of men my age are steeped in toxic masculinity, right? So it's not a man versus woman thing. As you can see, Tracy Ellis Ross, even at 52 years old, she want to be with the young players, right? She want to be with the young guys, just like Shannon Sharpe. He want to be with the, the young ladies. So like I said, let's not crucify Shannon Sharpe, because at the end of the day, everybody doing the same thing.
I mean,
now,
for me, it's not that simple, because he's not on the same level of as Tracy Ellis Ross. He's not a woman. He's a man. So he should know how to be a leader. Tracy Ellis Ross, she's a spoiled little girl. No, to me, it's not that easy. I'm looking for that one time he said on Club Shay Shay that it was with Ocho Cinco. What is it called? Nightcap. I'm looking for it. It was one time on Nightcap. He's like, yeah, I'll pay your phone bill. I'll pay your whatever. I forgot what I'm looking it up. Let him talk.
The woman said she was 19 years old in 2023 when she first met Shannon Sharpe in an LA gym, leading to a rocky consensual relationship of nearly 2 years in which he was frequently aggressive and sexually assaulted her. The plaintiff accused Shannon Sharpe of twice sexually assaulting her in Las Vegas back in October, ignoring requests for him to stop, and again in January, according to the suit. He said his client and the woman's relationship.
Remember that one time he said this?
I got that. Your cell phone bill, you pay that. That's all you got. My mom want to come. My family's coming. Okay, I got them. I'll fly them in. I have a car service pick them up.
Well, you the one, boy.
I'm just old fashioned. I ain't opening no doors. Open your own damn door. Right. But most of the stuff, everything else, I'm gonna take care of it. That I've been in. My girlfriend ain't gonna pay for anything. I take over her bills. You got a car note? I got that. You got an apartment? I got that. Your cell phone bill, you pay that. That's all you got. My mom want to come. My family's coming. Okay, I got them. I'll fly them in. I have a car service pick them up.
Well, you the one, boy.
I'm just old fashioned. I ain't opening no doors. Open your own damn door. Right. But most of the stuff, everything else, I'm gonna take care of it. That I've been in. My girlfriend ain't gonna pay for anything. I take over her bill.
And like me, when I saw that video, the year this video came out, because they were a Nightcap, and I was like, this man, he sounds like he's into sugar babies. I'm like, he really sounds like he's into sugar babies. I was like, oh, this man is crazy, right? And see, you're a grown ass man. You're 56 years old. You go outside, you go to the gym. There's a 19-year-old that walks up to you, and nothing says to you, this could be a setup. This could be a trap. Only a narcissist. These people they have a need for their egos to be validated, right? I'm like, this is extremely dangerous. Now, when it comes, and also we live in a world that has double standards. We have to be honest, right? Just like I tell women, the world is not perfect. We have double standards. So what's expected from you as a man versus what could be forgiven for Tracy Ellis Ross, we're not the same. Men and women are not the same. So you're a man, you're 56. I think you need to move a bit more carefully. Nobody's offering Tracy Ellis Ross $100 million deal, right? Nobody is. So it's not the same. Okay, I agree.
Was consensual and sexual in nature, and in many cases initiated by her with specific and graphic requests. Now, Shannon Sharpe defended himself and actually released some text messages that was sent by the alleged victim, right? Basically saying that this was a consensual relationship. She was a young freak and she was into some freaky things. And that's what it is. Now, he also released her identity as well. I believe her name is Gabrielle Zuniga or something like that. Now, we don't have any images of this woman, but by the name, I can only assume that she's probably a woman of maybe Mexican or maybe, Salvadorian or Honduran or somewhere in Central America, South America, definitely somewhere, Hispanic in origin, definitely probably a Latina. When I hear the name Gabriela Zuniga, and judging by what she was sending him in the text, I don't think she's a black woman. But I'm about to jump into some of these text messages. They are graphic in nature. That's why I said if there's children around, tell the children, step out the room for a few minutes. It's about to get X-rated. It's about to get rated R in the building. Now, so like I said, Shannon Sharpe released the text messages to expose the woman and say that this was actually consensual. And actually, she was the one with the freaky, proclivities, right? And I was just, an innocent bystander minding my business. Now,
but why does he shut it down? And my thing is the whole time he doesn't feel like this could all be a setup. This man needs help.
Anyway, take a look up on the screen. Now, I'm about to read the text that the victim had sent to Shannon Sharpe. So he exposed her text messages, and she said this. The first text message sent back in October 7, 2023. She said, I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you are smashing. Now, I'm going to censor some of the curse words on the text messages. But like I said, it's X-rated over here. So keep the children out the room for a few minutes. Now, the next text message dated on January 1st, 2025. Now, time out. That was just recently. So that was back at the top of the year.
Elaine said, I will never forget baby gravy as long as I live. Then again, I sort of feel like play stupid games, win stupid prize. I don't know. I just feel like me, Marlene, if I was Marlon, everything I have seen here in America, I will be so careful. I'll be like, why is she talking to me? Who sent her? Who is she? I would even do a background check on her. Who is she connected to? You know what I'm saying? Because it's just too many people. It is just too many people. And today people can give consent and take back consent. Oh, I said I wanted to, but now I changed my mind, right? So I'm like, to go to the gym and to be so pressed about a 19-year-old walking up to you, Uncle Shay, you have low self-esteem. You truly have low self-esteem, and you innerly, you have a low sense of self-worth. You know what I'm saying? Like you have low self-worth, like that you were that pressed that the first 19-year-old like what the freak? And I feel like maybe also like he's looking for a young person to impress with his money or something. I don't know. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. But I couldn't see myself doing this. You got to be scared.
A few months ago, right now, conveniently, as Shannon Sharpe says, I'm about to, sign the $100 million deal for the podcast. Now, all of a sudden, the sugar babies coming out the cracks and the crevices like rats and roaches. They want a piece of the pie. Now, back on January 1st, a few months ago, she said this. I know you missed this big, juicy, and it's crossed out. And then she said $25,000 for each cheek. I don't know what that means. But anyways, now the statement by Shannon Sharpe's lawyers, they said this. This lawsuit filed by Gabriela Zuniga and orchestrated by her attorney, Tony Busby, is a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. It is filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations, and it will not succeed. In her attempt to extract a large financial settlement, Ms. Zuniga presented Mr. Sharpe with a secretly recorded video of a consensual sexual encounter. We believe the video has been heavily edited and taken entirely out of context, crafted to falsely portray a consensual act as non-consensual. Ms. Zuniga has refused to provide a copy of the full unedited version of the recording to Mr. Sharpe's legal team. To set the record straight, we are releasing several of Ms. Zuniga's own explicit text messages to Mr. Sharpe that clearly indicate the nature of their relationship was consensual and sexual in nature, and in many cases, initiated by her with specific and graphic requests. Contrary to the allegation she makes in a lawsuit, consensual sex continued until January 2nd, 2025, the day after she asked for $25,000 for each cheek, as quoted above from her text message to Shannon Sharpe. So up until about January 2nd, just a few months ago, everything was all good, right? She was sending, explicit text messages, talk about.
The thing is also like when he sleeps with these young girls like that, they don't sign NDAs. He doesn't make them sign NDAs. He just lets them talk like this. Like, I don't know. They have access to him. He sleeps with them. They say all this nasty stuff. They do all this BDSM stuff. And nobody was required to sign an NDA. This dude is something else. I'm like, what is going on here? What is this?
Listen, you want these cheeks, right? Everything was all good. Now Shannon Sharpe coming with the $100 million deal after he cut her off a few months ago. Now all of a sudden she wants millions and millions and millions of dollars. Meanwhile, she just a jump off he met at the gym. Now let's continue. There are other examples of text messages from Ms. Zuniga. For example, now I guess they're going to jump into some more text messages. She said this on the text message dated November 23rd, 2023. She said this: only if you put that baby gravy in me, then I can do whatever I want to me. I guess that means then you can do whatever you want to me. I think that's what she means, right? Now, the next text message dated January 12th, 2024. She said, I want to put my tongue in your rectal cavity and then marry you, right? So this lady who's a victim, she said that she wanted to insert her tongue where Shannon Sharpe defecates, and then she wanted to get married to him, right? This lady who says she's a victim and Shannon Sharpe needs to give up millions of dollars because
Uncle Shay Shay too, like as big as you are, a young woman. No, Uncle Shay Shay, I have a hard time with you behind. As big as you are, you gonna let a woman say that she want to put her tongue in your booty, and you keep talking to her? You don't block her. You don't block her from your phone. Is this man actually serious? Okay, is this man actually serious? Right? Does he even take his brand seriously? Does he even take his brand seriously? Like, this is crazy. Does he actually take his brand seriously, though? Do you take your brand seriously? Right? You're sitting there and a woman says, I want to stick my tongue in your behind. Does this man actually take his brand seriously? And then you allow these messages to come like that on your phone? Like, oh, no, I don't do that. You guys, one time for the one time. One time for the one time. Hold on. No. Let me get this one. Hold on. Like, you are crazy. Okay. You are really crazy. One time for the one time. Let me play this real quick.
You know, there's a short life in
why do you think that is with the creative side?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far. You know, who knows what happened to Philip? Who knows what Heath had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it. A man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
I know that's right. So my thing is, you, Uncle Shay Shay, a young lady who is 19 years old, not only does she have access to your phone, do I even have, can you give me your phone number? Okay. You give some random ass people your phone number. Then this young lady who is 19, Uncle Shay Shay, you could actually be her granddad. She gonna message you at 56 and say that she wants to lick your butt. She wants to lick your booty hole. And then she wants to marry you. And you see that coming through your phone. He was like, oh, hell no. No, don't do that. You're a nasty ass. Who raised you? Matter of fact, you're blocked. No. You continue the conversation. You are crazy. Like, you are really crazy. You are truly crazy. And you know what, though? As crazy as this might be, I think God is trying to save you. Because you're moving reckless. You are truly moving reckless. I don't even see how a grown man as you would be comfortable with a young lady saying, I want to eat your butt. Sir. So you're a Hall of Famer. You're going to be on that bed and have a 19-year-old in your butt cheeks at your big age. This is so embarrassing. I mean, like, I don't know. There's something about like sexual perversion that will make even the most powerful of men just behave like small, like just goofy ass bitches. You are insane. You are insane. There are certain things that should never even come through your phone. Who are you talking to? I don't want that. No, you entertain it. And not just that, you save it. And you think it means something like, oh, yeah, I'm going to show y'all what she said to me. I don't even care what she said to you, Uncle Shay Shay. I'm like, what was your response when she texted you that? She's 19. She's a freaking idiot. You are 56. When she texts you that she wants to eat your butt and then she wants to marry you, what was your response to her message? That is crazy to me. You guys, that is crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, don't text me this stuff. Are you insane? And then you block the person because obviously she's possessed. How is she 19 and she already wants to eat a man's butt? Does she like, what? Is she like a fan of Sukiyana or something? Bunch of weirdo behavior. This is so bizarre. This is really bizarre. And now you're sitting here with your daughter. Now you want to use your daughter to kind of help you save your relationship. It's like, no, leave her alone. Don't put your daughter next to this. Ooh, this is crazy.
She's a victim of a crime, right? Meanwhile, she was in the damn text messages saying that she wants to engage in all type of explicit, inflammatory, and degenerate behavior. Now, anyway, let's continue. Now, the next text message dated from August 6, 2024. She said, "That's my daddy. I want you to put a big black baby in me." Now, time out. Let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media.
Yeah,
this brother said, "Put that big black baby in me should have ended things right then and there." This brother said, "If a non-black woman texts you to put a big black baby in her, please block them." Anyway, let's continue. In the next text message dated August 11th, 2024, she said, "You better crave it because you're going to be stuck with it for life after you put a big black baby in me." Now, obviously, she said you're going to be stuck with it for life or stuck with me for life. So obviously, this is a woman who was already scheming from the jump. So she probably seen that headline the other day about the $100 million. And now
my thing is, if you guys, because you're trying to stand up for Shannon Sharpe, this you got to have integrity. If this young lady is saying, put a big black baby in me, put the baby gravy in me, put the baby in me, at what point does Uncle Shay Shay also say, okay, I can see what this is? Like, she's trying to get pregnant for a bag. And while she's still trying to play these stupid games, like, sign the NDA, right? Play with this little girl. Like, you know what? I got a little $25,000 for you if you come over. Make her sign the NDA. You understand? You got to protect yourself. Because once you realize that she wants a baby, and why does she want a baby? Because she wants child support payments. So she met a man that has a lot of money, who has a lot to lose. You think she's going to allow you to have sex with her, give her some money for 3 months and be gone? Are you stupid? You think that's how it goes? He's such an idiot. These little girls today are crazy. They are crazy. You don't leave them. They leave your ass. Okay? You think she worked this hard, probably spent all her last to get a gym membership at the gym membership you went to, right? She probably was there before, waiting on you. That day, she finally was like, oh, look, I manifested. She invested in finding you. She invested in going to the same gym as you. You are crazy. You think she's going to sleep with you, make money from you for just 3 months and just let you go? No. That's why you're stupid. You should have said to her, sign the NDA. I'll pay your apartment for a year. Maybe I'll give you like $200,000, whatever, right? And if you ever need me, if it's reasonable, call me. You see? And that's the difference between you, black man, and what's his name? Oh, what's the guy from Ocean 12, y'all? What's the guy from Ocean 12? Oh my gosh. What's the handsome white man from Ocean 12? I'll give you that. George Clooney. There you go. Right? Do you know how George Clooney breaks up with people? Okay? George Clooney, he doesn't just dump you, right? Like if you're a former girlfriend, like you get to keep everything. And that's why a lot of women have never come outside and had anything bad to say about George Clooney. Because you keep everything. The apartment, the cars, an allowance, wumpty wump wump. And that's why he's never had any issues. This black man's like, oh, well, I'm done with you, so I ain't giving you no more money. Y'all got to have some finesse. Because, you know, these girls are in it for the money. So you can't just cut them off cold turkey. It never ends well. They're obviously greedy. So if a lawyer says, "Oh, has your sugar daddy stopped giving you money? Has that caused you serious life injury? Have you had to move out your luxury apartment?" Well, call 1-800. We're gonna get your baby daddy, give you your sugar daddy to give us all his money, right? Don't give these girls a reason to go talk to a lawyer. You gotta be smarter than this. It's going to cost you. You don't want to, and it's like the same. Tariq has the same problem. Tariq said he don't want to pay the child support because he doesn't feel as though the girl should continue to live the lifestyle if she's not attached to him. I'm like, Tariq, was Tyrese. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you want to play these white people's game, these rich white man's game, y'all gonna have to learn to let these girls let them down easy, the way a rich white man would. Get her an apartment, pay for it for 1 year or 2 years. Buy her a Mercedes, whatever. Get her a few Birkins, but make sure she signs the NDA. And after that, no mas, right? Cool. If you ever get married, let me know. I'll put some money in towards the thingy, right? Give her the number of somebody. If you ever need help, reach out to him. He'll let me know. You got to be smart how you do this because it's all very sinful. No, I'm going to have sex with her. She's going to be able to enjoy my money as long as she's with me. But once she's no longer with me, she goes back to squalor. It ain't going to work. Women also have pride, There's a way of doing things. So I'm like, to me, he was not judicious enough. And he should have told his lawyers. So I don't even deserve, now that I'm seeing this, I have to be honest. I have love for Uncle Shay, but I don't even think he deserves a $100 million contract. He's not ready for that. He is not ready for this. He's not ready. So he gets what he gets. I think God actually loves him.
With lawsuits and allegations. Now, let's continue.
That's right.
The lawyer's statement goes on to say, these messages are just a sample of a broader pattern of graphic sexual communication that was initiated by Ms. Zuniga. The evidence paints a clear picture. This was a consensual adult relationship that included role play, sexual language, and fantasy scenarios explicitly requested by Ms. Zuniga. The edited tape that Ms. Zuniga secretly taped and showed to Mr. Sharpe during her blackmail attempt tries to falsely portray as a result of this editing and out of context from prior text messages that the sexual activity was not consensual. But Mr. Sharpe now believes that her secret tape was all part of her planned setup, part of her blackmail scheme, as distorted by the edited tape, a copy of which she refused to make available to Mr. Sharpe or his counsel. Mr. Sharpe categorically denies all allegations of coercion or misconduct, especially the gross lie of sexual assault, and he will not submit to what he sees as an egregious attempt at blackmail. He stands firmly by the truth and is prepared to fight these false claims vigorously in court. He looks forward to vindication through due process and a judgment based on the facts and the law. Now, first things first, if you ask me, this lady, her credibility is a little shaky for me. It's a little shaky. The timing is off, right? Just a couple of days after it was announced that he has $100 million deals on the table. Now you want to come out the woodworks. To me, the timing is off. Now you want to say you're a victim, but in the text messages, you said you wanted to put your tongue in his reach. So, to me, it's a lot of inconsistencies. And it seems like you were a sugar baby. It was a sugar baby, sugar daddy scenario and for whatever reason, at the top of the year, he decided to cut you off, right? So he cut you off back in January, and you was probably angry, you was probably mad, right? You were probably blowing up his phone, trying to get in contact with him, right? Then you seen him in the headlines about to sign a major deal in the pie. That's it. You want your cut of the cake. That's all that's going on. That's all it is, right? He cut you off. You mad?
Yeah, but he should anticipate that. He's 56 years old. He should see this stuff coming. He's 60. I don't know. Me, I'm like, you got to be good at this. You got to know how to finesse. You got to know how to get in the sheets, keep these little girls happy, and go about your business because you got too much to lose. He's very sloppy. He's very sloppy. And the sad part is he doesn't keep his lawyers abreast on his goofy ass, sexual ass, lifestyle because this is this is too much. This young lady should have signed an NDA. And the thing about this young lady, you should have been able to have something on her, not her having something on you. Like maybe you own the place she lives, you own the car. Like you got to have something that she has that you own that will make her never want to come against you. You haven't learned anything from white people and how they keep us enslaved and obedient, right? So I'm like, to me, honestly, I just don't feel like he's even deserving of this luxury lifestyle that he has because he doesn't care. Let the man speak a little bit.
Because when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when God wants you to be good, when it matters to God that you be good, that you do good, well, he'll never let you be good at being bad. In other words, you'll do wrong, you'll do evil, and it will ruin your life. That's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling you, no, that's not what I want for you. That's not how I want you to be. That I want you to do. Act wickedly. It capsizes your life. And that's a mercy. If you're astute enough to understand, to recognize what's going on when that happens, to be punished for what you're doing wrong is a mercy. It's a correction. You know, if you haven't made any repentance for path, then it's a mercy to be corrected. See, a lot of good people only became good people because they failed miserably as villains. They might have gone down all sorts of dark paths in their life over the course of their life. They might have done awful, immoral things. They might have lived an evil lifestyle. Because when I say good at being bad, I don't mean that he won't make you capable of being bad. You might be very capable at it. You might be disturbingly capable at it. It might be as bad as they come. But your life also turns into a horrific mess as a result of that. Which means you're not cut out for that life. You're not cut out for that lifestyle. And that's a good thing. See, look at people my age or older, people who seem to you to be, you know, upright, straight-laced, righteous, what have you, older people who seem to have themselves together. And you think that they're innocent and pure and good-hearted old senior citizens who never even got so much as a traffic violation in their life. But no, most likely, you're seeing them once they have reached that point.
Folks, him. You're talking about him, Elaine, this man that's talking.
After potentially a whole lifetime of wrongdoing and chaos, you understand? You think that they're pure and innocent, but they probably have memories of having done things that you're too young and too innocent to even imagine doing. You know, it's like if you see someone laying on the beach and you think they're just lounging around without a care in the world. They're on vacation or something. They're rich, having a holiday. But in reality, just moments before you got there, they actually just dragged themselves onto the shore after swimming across the ocean and almost drowning. You don't know what you're looking at. You don't know who you're looking at. Listen, when older people warn you about something, you should take it as a given that they're speaking from experience and you ought to pay attention. Because most of us are nothing but rehabilitated villains, and that's the truth. We didn't necessarily reform ourselves because we, you know, saw the light. No, we didn't see the light. We saw the darkness. And it's not as cool and as satisfying as they make it look in the movies, you know? You know how the bad guys in the movies are always cooler and more interesting and more compelling than the heroes? More compelling and interesting than the good guys in all the movies and TV shows out of Hollywood? Well, that's the epitome of false advertising. Because there's nothing unique about doing wrong. There's nothing unique or special about it. It's not rebellious. It's not liberating. It's not brave. It's mediocre and stupid.
Yep. And my thing is, if you work hard, you worked hard with your NFL career. You worked hard with your ESPN stuff, right? Then, because there's Club Shay Shay. There's Club Shay Shay. There's Night Champ, right? The drinking stuff. Like, my thing is, he has different YouTube channels, right? When you work so hard like this, and you're putting so much money and so much energy into it, and you also have partners and you have employees, like there's so many people counting on you. I just felt like you would be remiss to also not work on your personal character. You understand me? Because if your goal is to get to the $100 million mark, the $200 million mark, and you don't take care of your inner character of a person, this what you're striving for, it's not good for you because it's going to destroy you because you haven't worked on the internal man. And just because it's your body and it's your, when you think it's your money, Doesn't mean that you get to have sex over here. This is crazy. To whom much is given, much is required. And I think that as a man, you got to have a sense of personal ethos, that there's just certain things you're not going to do. And people have to learn from other people's mistakes. But every time it's always sex that brings you people down. You know, the devil knows the one weakness for these black men is sex. So why do you always, like, why do you make it so easy for him to just snatch you up? Like, imagine me, like, you know how I come here, right? Imagine me. You see how I come here, like, I defend Carmelo and I cuss out all these white people and things like that, right? I talk about God and integrity. But then I go and I steal at Walmart at self-checkout. Or I go and, like, I'm the kind of, like, I buy stuff, I use it, I return it. You know, like little shiesty stuff like that. And then one day it comes out, oh, Marlene stole at the self-checkout and she got arrested. You got, but this is the girl who talks about God all the time. You understand? It's like you got to also think about your brand. And your brand is not just what you do publicly. It's what you do privately. Because even for a lot of black people, even if they support you, and those who don't want to support you, but I'm like, what? Why would you let this Latino girl talk to you like about black people, a black baby, black genetics, black this? It's like, what the freak is this? Who is she talking to? Like, she's turning you into a fetish. It's really, really insulting. Like, it is so insulting. Like, why would she talk to you this way? So my thing is, right, is that you should have a personal ethos. Everything is not about the pursuit of money. Money, money, money. Where I'm so sick and tired of these people. Everything is always money, right? Hey, I haven't seen you forever. I hope you're okay, right? But my thing is, like, when you know that I have these goals, I have these ambitions, and then you know that you want to be big and you want to be in the media, you want to be in the spotlight. What you do in the dark is even more important than what you do in the light. Because what you do in the dark defines your character. So Uncle Shay, even me, Marlene, I'm really hurt. Because how can you let a young woman who could be your daughter, who could be your grandbaby, say that she wants to eat your butt, and you don't correct that behavior? Like, who was she talking to? You are so comfortable. You let a 19-year-old, you're almost 60. You let a 19, can you imagine me saying that to my baby? Like, you need to spank her. Like, what is this? Who raised you? You know, like, you're a Hall of Famer. And this goofy-ass 19-year-old, not only she has your cell phone, but she can talk to you any way she sees fit, and you entertain that foolishness? Did you even give money to Carmelo's Give, Send, Go? Did you give money to Carmelo? Probably not. But you got time to give these Latinas money. Like, you people are also cursed, you know. You're probably cursed. And I think your grandmother's behind this because she don't like your behavior. This is shameful behavior. You were raised better than this. This is embarrassing. Like, if she was alive right now, how would she feel? How would she feel? Everything she's been through, washing clothes with these goofy-ass white people, being abused by these goofy-ass white people. And you're going to have some white-skinned Latina say all this black, black, black stuff. It's so offensive. It's so offensive. It really is offensive. If y'all don't want to change who you are internally, stop reaching for all these crazy ass goals. You will self-destruct. It's giving Icarus. Okay? If you want to keep being ratchet, you don't want to control your sexual goofy ass desires, you want to sleep with 19-year-olds, then guess what? Just be basic. Because you're basic. But to me, if you want more out of life and you want to be up there with the Joe Rogans and these kinds of people, you got to clean your stuff. You got to clean your stuff. You got to bring order in your sexual life. Even Cam Newton, another one. He's so freaking out of order. I'm so tired of all this perversion. Like, it's always y'all. And your sexual, like your sexual imprudence. You are so imprudent. Like you like prudence. What is wrong with you people? Because you're surrounded by a bunch of yes people. And nobody tells you you're nasty as hell. God's judgment is coming against your house. You got to stop doing this. Everybody should know the story of Samson and Delilah. That one lady ruined his life. She ruined him. One woman, she ruined him. Sexual immorality, it ruined him. It's always you black guys. You're always out here embarrassing black people. Like, why y'all like this? Why y'all like this? This is so embarrassing. It's like you look at the vast majority of black people who are famous, they're always embarrassing the black community. If it's not Jasmine Crockett, it's you. If it's not this one, it's this other one. If it's not that one, it's this one. Why are you people so freaking embarrassing like this? They're so damn embarrassing. They have no shame. They have no class. They have no fear of God. And most importantly, you don't live your life and say, you know what, I'm giving so much. There are so many Black people watching me. There are so many Black people who are looking up to me. I got to conduct myself a certain way. No, you allow this goofy ass Latina who's probably Mexican. And we know a lot of these Mexicans, they say so many nasty things about Black people. And you let this goofy ass Latina whose people probably don't even have papers talk to you like you some random ass slave in the Tijuana. Are you actually okay? It is utterly disgusting. When you ask for more, oh, I want the world to give me this and give me that, you got to ask more of yourself. I'm not going to tell you to get married because maybe it's not for you. But I will say you got to be more careful who you sleep with. Have better taste in women. Even if you don't want to date Black women, sure, whatever. But the white women you choose, the Latinas that you choose, demand more out of these women. You take low-hanging fruits. Like, this is so crazy. You would think you're some Mexican working at some orange farm somewhere or some watermelon farm somewhere in freaking California, okay? You have money. So because you have money, you should go for high-hanging fruits. If you want to go for the Latinas, high-hanging fruits. You want to go for the white woman, go for the high-hanging fruits. But to be so pressed to be with a white woman or a Latina, and every time we turn around, it's always low-hanging fruits. Even the first one that he paid her divorce stuff, like, she's so damn basic. She is so basic. She is so basic. When you have that, and she's overweight too. Like, she was overweight. I'm like, what the hell? It's some big back white girl. He don't pay her legal fees. You make no damn sense. So maybe God is tired of your clowning stuff. You need to grow up. You need to grow up. And my thing is, do not compare yourself to Jay-Z. You're not Jay-Z. Whatever kind of karma is on Jay-Z, it's not on you. So don't worry about what he did or what he didn't do. But to me, this is so embarrassing. It really, really is embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. Always living in sin like that. Always living in filth. You go to Cam Newton, always kind of, oh, I can't be faithful. I got to sleep with 12 people. I got to have sex with more women. What is wrong with these people? And they want to normalize these degenerate conversations for people to consume. You people are sick as hell.
And if you go into that sort of lifestyle, the best thing that can happen to you, actually, is for your whole world to fall apart around you.
Yes.
That's the best thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is if your life goes smoothly while you're living an evil lifestyle, because that means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has discarded you and you don't even matter anymore. You know, for men, I don't know about women. I can't speak about women.
Guys, you already know me. You know me. I'm Marlene. I am against sexual immorality. I don't care who you are. You're a man, you're a woman. I am against sexual immorality. You have heard me say it multiple times. I've even said sexual immorality, it leads to violence. How many people have died behind an affair? How many lives have been ruined behind an affair? How many children have had their heart broken behind an affair? How many families have been destroyed behind an affair? How many people have gone to prison behind all of this sexual immorality stuff? It leads to nothing but violence. It truly does. If you want peace, you either practice abstinence, you remain a virgin, or you marry. And then you stay faithful to your wife, you stay faithful to your husband. If you want to live long, not only should you honor your mom and your dad, okay, but you should also live a life of sexual morality. You cannot just put your whatever like all over the place. Like, you just can't do that. It never ends well. It never ends well. Like, the way people are just gluttonous when it comes to like sexual sin. People are obese. Like, they're just so disgusting. They just want to be so perverse. This sexual perversion, the lack of sexual morality, it will ruin your life. It will ruin your friendship. It will ruin your reputation. It will ruin your businesses. If you love yourself, you have to stay away from sin. If you love yourself, you have to stay away from sexual immorality. You know the black man, hold on. Oh my gosh, this gave me a headache. I can't think of his name, but y'all know him, right? Hold on. Yeah, you see, Mr. Junior, there you go. Hold on. Okay. Right? Y'all know Mr. Junior, right? He used to be like, he was a former basketball player and he barely made any money in the league, right? He barely made any money, but he took $300,000 and he started investing his money into Wendy's franchise. Today, Uncle Junior, he's worth like 400 million. Okay, and guess what? He's married. You see, look at him. You see this? And like you see, when you are a married man, you guys, he has such a beautiful family. He has such a beautiful family. This man was not the highest paid NBA player. He didn't make the most. He was not no Magic Johnson, like whatever. Okay, but the little money, I mean, it's not a little bit. The little money that he made in the league, he's like, you know what? I can work. I can get me a job. And not just that, he remained faithful to his wife. The lady that he married in his youth, she is his wife today. He didn't cheat on her. He didn't beat her. He didn't traumatize her. He's not out here just humiliating this woman. That he has children by the same woman. This man is so rich, you guys. It's not even a joke. Like the kind of contract he has with Coca-Cola, ridiculous. I think he has the most Wendy's franchise. Then he has like this special contract with freaking Coca-Cola. Then he's like the distributor of Coke in Canada. It is insane. It is insane. It is insane how wealthy this man is. Never, ever has he been in the media for some foolishness. A lot of people don't even know he exists. You've never heard no woman come outside and, oh, he did this to me. Oh, he touched me. I want to lick your butt. This is just out of pocket. This is out of order. There is peace in structure. There is freedom in structure. There is self-respect. Self-respect. You got to have self-respect. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. When you go around in this sexual immorality, you out here sleeping with all kinds of people, you're going to be cursed. It might not look like it initially because the devil has a way of fooling people. The devil has a way of making you feel as though, oh, you know, there are no consequences. Look, I'm doing it. I'm fine. I'm sinning and I'm fine. I'm doing this and I'm fine. I do all evil and I'm fine. Yeah, it's only for a season. That's the first season. The first season of sin, everything always tastes so sweet. It's like I don't know, like some fruit or whatever. Like, oh, this tastes so good. Sin tastes so good. Yes, because it's phase 1. But then there's phase 2, which is when he starts to expose you and attack your character. Then there's phase 3, the consequences. Okay, you really have to think about this stuff. What do you want for your reputation? What do you want for your reputation? What do you want for people to say about you? What do you want for your business? You know what I mean? What do you want to be known for? And I'm telling you, the stuff people do in private says more about them than what they do in public. Because what you do in private is how someone's going to use that to blackmail you. You have to stay away from sexual perversion. You really do. You got to stay away. You can either be a virgin, practice abstinence, or get married. But if you seek in this life to go to high, to have high success, like worldly success, whatever, you truly, truly have to be mindful of your sexual sin. Too many people today are just too comfortable being sexually sinful. It is not cute. It really is not cute. Hold on, where am I? Where's my video again? This is sick.
But for most men, the truth is, most men are bewildered. Life for them is like racing through a maze in the dark, bumping into dead ends, doubling back, trying to find their way, frantic, under pressure, racing against time, all while necessarily acting like they know exactly what they're doing, necessarily acting confident, necessarily acting assertive and certain and so forth, even when they haven't got a clue what they're doing. They haven't got a clue where they're going, or even knowing genuinely what they want to do and where they want to go, like sharks, they just keep moving to survive. Or anyway, that's what they think they have to do to survive. They think that's what survival requires. Wow. And this is actually one of the ways, in my opinion, how and why men become doers of evil. It's almost like they think every opportunity must be taken. Yeah. Every open door must be accessed. And anything that seems like an accomplishment must be an accomplishment, even if...
Oh, this girl talking to me, I got to talk to her back. This girl wants to have sex with me, I got to have sex with her. This 19-year-old walk up to me, I got to talk to her. It's okay to walk away, Like, it really is okay. Oh, hey, gotta go. But the heck, I'm not talking to a 19-year-old. You're crazy.
It's bad. It's like someone trying to build a structure And whatever he finds, he keeps using it as materials. And if he keeps finding materials, he keeps using it, thinking that he's doing something, he's accomplishing something, even if all the materials are faulty and rotten and flimsy. All he knows is, I'm supposed to be building something, so I must be succeeding. I must be doing what I must be fulfilling the assignment. So he just takes whatever he can find. He takes whatever he's given. You know, he takes whatever comes to him with no discernment, no discretion, no discrimination, because he can't discern, he can't discriminate, because he doesn't even have a clear understanding of what he's supposed to be building. You understand? So even if haram opportunities come to him, he takes them.
Yeah.
Even if haram relationships comes to him, he takes them.
Yeah, you see, that's all we're saying. Yeah, haram is sinful, right? Haram is sin. So sinful relationship come to him, he takes them. You are going to the gym to work out. This 19-year-old is talking to you. Why are you even stopping? Hey, nice to meet you. She's a fan. Gotta go. Why are you even stopping to entertain this? Like, you are Shannon Sharpe, are you not? So you just give your number to random people at the gym because they wear like what, Gymshark or whatever, something like, I don't know, Halo or Lululemon. Like, make it make sense. Like, this is so embarrassing. So like anybody, if you're cute enough and you find his gym and you say hi to him, you can have his number. This man is insane. He is embarrassing. His daughter needs to call him. He's out of order. This is disgusting.
You know, he does something wrong, and if he gets away with it, then he does it again.
Yep.
Then he does it again.
Mm-hmm.
Then he does worse than that, moving like a blind shark. Hustle, 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 you know? Get money, get women, get fame, get attention, get this, get that. No matter how you do it. Lie, cheat, steal, con, it doesn't matter. And you know that this is all shaitan. This is all from shaitan, and he fire. Shaitan, well, they're made of fire, acting like fire. It has the same qualities: volatile, impulsive, wild, out of control. These aren't the qualities of a man. Nabi Adam alayhi salam was from the earth. He was created from the earth, from the. It's adaptable, but it's not volatile. Fire burns and clay cools. It's sturdy. A man should be solid. He should be as solid as the earth itself. But he can't be solid if he doesn't know where he stands. Once he knows where he stands, well, he can't be moved. Well, you'd have a better chance of trying to move a mountain than trying to move a man who knows his place in the world, who has a place to stand. You can't move that man. But if you do see a man who knows where he stands, who knows his place in the world, then you ought to assume that he went through a whole process to get to that point. I mean, you'll hardly ever see a man, an older man anyway, who's upright, except that he's someone who has survived his own sins and the consequences of his sins. When you see that old uncle at the front row of the masjid who's always there for the salah, at the front saf, well, he probably knows more about the devil than you know about your own self. Every old righteous man is a combat veteran. I mean, like almost any man my age. Me, myself, I've been all sorts of bad in my life, and I've been good too. Depending on who you are and when you knew me, you might love me or you might hate me, and you'd both be justified, because I've been all sorts of things. But now more than anything else, what I am is experienced. And for me personally, I just want to avoid the stupidity of evil as much as possible, except to point it out when I see it.
Yeah, very stupid. This is all very, very stupid. It's very, very stupid.
You know, I get compliments in my comment section. I get praise in my comment section. And I also get a lot of criticism, and I get a lot of insults. But I'm impervious to any of those, to both things, because I know who I am. I know that I'm not as good as anyone thinks I am, and I know that I'm not as bad as anyone thinks I am. But after a decent amount of life experience, you collect a lot of information about both good and evil. And with that information, the least you can do is become a snitch on the devil. You know, just like those mafia guys who cooperate with the feds, who cooperate with the authorities and give them all the inside information about how the mob operates. We understand evil, and we came by that knowledge through experience. See, once you realize the disaster of being evil, not the glamour of it, not the superficial momentary perks, not the rush, but the actual spiritual catastrophe that it is and what it does to your life, well, then you begin to grasp and to appreciate what it means to be good. Not because you became a saint, but because you saw hell peek through your life, the cracks in your life, and you didn't want to fall all the way in. Being good isn't always about noble intentions and having a pure heart. That's the truth. Sometimes being good is just about pure survival. It's about not wanting your life to be a disaster. It's about being sick of the pain that you've caused others and the pain that you've carried within yourself. You don't necessarily always turn to goodness because you think that you're better than others. You turn to goodness because you know you're not better than others, because you remember all too well what it's like to be at your worst. It's not even really about being upright. It's about being mature. It's about being intelligent. It's about self-respect. And yes, it makes you want to snitch on Iblis. Makes you want to expose his whole operation, you know, with that insider knowledge to call out Shaitan on all of his strategies and all of his tactics. You know, upright Muslims aren't out here trying to act like they're pious. They're not standing on a pedestal. Most of us are standing on wreckage. We didn't get good. We just got tired. We didn't become saints. We just got smart. We understand that rebellion isn't freedom. Indulgence isn't power. Defiance isn't dignity. It's not. It's slavery.
Let's say that again.
We understand that rebellion isn't freedom.
Rebellion is not freedom.
Indulgence isn't power.
Indulgence is not power. Just because you can sleep with all these women, whatever age, while she's adult, you gotta be very careful. You gotta be careful. Like, right? I don't know. If I was in a place where, let's say, like, my YouTube channel had like 4 million people and I'm getting 1 million views per episode, you guys, when I tell you my life would be like pop, 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 I don't want no smoke. Because you guys, people are jealous, you guys. People are so jealous. And for somebody who's playing the NFL, I would think you would know this. For somebody who worked in corporate America, you would think you would know this. But when you start to shine, when you start to have your moment, there are so many people who want to see you fail. So the higher the stakes, you got to be even more rigorous with yourself. Like, nah, you know what I mean? I've worked too hard to get here. Like, I can't have anybody take this from me, including myself and my stupidity. But oh no, I make all this money. I have all these views and I can still act like a child. There are so many people who want your spot. There are so many people who want what you have. And you're like, and when you don't have, like, once again, if you don't have an organized, private life, you're going to make it so much easier for someone who's not good as you to take your place because you're a mess. You are a private mess. You are truly a private mess.
Defiance isn't dignity. It's not. It's slavery. You're not taking charge of your life when you do wrong. You're forfeiting charge of your life. You're forfeiting control of your life. Like I said, it doesn't make you special.
You forfeit also control of your image because now she has control of your image. You gave her power over your image. Oh, Lord Jesus. You gave this girl power over your reputation. Oh, my Lord.
It's a cliche.
Oh, my.
There's nothing, there's no mediocrity that's more predictable than evil. You know? When you're in that, you think you're a big bad wolf, but you're really a sheep, and your shepherd is Iblis, and he's leading you to the wolves. That's why life experience allows you to speak bluntly, because you've already divorced this dunya, you know, and it was a bad marriage the whole time, and you're glad to be rid of it. And you know, when people get older, you know, I mean, like really older, when death starts moving closer, and it's not a concept but an appointment that you have. It's not abstract anymore. It's an event that you're packing your bags for, you know. You start letting go of stuff. You know how old people are always giving their stuff away? The older they get, they're giving their stuff away. It's not because they're so spiritually elevated. It's because you realize you're not taking it with you, right? The same thing happens or should happen with the worldly desires, with all of your worldly desires and your ambitions and so forth, including your concern about approval and your desire for admiration or your concern over disapproval and what have you.
Even sex.
Just like an old man who begins giving away his possessions, his belongings, and he writes his will, you understand he's not being generous. He's just getting ready to leave. Well, that's how you have to start treating your attachments in this life. Give them away. Write your will. Get your soul in order. Get your affairs in order. Because you can't be free until all the temptations of this dunya become dull and bland and boring to you, unappealing.
Yeah.
So that Shaitan has to be able to look at you and not see any buttons he can push.
Yeah.
Then you can't be bribed. You can't be blackmailed. You can't be threatened. You can't be coerced. You can't be paid off because the dunya has nothing that you want.
And this is when you can say, now I'm ready to go after $100 million deal. You got to get your house in order.
You don't need approval and you don't fear disapproval. This will solidify you. This will make you still and settled, and you'll have your place to stand. So, you know, if you have done wrong in your life, or if you're doing wrong, if you've been making the shayateen your friend group, okay, then be disloyal, I'm saying. Be a traitor, be a mafia snitch, turn on him, be a whistleblower, be a security breach in his system of evil. Teach your brothers and sisters about his manipulation and how it works so that they won't fall for it. Maybe this is how you can turn your evil deeds into good deeds. literally by taking the knowledge that you acquired only by doing the evil deeds, and then using that to teach others what a disaster it is. And then maybe, if you're fortunate, maybe, inshallah, bi'ithnillah, when the judgment day comes, you'll break even. And that's as good as a win.
Yeah, sure. He's a lot, you guys. Okay. So if you're looking for his channel's called Middle Nation. He's really good. I listen to him almost every day. Because this life, you guys, this life, to whom much is given, much is required. You want to be successful in this life, you work hard day in and day out to build something for yourself. You got to make sure that you have control of your inner person, your darkness, your whatever. You got to get that in check. Because if you don't, that's going to be the thing that causes everything you work for to just be taken away from you. You know, so Uncle Shay, like, yeah, I have love for him. Part of me feels bad for him. But part of me also feels like he needed this lesson. And I hope he really turns his heart to God and truly understands that, you know, this young lady, even though she could be lying, whatever, but ultimately he opened the door to this foolishness. And I just feel like from R. Kelly to Diddy to Russell to, I mean, it's so many people now. He should know better. He should really, really know better. You know what I mean? He should really, really know better. He should be very careful because even these girls, you don't even know if somebody is sending them. A network could be sending him after you. A past employer could be sending him after you. You'll be surprised if God opened your eyes and showed you the number of people who are plotting against you. People are not good. You know, there are a lot of people who get jealous. There are people who go in there, they see your views, they see how people like you. And, you know, and that's another thing too, I've come to realize. When people start to notice that a lot of people like you, it triggers them. So now they want to make sure that they can find a way to get everybody to turn their backs on you and say bad things about you. It's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Now he's coming outside and he's talking about, well, this, that. I will say this, you know, I wish they would have done the same thing for Carmelo Anthony because he's 17 years old. So Uncle Shannon, I don't know. I feel like if you make a bold statement also supporting Carmelo, because now you understand that, you know, people should kind of be given a chance to fight in court, then maybe I have a bit more support for you. But to me, I know you gave that Latina plenty of money. And I really doubt that you gave Carmelo any money for his GoFundMe, right? Y'all love to not help out. You love to not be involved because I think you feel as though when you're Black and you make money, certain things can't get to you. Well, you're Black like the rest of us, okay? You are Black like the rest of us. So don't ever forget where you came from. When things are happening in the community and when people are in need also, because he's a young football player, you also play football, but I don't think you gave any money. If you did, give some more, okay? We need to get to $550 because you out here paying $25,000 per butt cheek. So you could give the money to Carmelo. Matter of fact, you can even give $1 million to Carmelo. It is nothing to you. But I just feel like also, me, Marlene, I'm going to say this, right? I, Marlene, personally, I'm not too crazy about like going to bat for Black celebrities because honestly, if my body was on fire, they wouldn't even like spend $1 on a Dasani bottle to try to help me, okay? If I was walking out here perch, these Black celebrities would not even spend 50 cents to buy water. If anything, they would tell me to buy water from them. Black celebrities here, they're not good people. Everything is me, 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 me. Help me, stand up for me, believe in me. No, I believe in Carmelo, okay? Carmelo's 17. He's a regular person. He's not famous. He don't have a record. He works 2 jobs. He's the captain of his track team, his football team. You know what I mean? Something really bad happened to this boy, and you were nowhere to be found because you were too busy writing to what's her name? Zuniga about your butthole. So whatever. Like seriously, whatever. We'll see what happens. But for me, Marlene, like I said, give money to Carmelo. Make a video for Carmelo. Reach out to Cat Williams. Give Cat Williams the money you owe him. Okay? Once you do those things, then I will be able to stand up for you because I can't stand up for evil. Okay? I respect my anointing. God walks with me. The Holy Spirit walks with me, so I got to be very careful. But yeah, you got to be very careful. You cannot live a life and think that you can ignore God. You can't live a life and think that you can ignore God. You cannot live a life and think that you can be a bad example. You have over 4 million plus subscribers. That's just on YouTube. How many millions of young Black men are looking up to you? And you want to encourage them to sleep with 19-year-olds and have 19-year-olds eat their butt? You are a disgrace. You are truly, truly a disgrace. Whether this girl is lying or not, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that she is able to say those things about you because you put her in a position that she could say these things about you. So you gotta look at yourself. Just like I tell black women too, huh? Don't blame the black man, because if somebody did something to you, it's because you also opened the door. You always have to look at yourself. She's not the problem here. You are. Because to whom much is given, much is required. You should have such a high standard for yourself. We all know you love to work out. We know you love to work out. We know you love your nutrition. Like, so you make effort for what you really care about. So if you're finding yourself or you're having sex with 19-year-olds who seem like they're racist, or at least they're bigoted, or they have some weird kind of fetish with your dark skin, well, it's a choice you also made. Because your life is just too wet. You have too much rigor in your life, y'all. He really does. Okay? You don't get to look like this at his age unless you take your nutrition seriously, your sleep seriously, and your workout seriously. So the same amount of the same commitment he has for his nutrition, for his workouts, for his body, he can have the same thing for his sexual life. And he chooses to be careless. He has to grow up. Uncle Shannon has to be mature. He's 60, y'all. I'm 40. Like when he was 20, when he was 20, I was born. He can even be my daddy. Okay? If you're going to be out here, we're going to call you Uncle Shay Shay. You got to represent better. You got to be an uncle that we can be proud of. And unfortunately today, where I stand, Marlene, I ain't going to call you a pookie, but I am extremely disappointed. I can't even sit here and lie. I am extremely disappointed. You understand? There's nothing this 19-year-old could have given you that you couldn't get with a 35-year-old or even a 40-year-old black woman. There are a bunch of women out here who are 40, don't even look, me, okay? But I'm saying, like, there's a bunch of women who are older. You wouldn't even think that. You know, for everything you're working on, you're not even trying to sit down with a woman that you could even have meaningful conversation about the media empire that you're building. No, you want to sit with a 19-year-old who wants to order food, play with DoorDash, go on OnlyFans, buy clothes, and listen to Carisha. Are you actually okay? It's embarrassing. You've embarrassed yourself and you've embarrassed us. Huh? Yeah. It really is embarrassing. It's truly embarrassing. So, I got to worry about my brand. You don't care about your brand, but I care about my brand. I care about being a good Christian, and I care about being fair, and I care about the word of God. You are in this predicament because you put yourself in this predicament. Just like Samson could blame Delilah all he wants, but at the end of the day, he made a choice to open his heart to Delilah. Once he knew she was a prostitute, he go, oh, never mind. You understand? He made a choice to lay in bed with her. He made a choice to say to her, oh, yeah, my power is in my hair. My power is in my locks. So she got it. She's a sex worker. She will do anything for the money. Then he ends up in prison. He's there for almost like 90 years or something. He goes completely blind. So you have to look at yourself. The same way I say to these women cannot be equal to men because we're not. What works for, what's that girl's name? For Tracy Ellis Ross, it's not going to work for you because you're a man and you're a black man. People are going to demand more from you than they will from, what's that girl, Tracy Ellis. So to me, I'm not going to do that. It's not a fair comparison. You are a man, right? And a father, an uncle has to lead, and he has to set a good example for the children, for the whatever. You got to set a good example. But if the young men look up to you, what desire would they have to be honorable? What desire would they have to have clean public lives as they have clean private lives? You are an embarrassment. You are truly an embarrassment. So, like, I don't know if you thought it was cute to release these text messages, but like I said, to me, Marlene, it's not so much what she said. She's Mexican. I don't think much of her. Many of them are racist, you know? But my thing is, it's you. When she wrote these things, what did you say? How did you reply to those things? So if you engage her fetishism of your skin or whatever she was doing, because she could be a racist Mexican, you are a bigger problem. She's 19. You're 56. You've been black all your life, and you have been black in America all your life. So for you to even allow this kind of diatribe on your freaking phone, it is wild. It is wild. I will never let a Mexican talk to me this way. I've had Mexicans come in here act a fool. I don't tolerate that BS. I will never let a Mexican talk to me. And for me to know that as big as you are, as achieved as you are, you allowed a Mexican to talk to you that way, you're out of pocket. And you owe all of us an apology. You owe us an apology. Yeah, you owe us an apology. This is very disgusting, y'all. Like, we can't even, like, you can't even look up to anybody. Y'all so damn shameful out here. You are so shameful. Like, when you're a young person, you truly feel like you're on your own. Like, you got to be your own role model. You got to be like your own, like, you just got to be your own role model. You can't look up to any of these people. You know, even cheap sex, they gotta take it. Like the man said, you feel like everything is an opportunity. But no, it's an opportunity for you to also say no. Like, you know what? No. You know what I'm saying? Like what? Like how much sex do you need in your life? How much sex does a person actually need? You do too much. So like it's embarrassing. It truly, truly is embarrassing. Me, I'm so embarrassed. And if I was your niece, I would have called you. Like, uncle, this is so embarrassing. Who does stuff like this? Stop trying to justify yourself and apologize. Because this right here, it never even should have been this. You go to the gym to work out, not to pick up 19-year-olds. It is so disgusting. That's creep behavior. It is like what they used to have it on Love and Hip Hop, the Creep Squad. There you go. That's that what's his name? Rick Dollar kind of behavior. Like that's what Rick Dollars does. Like he's so weird. This is weird. Have a certain level of class. You got to have class about yourself. And to me, it just feels like not only are you a narcissist, because you are a narcissist. Oh, you are. You are a self-trashing, autoerotic narcissist. You need help, okay? But it goes to show like all your stuff is just an image. Dressing nice, doing all this, the suits, whatever. It is just an image. Because if you really cared about being like well presentable like this, you would do the same thing in your private life. This is fugazi. No, they hate to get married. They don't want to get married. Okay? Like, I'm like, this is really crazy. So I'm like, nah. First of all, you got to give money to Carmelo. You got to give money to Cat Williams and probably apologize. You got to apologize to Black people and everybody who put their faith in you. You got to come out this with humility. Not like, oh, she trying to. Shut up. You look crazy. You are fighting on the internet with a 19-year-old. You will never win this. You come off crazy. She is 19. And you going back and forth with her like this? Oh, my gosh, you guys. Oh, my Lord. And guess what, you guys? I will stop it here. Okay? Look at him.
And from the being orchestrated by Tony Busby. Tony Busby targets Black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out.
You want him to put the whole video out? When you want the internet to see you having sex for 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, you know what? I can't do this, y'all. Y'all, I cannot. I really need a break. From the saran wrap to this, my head just can't. Like, Uncle Shannon, you need to look at yourself. You need to, I'm not, the girl says, hi to you, hey, Mr. Shannon, or hey, Shannon, hey, what's up, baby? Enjoy your workout, bum, 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 bum. Like even me, Marlene, if you met me, would you give me your phone number? You are crazy. You need to take accountability and you need to apologize for this. She's like 21. She's 20 now, right? She's 20, you're 57. Uncle Shannon, you look crazy. You look crazy. Oh, this is a shakedown. Oh, it's because I'm Black. They're coming after me because I'm Black. Uncle Shay Shay, it's been about you being Black. Your Black penis, your Black butthole, your Black gravy, your Black baby. This girl has been telling you it's about because you being Black. Don't I brand you now? You see? $10 million. Would he even give this money to Carmelo? You see? If they had asked him, oh, Uncle Shay Shay, pay for Carmelo's legal thing, the whole trial, pay for everything. He wasn't going to do it. They said, right, y'all. Me, Marlene, I am sick and tired of perversion. I am sick and tired of this. Like, it doesn't, even with Tracy Ellis, I was going to do a video about that too. Because my issue is also, even with Tracy Ellis too, right? When you are a 52-year-old Black woman, and I'm sure she dates young Black boys, do you not understand that you're making it so hard for the younger Black girls? Because you see, if you sleep with a 27-year-old, you pay for his food, you pay for his apartment, you pay for this. When he meets another young lady, he's like, oh, I don't want to do anything. I want to be taken care of. Like, being a cougar is horrible. I don't know why people don't say this. You are doing harm. That's why I never praise this behavior. You had your chance. You had your season. You chose not to take care of it. Do not ruin these younger men who are supposed to step up and be a husband for somebody else. Because a 26-year-old cannot keep up with a 52-year-old woman that has a hair care line at Ulta. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. And the vast majority of Black celebrities do not have sexual discipline. And they're always paying for sex. It is disgusting, you guys. It is so disgusting. When you start having Black women who act as cougars and they spoil these Black boys, they pay their bills, they pay for their food, they pay for their apartments, they pay for their cars. You think this goofy ass boy is going to want to step up and be a man? He's not going to. He's not going to. Because there's an older woman who does everything for him and has sex with him. You are just like, you are ruining the community. You people are just disgusting. You are deranged. You're just so freaking deranged. Exactly. They're a bunch of predators. Like, this is so disgusting to me. A 50-something-year-old woman should have no business with a 20-year-old Black boy or whatever kind of. Leave that boy to a girl his age. And let these young people build together. You had your time. You had your opportunity. Grow the fuck up. Like, seriously, grow up and accept the fact that you're 52. So date someone that is 62. Date somebody your own age. All these goofy ass, narcissistic ass Black celebrities, they have a problem with aging. And then they take their money and they just pollute the youth. Like, you people are sick. You are really sick. You're a bunch of sick people. I don't like cougars, whatever you call it for the man, a sugar daddy. I don't like that foolishness because you are ruining these young people. So now nobody wants to commit, nobody wants to get engaged because everybody's looking for an older person who missed their time to trick on them. It is really, really disgusting. It's really disgusting. Y'all grown-ass people who don't want to be okay with the fact that you're aging. You are aging. Act your damn age. And embrace the fact that you're aging. And then learn whatever it takes to be in a relationship with someone your age. It's a lot more cheaper. It's more affordable to learn to make it work with someone your age than to get sued for $50 million. Like, seriously, Tim. It is like, Tim, people are so deranged. Like, they're so filthy. They're just so filthy. There is so much sexual filth. I can't even keep up. Once you get over 50, you should be done chasing random entanglements and lust. And the fact that Tracy also had no shame sitting next to Michelle Obama, a first lady, to talk about her entanglements. I'm like, these people have no respect. People have no respect. Even if Michelle Obama has her braids on and she dresses in, like, I don't know, Banana Republic and tries to act like she's a regular person, she is not a regular person and she will never be a regular person. She will always be a first lady. So have some self-respect and not just to have some decorum. Respect her husband, and respect America, and respect the White House. Okay? You got to respect the first lady. Well, how can you even feel comfortable talking to the first lady about casual sex with random young men? Oh, I need some water. People are just too damn ratchet. People like they Queen. Seriously, would she do that with Hillary Clinton? Would she do that if Queen Elizabeth was alive? Would she talk like that with Queen Elizabeth? If she was on a podcast with Princess Diana, would she feel comfortable talking like that to Princess Diana? Bastardizing everything. They have respect for nothing. They don't honor anything. I'm like, that is still the first lady. There are so many things you could talk about. Business, growth, I don't know, friendship, no, casual sex, having sex with young men because I can. I'm like, what the freak is this? And I thought this whole podcast was to get Black people to vote. I'm so confused. They are so committed to making Black people comfortable with sexual immorality. God will punish every single one of you people. God will punish every single one of your people because you hate young people. You're not good role models. You are horrible role models. The way you want Black children to not see sex seriously, the way you want Black children to just think that sex is, you just give your body to random people. You lay down with random people. You eat, you put your tongue in somebody's butt. Like, what is wrong with you weirdos? What is wrong with you people? You are all going to be punished. You're not good role models. Even Tracy, I'm like, your mother is the icon. Your mother is Diana Ross. She never talked like this. She never talked. Nobody even knows who she had sex with. She never spoke like this. Like, no class. No class. I'm like, do you think Diana Ross would come somewhere and talk about stuff like this? Absolutely not. You people have no class. Okay? Oh, this insanity. This is really insanity. This is really insanity. This is the first lady of America. This is Michelle Obama. I'm like, how can you even talk like this? Like, oh my gosh. Because nothing is sacred anymore. Nothing is sacred, y'all. Nothing is sacred. It is truly problematic. Nothing is sacred. You are sitting down with the first lady of America. You are sitting down with the first Black woman, first lady. Whoa. Let's have high-level conversations. Oh no, let's talk about my sexual debauchery. Let's talk about how I sleep with younger men. Let's talk about because I can. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, y'all. I was watching this. I was having like palpitation. I was going to come out on Sunday to talk about this. Maybe I'll do it this Sunday. But I'm like, you people, like you women who are going on our podcast, y'all got to show respect to Michelle Obama. I'm like, even she's trying to make it a little casual, whatever, but that is still the first lady. Be mindful of the conversations. Be mindful of the topics you choose to talk about. But she doesn't need to hear this foolishness. When the 50-year-olds are just as sexually reckless as college students, then we are in a terrible, immoral time. He's 56, Tracy 52. These people are immoral. Same thing with Diddy, like what, 53, 55, out here peeing on Carisha. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? Kanye West, he's also in his 50s, right? Doing all kinds of foolishness. And these are the people that they're putting up as role models for Black children to look up to. We have a serious problem. We have a serious problem. And may the Lord handle these people. I'm so sick of this. Yeah, the white guy was right. We have a dumbed down society. They don't take anything seriously. Huh? Like, seriously. I'm like, your mother would never, Diana Ross, your mother is the epitome of class. Are you kidding me? Like, are you actually kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? This is insanity. You guys, I was watching this. I had palpitations. I really did. I was like, these people are crazy. This is your mother. But they take nothing seriously. Nothing is sacred to these people. Nothing is sacred to these people. Nothing is worth fighting for. Decorum, class, integrity, family. No, absolutely not. You got the daughter of Diana Ross talking all kinds of foolishness with sitting next to the first lady. I'm like, you know what though? Because they made a booking mistake. They should have booked your mother. Michelle Obama, she should have booked Diana Ross. Like epitome of class means class. Like you gotta have class. Classy people have to walk with classy people. I'm sick and tired of this. Classy people have to walk with classy people. This no mas. Because it's a mismatch. You cannot mismatch ghetto ratchet with classy. Nope. Ratchet people need to stay with ratchet people, and then classy people need to be with classy people, right? But I'm like, and then the audacity, like the entitlement, the audacity, like, oh, it's too hard for me to have. Come on, shut up. You're not as successful as your mother. You are not as iconic as your mother. Miss Diana is an icon for real, for real. She can go on tour tomorrow, and she can book out all kinds of stadiums. That is Diana Ross. Okay, but she managed to have like 5 babies. So she had 5 babies. She remained skinny, and she kept doing hits after hits after hits, selling out tours, and she retired as the queen and the best to ever do it. Okay, girl, you were on freaking Girlfriend, and you sell hair care products at Ulta. Your life is not that busy. You're not that important. You're just a mess, and you have a distorted sense of self. You think you're bigger than what you truly are. You're the real icon, the real diva is your mother. Humble yourself. These people are crazy. These people are really, really crazy. Shannon Sharpe has a daughter in her early 20s. He wouldn't support her dating a 50. Of course he would not. He definitely would not. And if his daughter was writing these kinds of text messages, he might even walk upside her head. Would he like it if his daughter said that she wants to go eat another man's butt? Okay. Now she's so weird. You would think Tracy Ellis is so busy. She does all these crazy blockbusters. I'm like, girl, you are mainly known for being the daughter of Diana Ross. Thank you. Okay. Then you did Girlfriends. That show's been off TV for almost the air for what, 30 years now, like 25 years now, right? And then you sell hair care products, you sell shampoo and conditioners and blow dryers and curly wands at Ulta. Do not overestimate who you truly are. Sit down somewhere. And you're not the founder and the owner of L'Oreal. You sell Patent Beauty, Wumpty Wump Wump. Your mother is an international icon. And she managed to have all these children. Okay? This lady got so many children, it is crazy. Okay? She got so many kids. So be quiet. If she has 5 children, okay, Diana Ross got 5 kids. Okay? So my thing is, if Diana Ross was able to have children, who are you not to be able to have kids? You're a mess. You were raised to be a spoiled brat who grew up in Switzerland somewhere, skiing all the damn time. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. All these kids. That's her daughter with Barry Gordy. He was a married man, and she didn't have an abortion. That's her sister. That's her son. That's this and that's that. Look at all these kids. Look at all these children. No, we need to start normalizing shaming these weird kings, eating buns and peeing on people should not be normal behavior. Okay? This is crazy. So I'm like, please miss me with this. If the icon Diana Ross was able to have her career, keep it with her fans, make her music, break records, sell out arenas around the world, and have 5 children, what are you talking about again? Be quiet. And today we have way more technology. We have way more tools. We have way more robots, right? Our lives are so much easier. You understand? Our lives are so much easier. No, because you have a distorted sense of self and you were raised to be spoiled. That's about it. But you're like, you're not as iconic as your mother. You're not as busy as your mother. Okay? No. You sell shampoo and conditioner at Ulta. Humble yourself. You have a hair care line. Wumpty womp womp. Amongst like millions of other hair care lines around the world. You don't own L'Oreal. You're not the president of L'Oreal. And I'm sure even the president also has children. Stop acting like you're too busy for family, or you're like, you work on them. I work on this, and it's just, girl, be quiet. All you do is work out on Instagram, show your butt. All you do is take pictures and show us your boobs. You obviously got time. You got too much time. You're not doing anything to make the world a better place. You sell shampoo and conditioner, okay, for like 3C hair. Good, like, girl, stop. It's too much. People are crazy. People are really crazy, y'all. People are seriously crazy. They are truly, truly crazy. I'm Uncle Shay Shay. It's really embarrassing for you to sit here and try to blame it on because I'm a black man. No, because you're a pervert.
I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans.
But Uncle Shay Shay, do you not see how crazy this sounds that a 19-year-old was able to set you up? Are you dumb, Uncle Shay Shay? But do you actually need me? Like, do you need to give me like conservatorship? Do I need to be your guardian, like your guardian ad litem? How can a 19-year-old set you up, Uncle? Do y'all get my point here? You spun the block 56 times. You spun the block. If you have 56th birthday, you had 56 spuns around the sun, right? She's 19. She only spun the block 19 times. You spun the block 56 times. How does this kid manage to get you? Something is wrong. I don't know. Like, you guys get what I'm trying to say? Because when you're 56, you should see the shit coming. Like, girl, I've been 19 before. How do you get set up by a 19-year-old? Uncle Shay, like, you're killing me. You are truly killing me. You are killing me. You are killing me. And you're not killing me softly. Okay? You're killing me harshly. This is crazy. She's 19. How can a 19-year-old set you up? How can you fall for this? What is this? Oh my, this is like a nightmare. I swear, you guys, I swear. These people want, like, I'm going to take like Advil after this because I'm going to have a migraine. Imagine, I'm 40. Imagine Trey setting a trap for me and I'll fall for this. How would that even be possible? I tell my son all the time. I said, Trey, mommy been outside since 1985. Don't play with me. Okay? 1985, I've been outside. You think somebody that was born in 2010, when was he born? Right? 2010, right? Is going to play games with me. How would that even work? How would that even work? When you were born, I was 25. Son, you can never. He'd be like, Mommy, I did my homework. I said, well, let me check. I double check everything. I ain't trusting you. You're 14. Why do I look like trusting a child? Ah, please. Please. I don't trust children. I don't trust kids. Now, when you're an adult and you're married and you're serious, then I guess I don't have a choice but to trust you. But as long as you're 18, I ain't trusting under 18. And even at 20, I ain't trusting your age. Because you people are crazy. And young people can lie. So when they know that mommy asks and mommy doubles checks, they're more likely not to try to play games with me. Don't play with me. But for you to be 56 years old and you fell into a trap that was set for you by a 19-year-old, do you hear yourself? Do you actually hear yourself? This is insanity. And you think you deserve $100 million if a 19-year-old can set you up? Wow.
Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
No, but you don't love us. You don't love us though. Because if you loved us, you would not even put us in a situation to defend you. That's not love, Uncle Shay. That's narcissism. If you loved us, you would have looked out for us. Every time you make a decision, you would have thought about us, but you didn't. And that's why I think sometimes that's what also cheating parents don't understand. They say, oh, but I love you. Like, no, you didn't love me. Because if you loved me, you would have cheated. Because when you cheat on your wife or you cheat on your husband, you're not just cheating on your spouse. You're cheating on the entire family. Love, it doesn't hurt people. And Uncle Shannon, you're making me want to cry right now. Love, it doesn't just hurt. Love doesn't hurt people. But most importantly, love doesn't make you have to defend people. Because people who love you, they handle themselves with care. You understand? Right? Like me, I'm married to James. That's all I love Jimmy, but I'm gonna go out here and do reckless stuff. That's not loving him. Because if I get in trouble, he gonna have to come save me. Right? So when you love people, you stay out the way. You understand? Right? If you love your children, you follow the law, you pay your taxes, you don't try to kill people. You don't do dumb shit because you don't want anything to take you away from your children because you love them. You understand me? Because I'm like, if you do foolishness, then you say, oh, I love y'all. No, you don't, because we wouldn't be here right now. Right? We wouldn't be here. Be out here signing that little $100 million contract. We all be getting a new car. You get a new car, I get a new car. When you love your children and you love your nephews and your nieces, you make sure shame is never our portion. You put shame on us. You know, I don't think you raped her or that you beat her, but nonetheless, had there never been any report with this girl, she couldn't even have the opportunity to say this. You gave this girl the opportunity to say the things that she's saying. So whose fault is that? So you don't love us. You love yourself and you love your sexual immorality. So therefore we're here. Love don't do this. That is narcissism. That's being a narcissist. Who are you gaslighting with this foolishness? Love is sacrifices. Love is thinks about other people. Love is not selfish. Love is, oh, me. I do what I want. I do what I want. And you did exactly what you wanted. Even your daughter, you should have said, will my daughter be okay with me even having sex with a 19-year-old? Of course you didn't think about that. Because you do whatever the fuck you want to do. Because you make the most money. And so I will say this, Uncle Shannon, I'm glad this happened to you. And if you don't want to change from this, well, it is what it is. Okay? Yeah, he's embarrassed us too. And you see, and that's why when it came down to, you see, Tim, this is why when it came down to standing up for Carmelo, a lot of white people weaponize the fact that black people just blindly support people. Because it seems as though no matter what a black person does, we don't hold them accountable. You understand? This is an issue we're having. And that's why everybody has to hold themselves to a certain standard so that when we do defend you, we don't look crazy. We don't look crazy. But I understand because usually people defend just whatever. Oh, no. We got to stop. We really also have to stop, right? But saying he would choke a 20-year-old makes him look like an animal and a pervert. Exactly. Now, if you say, oh, I got love for Uncle Shay, she's like, she's liking a pervert. She's standing up for a pervert. You see, that's why I say when you love your children and your nieces and your nephews, you don't put shame on their heads. You allow them to walk upright and say, yes, that's my uncle. Yes, that's my daddy. I'm proud of him. Yes, that's my Hall of Famer. You put shame on our heads about, oh, you love us. You're a narcissist. I hate narcissistic parents. I cannot stand this. This is crazy. I'm going to choke you. I think it was foreplay, but like Tim said, it doesn't matter because you're 56. She is 19. And if her daddy came behind you with a gun, or if the cartel came behind you with a gun, because you know she's Mexican, and you know they roll deep. They roll deep. If the cartel came behind you, or if her daddy came behind you with a maracha band to pew, 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 you're behind, I wouldn't even be mad. Because what does a 56-year-old do in bed with a 19-year-old? If her father came behind you and shut you up, what would you have said? Exactly. It's like, it's embarrassing. I missed you. You're so beautiful. Like, this is embarrassing. And even you, if you saw your daughter in bed with a 56-year-old, how would you react to it? You beat his ass. You know, if you don't get your old ass off my daughter, and you will probably even beat your daughter too. And maybe you should. Would you be proud if your daughter was having sex with a 56-year-old? Of course you wouldn't. This is so crazy. And these fathers who like to have sex with people that are younger than their children, do you not have any shame about yourself? Oh my gosh, I cannot do this. I'm so tired. These people drain me. I don't have energy for this. I need to focus on Carmelo. He's a kid. You're 60 and you're rich and you're still dumb. I cannot do this. So if your deal goes away, too bad. So sad. You need to change. You need to repent. And I hope you make another video and you say, you know what, though? Doesn't even matter what was said. What matters the most is I didn't do it, but I can see how my behavior was problematic. And moving forward, boom, 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 boom. Take accountability. She's 19. Even if she's being used up, they're like, oh, she's a child, she's young, she just made out of high school. You sound crazy. You really sound crazy. And like Rilla said, right? As much as he gets on Ocho Cinco, and also Chad went and messed with Evelyn, a Latina. Look what happened to his career. You go and you mess with a Latina. Look what's happening to you. You're going to lose that deal. You might get fired from ESPN. And who knows what's going to happen to your views on YouTube. These Latinas están peligroso. Son peligroso. But bastante peligroso. Like, stay away. Cuidado. Like, be careful. No. Latinas. Okay, your career, la mierda. What is wrong with you people? The first thing a father would think is that Shannon bribed his daughter with money and took advantage. Exactly. So then if you see a man, what's her name? Zubrina, Gabriel, Zugana, Ziguna, Z, whatever, right? But if you saw Senor Zugina, okay, with the pew-pew, and he shot you, we wouldn't even be mad. We would not be mad because I'm like, you know what? If it was me, I would understand. A father trying to protect his daughter from an old creep. Okay, Zuniga, is that her name? But if Senor Zuniga was outside in El Barrio, buscando tú, like looking for you, and then he shot you in a bum, I wouldn't be mad. Because why are you sleeping with his 19-year-old daughter? You're a weirdo. Like, oh my gosh, like this is so embarrassing. It is really embarrassing. You have to respect yourself. And unfortunately, you chose not to embarrass you. And they're going to talk about you so bad. Because it's the media. They love stories about black men who can't control their big black penises, per usual. So, you guys, I have to go now. Because this man, I could go on for hours. I could roast them for hours. That $100 million deal for Close Shay Shay is likely off the table. Most celebrities will never go again on his podcast, or he's not going to be able to attract the caliber of celebrities that he used to be able to attract. He put all of that in jeopardy so he could have sex with a 19-year-old. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. I'm so tired of these people. I am so tired of these people. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I am so tired of these people, yo. I can't do it anymore. Black celebrities are just petulant, narcissistic, unaccountable, lazy, predictable, and mediocre. I just can't do this. No, he did not. He did not. So that's why I say he doesn't deserve to be a $100 million man. He doesn't deserve it. He's not ready for that level of money. He's not. He's not. So for me, I just feel like if you work with Chad, you should have learned from Chad and what his deal with Evelyn, what it cost him. Yeah, 19-year-old shaking my head. Black celeb and sexual scandals. This woman is a Jezebel who comes to destroy him, and he couldn't see that. No, Because it was just boosting his ego. Look, I can get this 19-year-old uncle. She's coming for the money. The pesos, the plata. She don't care about you. You are crazy. Ouch, Unc. I don't feel, no NDA. That's why she's running her mouth like this. She said Shannon Sharpe is going to be interviewing Dr. Umar and Roland Martin caliber of guests after this. Yeah. All that for sex. And sex that probably did not last more than 20 minutes. Maybe at most 15. People will ruin their lives for 15 minutes of pleasure. Like, oh, for sex, my career, my reputation, my relationship with my children, for 15 minutes of sex, for a BJ, for somebody to lick their butt. Why don't you just take the shower head and put the shower between your butt cheeks? I don't understand that part. Right? If you want somebody to play with your butt, with your butt part, why not just grab the shower head and just put the shower head in your butt cheeks? I mean, hey, right? This is just so crazy. Oh, she got to eat my butt. She got to eat my butt. They're so obsessed with somebody eating their butts. Like, this is crazy. Grab the shower head and put the shower head in your butt cheeks. They go like this. I don't know. Open, like, take one hand, open the butt cheek, and then spray the water down there. Right? Like, don't y'all have these fancy shower heads? What is this? Like, what is going on? Yeah, the peso, la plata, el guac. I mean, like, what you want me to say? It's better to do that than to go, like, out here so desperate because you want someone to eat your butt. Use the shower head. Use the shower head. Or maybe, like, warm up some lubricant, right? And it's like, put the lubricant back there. I don't know what to tell you. This is just crazy. Okay, use your damn shower head. You know, maybe like you I don't know. Maybe like you get some lubricant, you warm it up, and then you sit on that. I don't know. Get you like a little potty thing, and then you sit on a whole tub of like lubricant. Put a bunch of warm lubricant in your bathtub, and just sit in there and just like jiggle your butt cheeks. This obsession these men have with having somebody play with their butts is just so weird. She said, let the water cleanse off that energy off you while you're at it. Exactly. Buy some toys from Candy Coated Nights. Call Candy. Call Candy Burrs, y'all. Every man needs a butt plug. Okay? Every man needs a butt plug. Go call Candy. Because I'm sure Candy sells the butt plugs, and you can warm it up and bloop, bloop. Okay? You can do this yourself. You can do this yourself. You got to DIY this stuff. You got to be entrepreneurial. You got to take care. You can do this by yourself, you know. She got what you're looking for. Okay, every man needs a butt plug. Make it make sense. Mama, this ever since Janae Aiko talked about eat the groceries, and then Sukiyana said, I want to eat his ass, eat his butt. These people have lost their minds. Who gonna eat my butt next? Who gonna eat my butt? Nobody. Get in the bathtub. Sit on some warm lubricant, or use the shower head and then like put that in the bag back there. What y'all want me to say? Okay. Every man needs a butt plug. Like, what is going on? Like, what is this? Okay, Shannon, they're gonna make these memes about you. You're done. These people about to roast you. They're gonna make memes about you. This is so embarrassing. This is just too freaking much. Call Candy's Burrs. Like, call Candy. She knows about it. She got all the stuff. Every man needs a butt plug. Okay? Get you a butt plug from Candy Coated Nights. You don't have to put your whole career on risk because you want some Latina to put some, I don't know, pique de callo, whatever this is, right? Or taino sauce in your booty. Okay? Caliente, caliente. Okay? Está en fuego en mi trasero, en mi culo. Okay, comer mi culo. Stop looking for these Latinos to eat your butt. Y'all know this, right? Comer is eat, right? And then culo is your butt, it's your ass, right? Comer mi culo. Like, no, this is ridiculous, okay? This is really, really crazy. What is this? What is going on? Comer mi culo, comer mi trasero. Uncle Shay Shay. This is just out of order. I am so mad at you right now. I don't even have the words. I gotta do a video on Carmelo. Otherwise, I'll be outside tomorrow to cuss you out some more. This is so embarrassing. You have embarrassed me. Comer mi culo. Comer mi culo. Is that how you're role playing there with this Latino or with this Mexican? Comer mi culo, mami. Comer mi culo. Para los dineros. Para los dineros. For the money, for the money. She said, okay, papi. Comer tu culo para los dineros. What is this? 25,000 para los culos, los traseros. Sir, this is out of order. Okay, somebody needs to play matchmaker because I'm sure Tracy Ellis Ross is freaked out too. Okay, she was the just found for uncle. Like, yeah, they need to date each other. They really do. But this comer mi culo stuff needs to stop. Yeah, no, it's so embarrassing. Y'all got too much. Like, I'm not gonna be like, I wish for money, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, who would not want to have a YouTube channel with like 4 million subs? You know, every time you release a podcast, you get 1 million views. Like, he has a lot going on for himself. But no, he has to risk it all. Comer mi culo, comer mi culo, comer mi culo, mami, para los dineros, para los platas. Sir, you people in these butt cheeks is getting out of order. Okay? We have to eat food. We don't eat the booty. Okay? Okay. Comer la comida. Eat the food, not the booty. Okay? No. Es tan peligroso. This is really dangerous. Don't do this. All right, you guys, I got to go. Y'all going to make me stay here forever. Y'all like me too much, and I love y'all too much more. So love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bisous, my people. We will be outside tomorrow to roast this man. Yeah, even Kai Cenat does not have scandals. Unbelievable. Love y'all, and I will be outside tomorrow. Good night, my peoples. Bisous. Bonne nuit. À demain. Bye-bye. She got to go. Bye, queen.